Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of cozy fairy tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps a thatched cottage in an enchanted wood, a fireside nook in a mountain chalet, a flower-covered arbor in an English garden, or a snug tower room overlooking a fairy tale village. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, breathe slowly and let your mind drift, letting the day's worries fall away like petals from a gentle bloom. Tonight, you are stepping into the moonlit garden within the Timeless Tales Library. This hall opens onto a serene indoor garden where books bloom like flowers along winding paths. Silver light filters from glass ceilings above, casting soft, calming shadows. The air carries the faint fragrance of night-blooming blossoms, and quiet streams murmur between shelves lined with stories of wonder and whimsy. Feel your body sink into your bed, your private seat within this tranquil garden. Relax your jaw, your shoulders, your fingers and toes. Let the gentle rhythm of the garden's night wrap around you, steady and soothing. Take a slow step along the winding paths of shelves. Let the stories of the moonlit garden drift into your imagination, carrying you gently into peace, curiosity, and dreamlike calm. Sleeping Beauty and the Christmas star's gentle light. In the heart of an enchanted kingdom where winter painted the world in soft whites and silvery blues, there stood a castle that seemed to have been carved from starlight itself. Its towers reached toward the heavens like gentle fingers, and tonight, Christmas Eve, every window glowed with the warm amber light of countless candles. This was the home of Princess Aurora, though most knew her by the name that had followed her through legend and lullaby, Sleeping Beauty. Aurora had awakened from her famous slumber many seasons ago, but she carried with her still the gift of deep, restorative rest. Her sleep had been so profound, so healing, that even now she possessed an almost magical ability to bring peace and tranquility to all around her. On this most sacred of nights, as snow fell like whispered prayers outside her chamber windows, she sat by her fireplace, watching the flames dance in patterns that reminded her of childhood dreams. The princess wore a gown of deep forest green, trimmed with silver thread that caught the firelight like captured stars. Her golden hair, still touched with the enchantment of her long sleep, seemed to hold its own gentle radiance. Around her shoulders lay a cloak of softest velvet, midnight blue and lined with ermine, for even in her warm castle, the Christmas air carried a delightful chill that made one want to wrap close in comfort and contemplation. Aurora had spent this Christmas Eve as she did each year, moving slowly and mindfully through her preparations. She had helped arrange garlands of evergreen and holly throughout the castle halls, their rich fragrance filling the air with the essence of eternal life. She had lit candles in every window, each flame a beacon of hope for travelers who might be wandering on this holy night. The kitchen had been filled with the gentle bustle of preparing feast foods, and Aurora herself had stirred the wassail, adding cinnamon and nutmeg with the same careful attention she brought to all things. But now, as midnight approached and the world grew hushed with anticipation, Aurora felt a familiar stirring in her soul, not the call to sleep, but something different. Something that beckoned her beyond the warm safety of her chamber walls. A sound drew her attention, soft as silk brushing against silk. She turned toward her tall windows and gasped in wonder. There, beyond the frost-edged glass, a light was moving through her gardens. It was not the harsh glare of torch or lantern, but something far more ethereal, a gentle, pearl-like luminescence that seemed to float through the falling snow like a living star that had descended to earth. Aurora rose from her chair with the fluid grace that had never left her, even after her century of sleep. Her bare feet made no sound on the cold stone floor as she approached the window. Her breath created small clouds on the glass as she peered out into the winter night, her heart beating with a rhythm as steady and peaceful as a lullaby. The light paused beneath her window, and in its glow, Aurora could see that the garden had been transformed. The rose bushes, dormant for winter but never truly sleeping, were now adorned with the most delicate covering of snow and ice crystals. Each branch looked as though it had been dipped in liquid diamonds, and the fountain at the garden's center had become a sculpture of frozen beauty, its water caught mid-dance and turned to gleaming ice. But it was the light itself that captured her attention most completely. As she watched, it seemed to pulse gently, like a slow cosmic heartbeat. Within its radiance, she could almost see shapes not clearly, but suggestion enough to know that this was no ordinary phenomenon. There were hints of wings, perhaps, and the outline of something tall and graceful, and emanating from it came a feeling of such peace, such profound serenity, that Aurora felt her soul responding like a flower turning toward the Sunday. Without hesitation, she reached for her cloak and wrapped it around her shoulders. Her feet found her softest slippers, lined with lamb's wool and silent as snowfall. She did not question her impulse to follow this mysterious light in her years of deep sleep. She had learned to trust the gentle callings of the spirit, to follow where peace beckoned. The castle corridors were quiet as Aurora made her way toward the garden door. The servants had long since retired to their chambers, and even the guards dozed peacefully at their posts, for this was a night of such holy stillness that even duty seemed to whisper that all was well, all was safe. Aurora's footsteps were soft whispers on the stone floors, and her cloak flowed behind her like liquid shadow touched with starlight. She paused at the heavy wooden door that led to her private garden. Her hand rested on the iron handle, cool beneath her palm, and for a moment she felt the full weight of the winter night beyond. But there was no fear in her heart, only anticipation, gentle and warm as candlelight. The light was still there. She could see its glow seeping through the crack beneath the door like spilled moonbeams. Aurora turned the handle and stepped into the garden. The cold air embraced her like an old friend, sharp and clean and filled with the secret scents of winter, pine and snow, and something indefinable that spoke of mystery and magic. The falling snow touched her face like cool kisses, and her breath formed small silver clouds that danced away into the darkness. Above her, the sky was deep velvet scattered with stars that seemed unusually bright tonight, as though they too were celebrating this most sacred evening. The mysterious light waited for her beneath the great oak tree at the garden's heart. Now that she was closer, Aurora could see that it was indeed a figure tall and graceful, wrapped in robes that seemed to be woven from starlight itself. The being's face was gentle beyond description, with eyes that held the depth of eternity and the kindness of perfect understanding. Wings rose from its shoulders, not the feathered wings of earthly birds, but something that seemed made of light and air and the essence of peace itself. "Princess Aurora," the figure spoke, and its voice was like distant music, like wind chimes singing in a gentle breeze, like the whisper of waves on a far shore. "Sleeping Beauty, who has known the deepest rest and carries within her soul the gift of true peace." Aurora curtsied deeply, her cloak pooling around her feet like a midnight lake. "You honor me with your presence," she said softly. "Are you an angel?" "I am a messenger," the being replied with a smile that seemed to warm the very air around them. "On this night of nights, when the Prince of Peace was born to bring rest to all who are weary and heavy laden, I have come to invite you on a journey. Will you walk with me through this enchanted Christmas Eve and see the wonder that awaits those who trust in gentle mysteries? Aurora felt her heart expand with joy and anticipation. I will follow wherever you lead, she said, and meant it with every fiber of her being. The angel for angel, it surely was extended a hand that glowed with soft radiance. When Aurora placed her own hand in its grasp, she felt a warmth that seemed to spread through her entire body, warming her more thoroughly than any fire could have done. Together, they began to walk through the garden, their feet making no sound on the snow-covered path. As they moved, Aurora noticed that wherever the angel stepped, small flowers began to bloom in the snow, not struggling against the winter, but embracing it, their petals made of ice crystals that caught and reflected the angel's light. Christmas roses, she realized, blooming in impossible beauty despite the cold. The sight filled her with such wonder that tears of joy gathered in her eyes, though they did not fall. They walked through her garden and beyond, through a gate that Aurora had never seen before, but which opened at their approach as though it had been waiting all along. Beyond lay a path that wound through woods she had glimpsed from her tower windows, but never explored, ancient woods, where the trees grew so tall they seemed to brush the stars, and so old that they held within their rings the memories of centuries. The snow fell more gently here, filtered through the evergreen canopy above. The path was soft beneath their feet, carpeted with pine needles and moss that cushioned every step. Aurora could hear the gentle sounds of the winter forest, the soft hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through branches, the distant tinkle of a stream running over stones somewhere in the darkness. All of it wove together into a symphony of perfect peace. "Tell me," the angel said as they walked, "what do you remember of your long sleep?" Aurora considered the question, drawing her cloak closer as they moved deeper into the enchanted woods. "I remember dreams," she said slowly, "dreams that felt more real than waking life sometimes. I dreamed of seasons passing, of rain and sunshine and snow falling on the castle. I dreamed of voices, people praying for me, singing to me, telling me stories. And I dreamed of a great peace that held me, gentle and complete, like being cradled in the arms of love itself." The angel nodded, its radiance pulsing slightly brighter. "And what gift did that sleep give you?" "The gift of knowing that rest is sacred," Aurora replied without hesitation, "that there is a time to act and a time to be still, a time to strive and a time to surrender. I learned that in the deepest peace, miracles take root, that sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is simply trust. Simply rest in the knowledge that we are held, we are loved, we are safe." "Indeed," the angel said, and its voice carried approval that warmed Aurora's heart. "Tonight, you will use that gift to bring peace to others who have forgotten how to rest, how to trust in the gentle mysteries of love." They walked on in comfortable silence, Aurora's mind filled with questions, but her heart content simply to be present in this magical moment. The woods grew more beautiful. With each step she began to notice small details that spoke of Christmas magic everywhere. Icicles hanging from branches had formed themselves into perfect stars. The snow on the ground showed the delicate tracks of woodland creatures, but in patterns so intricate they resembled lace made by fairy hands. And the evergreen trees themselves seemed to glow with an inner light, as though they held within their needles the captured essence of all the Christmas mornings that had ever been. After what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed to flow differently here. Like honey in winter, they came to a clearing where the snow lay deep and undisturbed except for their own gentle footprints. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent Christmas tree Aurora had ever seen. It was enormous, its branches spreading wide and reaching toward the stars, and every needle seemed to be made of silver light. There were no decorations upon it, yet it was more beautiful than any adorned tree could have been. for its beauty came from within a living celebration of the joy and peace of Christmas. But it was what lay beneath the tree that made Aurora catch her breath in wonder. There, nestled in the soft snow like the most precious of gifts, lay a small gathering of woodland creatures, all fast asleep. There were deer with their legs tucked gracefully beneath them, their breath creating small silver puffs in the cold air, rabbits curled into perfect circles of warm fur. Squirrels nestled together in a furry pile that rose and fell with their peaceful breathing. Even a family of foxes slept soundly, their red coats brilliant against the white snow. They have been wandering, the angel explained softly, restless and afraid, unable to find peace in the winter darkness. The cold has made them weary, and worry has stolen their natural ability to rest. They need someone who understands the gift of healing sleep to watch over them this Christmas Eve, to help them find the peace that will carry them safely through the winter. Aurora's heart swelled with understanding and purpose. This was why she had been called from her warm chamber, why the mysterious light had beckoned her into the winter night. Her gift, born from her own century of enchanted sleep, was needed here, in this sacred clearing, on this most holy of nights. She approached the sleeping creatures slowly, her footsteps making no sound on the snow. As she drew near, she could see that even in sleep, some of them twitched with worry, their ears flickering as though listening for danger that might come creeping through the darkness. Their rest was not the deep healing sleep they needed, but the fitful doze of those who dare not let their guard down completely. Aurora knelt beside them, her cloak spreading around her like a midnight pool. She removed her gloves and placed her hands gently on the snow, feeling the earth beneath, cold but alive with the promise of spring to come. Then, closing her eyes, she began to hum a melody that had come to her during her long sleep, a lullaby that seemed to carry within it all the peace and safety of perfect rest. The effect was immediate and miraculous. The woodland creatures' breathing deepened, their small bodies relaxing completely for the first time in weeks. The deer's ears stopped flickering, the rabbit's whiskers ceased their nervous twitching, and the fox's tails curled more snugly around them. A profound peace settled over the clearing, as tangible as the snow that continued to fall in gentle, lazy flakes. Aurora continued to hum, her voice barely more than a whisper but somehow filling the entire clearing with its gentle power. She sang of safety and warmth, of love that watches over all creatures great and small, of a peace that passes all understanding. As she sang, she felt the familiar warmth spreading through her own body. The same healing energy that had once been her salvation was now flowing out from her to bless these small, weary souls. The angel moved to stand beside her, and Aurora felt its presence like a warm cloak around her shoulders. "You have learned well," it said quietly. "The peace you found in your deepest sleep was not meant for you alone. It was planted within you like a seed, to grow and flourish and be shared with all who need rest for their souls." Aurora continued her gentle song, watching over the sleeping animals with the tenderness of a mother watching over her children. The great Christmas tree above them seemed to pulse with light in rhythm with her melody, and the snow fell more softly, as though the very sky wished to contribute to this moment of perfect peace. Time passed in that enchanted way it does during the most sacred moments, both eternal and fleeting, both measured and measureless. Aurora sang until her voice was barely a breath, but still the melody continued, seeming to take on a life of its own and flow through the clearing like visible peace. The woodland creatures slept on, their rest now deep and healing, their dreams filled with visions of spring meadows and abundant food and safety beyond measure. Finally, when the first hint of Christmas dawn began to touch the edges of the sky with the faintest blush of rose and gold, Aurora felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. The angel was smiling down at her, its face radiant with joy and approval. "It is time," the being said softly. The sun rises on Christmas Day, and these blessed creatures have found the rest they needed to carry them through the winter. Your gift has been given, and it has multiplied beyond measure. See how the peace has spread." Aurora looked around the clearing with wonder. Indeed, the peace that had settled over the sleeping animals seemed to have expanded outward like ripples in a still pond. The trees themselves seemed more deeply rooted, more serenely upright. The snow lay in patterns of perfect beauty, and even the air itself felt different, cleaner, lighter, filled with a joy that was almost tangible. But more than that, Aurora could feel the peace spreading beyond the clearing, flowing out through the enchanted woods like a gentle river, reaching toward her castle and the village beyond, touching every living thing with the blessing of true rest. In her mind's eye, she could see people waking on this Christmas morning with hearts lighter than they had been for months, their sleep having been deeper and more restorative than any they had known in ages. "The gift multiplies when it is given freely," the angel explained, seeming to read her thoughts. "Your peace has become peace for hundreds, and their peace will touch hundreds more. This is how the love of Christmas spreads, not through grand gestures, but through quiet acts of compassion, through those who understand that sometimes the greatest gift we can give is simply to help others rest." Aurora rose from her place beside the sleeping creatures, her cloak falling gracefully around her. She felt a deep satisfaction in her soul, the kind that comes from knowing one has been exactly where one was meant to be, doing exactly what one was meant to do. The woodland animals continued to sleep peacefully, and she knew that when they woke, they would be refreshed and renewed, ready to face the winter with courage and joy. The angel began to move toward the path that would lead them back through the woods, and Aurora followed, casting one last loving glance at the Christmas tree and its sleeping congregation. As they walked, the sky continued to brighten, painting the snow-covered forest in shades of pink and gold that spoke of new beginnings and endless hope. "Will I see you again?" Aurora asked as they made their way through the ancient trees, the familiar path somehow seeming shorter on the return journey. "Whenever there are souls who need the gift of peace, you will find me near," the angel replied, "for peace is my message, and rest is my gift to those who are weary. You have become a keeper of this gift, Princess Aurora, Sleeping Beauty, who learned in her deepest slumber the secret that the world most needs to know." They walked in comfortable silence through the woods, Aurora's heart full of gratitude and wonder. The snow had stopped falling, and the first birds were beginning to stir in the trees above, their soft chirping adding to the morning's gentle symphony. Everything felt new and fresh, and full of possibility, the way the world always feels on Christmas morning, when hope has been reborn and love has been made manifest. When they reached the garden gate that led back to Aurora's castle, the angel paused. "Remember," it said, placing a gentle hand on Aurora's shoulder, "the peace you carry is not your own to keep. It is yours to give, freely and without reservation, to all who cross your path. In giving it away, you will find it multiplied within your own soul beyond measure." "I understand," Aurora said, and she truly did. The lesson of her long sleep had been completed in this sacred Christmas Eve journey. She had learned that her rest had not been mere restoration for herself, but preparation for service to others. Her peace was meant to be shared, her gift of true rest was meant to bless the weary and heavy laden wherever she might find them. The angel began to fade as the Christmas dawn grew brighter, its form becoming more and more translucent until only its smile remained visible, hanging in the air like the memory of perfect joy. "Merry Christmas, Sleeping Beauty," came its voice, now barely more than a whisper on the morning breeze. "Go in peace, and give peace to all you meet." And then it was gone, leaving only the scent of flowers in winter air and a warmth in Aurora's heart that she knew would never fade. Aurora stood for a moment in her garden, watching the sun rise over her castle walls, painting everything in shades of gold and rose that spoke of divine love made visible. The snow sparkled like scattered diamonds, and every surface seemed to glow with inner light. Christmas morning had arrived, and with it, a world made new. She turned and walked slowly toward her castle, her footsteps leaving a path in the snow that somehow seemed to sparkle more brightly than the unmarked drifts around it. As she approached the great wooden door that led back to her warm chambers, she could hear the gentle stirring of the castle coming awake servants beginning their Christmas preparations, guards changing with unusually cheerful voices, even the horses in the stables seeming to whinny with more joy than usual. The peace was spreading, just as the angel had said it would. Aurora smiled as she climbed the stone steps to her chambers, her cloak trailing behind her like liquid starlight. She would dress in her finest gown for Christmas Mass, would feast with her people, would exchange gifts, and share in all the joyful traditions of the season. But underneath it all, she would carry the memory of this sacred night, and the knowledge that her greatest gift was not her beauty or her grace or her royal blood, but her ability to help others find rest for their souls. Aurora reached her chamber and paused at the doorway, looking back once more toward the window that faced the garden. Already servants were moving about the castle with springs in their steps and songs on their lips. The peace that had begun in a forest clearing was rippling outward like light itself, touching every heart it encountered. She entered her chamber and closed the door softly behind her. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the candles had burned low, but the room was filled with a warmth that had nothing to do with flame. Aurora moved to her window and looked out over her garden, now bright with Christmas morning sunshine. Everything looked exactly as it had the night before, and yet everything was transformed not by magic, but by the deeper alchemy of love shared and peace given freely. Sleeping Beauty smiled and began to prepare for her Christmas day, her heart full of gratitude for the angel's visit and the reminder of her true purpose. She had learned that the deepest rest comes not from sleeping, but from knowing that one has been used as an instrument of peace. And as she dressed for the celebrations ahead, Aurora hummed the same gentle lullaby she had sung in the forest clearing, carrying its peace with her like an invisible crown. The song seemed to take on a life of its own, flowing out from her chamber and through the castle halls, touching everyone who heard it with a measure of the peace that passeth all understanding. And so Christmas morning dawned in Aurora's kingdom, blessed by the gift of true rest that their beloved princess had learned to share, a gift that would continue to multiply and spread, bringing healing sleep to every weary soul it touched. Outside her window, the garden showed no trace of the magical path that had led her to the forest clearing, but Aurora knew that the way would always be there for those who needed it, invisible to the eye but clear to the heart, leading to wherever peace was needed most. And she knew that whenever she heard the call, she would follow that path again, carrying with her the gift of rest that was hers to give. For this was the true meaning of Christmas. She understood now not the receiving of gifts, but the giving of oneself in service to others, not the accumulation of blessings, but the sharing of peace, not the keeping of miracles, but the multiplication of love through quiet acts of compassion. Sleeping Beauty had awakened not just from her enchanted slumber, but into the fullness of her purpose, and as Christmas Day unfolded around her, filled with joy and celebration and the warmth of shared love, Aurora carried with her the deepest peace of all the peace that comes from knowing that one's life has become a gift to the world. The Christmas bells began to ring across the kingdom, their joyful pealing carrying on the crisp winter air like audible starlight. Aurora listened to their music and smiled, for she could hear in their bronze voices the echo of her forest lullaby, the same melody that had brought peace to the weary woodland creatures, now spreading its gentle blessing far and wide. And so Sleeping Beauty welcomed Christmas morning, her heart at rest and her soul at peace, ready to share the gift of true peace with all who would receive it. For she had learned the secret that every Christmas heart must learn, that the deepest joy comes not from what we receive, but from what we give, and that the most precious gift of all is the peace that passes all understanding, freely given and endlessly multiplied through the alchemy of love. Alice and the Christmas Rabbit Hole, from the Christmas Sleep Stories series. The snow had been falling steadily for 3 days now, blanketing the countryside in a pristine layer of white that sparkled like crushed diamonds under the pale December Sunday. Alice sat by her bedroom window, watching the flakes drift lazily past the glass, each one unique and perfect in its delicate dance toward the earth below. The house was quiet save for the gentle crackling of the fireplace downstairs and the soft whisper of wind against the shutters. It was Christmas Eve, and though the warmth of family and celebration filled the rooms below, Alice found herself drawn to this peaceful solitude, mesmerized by the hypnotic rhythm of the falling snow. She pressed her palm against the cool window pane, leaving a small handprint that quickly fogged with her breath. Through the misted glass, the world outside looked dreamlike, softened and made magical by winter's gentle touch. Alice had always been a curious child, prone to following interesting paths wherever they might lead, and today something about the snow-covered garden called to her with an almost musical voice. She could see the old oak tree where she often sat to read, its branches now heavy with snow, creating natural archways and tunnels beneath its protective canopy. And there, just barely visible through the swirling flakes, was something that made her heart skip with wonder. A rabbit, but not just any rabbit. Even at this distance, she could see the familiar flash of a waistcoat, the hurried way it moved, checking what appeared to be a pocket watch before disappearing behind the oak's massive trunk. The white rabbit, here in her own garden on Christmas Eve. Without hesitation, Alice wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, a deep blue velvet that her grandmother had sewn with tiny silver stars, and slipped quietly from the house. The snow crunched softly beneath her boots as she made her way across the garden, following the rabbit's tracks that led in a winding path toward the old oak tree. The winter air was crisp and clean, filling her lungs with each breath and bringing color to her cheeks. Snowflakes caught on her eyelashes, melting quickly, and she could taste the pure sweetness of winter on her tongue. The world around her was hushed, wrapped in snow's natural silence, broken only by the distant sound of church bells ringing across the village, calling people to Christmas Eve service. As Alice approached the oak tree, she noticed something extraordinary. Where the rabbit's tracks should have continued around the trunk, they simply vanished into what appeared to be a hole in the ground, but not the kind of rabbit hole she remembered from her previous adventure. This opening was decorated with tiny evergreen garlands, their needles dusted with snow, and strings of what looked like crystallized berries that caught the light like miniature lanterns. Around the opening, someone had carefully arranged a circle of pine cones, each one painted with delicate silver snowflakes that sparkled in the fading afternoon light. Between the pine cones, small glass ornaments nestled in the snow like colorful eggs in a nest, each one containing what appeared to be a tiny winter scene miniature sledding parties. ice skating rinks no bigger than a teacup, and snow-covered villages with lights twinkling in windows smaller than Alice's fingernail. The whole itself seemed to glow with a warm, inviting light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat or the rhythm of peaceful breathing. As Alice knelt beside it, brushing away some of the snow with her mittened hands, she could feel the warmth rising from below, carrying with it the most wonderful scents. She discovered that the opening was lined with soft, moss-green velvet that looked impossibly cozy against the winter landscape, and the velvet itself seemed to shimmer with tiny golden threads that caught the light like captured sunbeams. A small wooden sign, carved with delicate holly leaves and painted with loving care, read, "Christmas visitors welcome, mind the step." Below the main message, in smaller, more delicate script, were the words, "Where every season is the season of wonder, and every heart finds rest." Alice traced the carved letters with her finger, noting how the wood was warm to the touch despite the cold air above ground. Beside the sign, a tiny mailbox no bigger than a jewelry box sat nestled in the snow. Its red paint was cheerful and bright, and a small flag indicated that mail waited inside. Curious, Alice opened the miniature door and found a letter addressed to her in the most beautiful handwriting she had ever seen. The paper was cream-colored and felt like silk between her fingers, and when she unfolded it, golden letters appeared as if written by invisible hands. "Dearest Alice," the letter read, "we have prepared a special Christmas celebration in your honor. Please join us for an evening of warmth, wonder, and the gentlest of adventures. Your presence is the only gift we require. With fondest regards and warmest welcome, your friends in the Christmas realm." Alice smiled at this considerate warning, remembering her last tumbling descent into Wonderland. But this time, as she peered into the glowing tunnel, she could see that thoughtful hands had installed a beautiful spiral staircase that curved gently downward, its banister wrapped in garlands of pine and ribbon. Each step was cushioned with thick, soft carpeting that looked warm and inviting. The scent that rose from the tunnel was intoxicating cinnamon and vanilla, pine needles and wood smoke, with underlying notes of chocolate and peppermint that made Alice's mouth water. It was the essence of Christmas distilled into pure, welcoming fragrance. She could hear something too, the gentle sound of distant music, like a music box playing a lullaby, mixed with soft laughter and the comfortable murmur of friends gathering together. Alice settled herself at the edge of the rabbit hole, letting her legs dangle into the warmth that rose from below. Unlike her previous adventure's sudden fall, this descent felt completely safe and welcoming. She placed one foot on the first step, testing its solidity, and found it perfectly secure. The velvet lining was indeed as soft as it appeared, and warmth seemed to emanate from the very walls of the tunnel. As she began her gentle descent, Alice noticed that the walls were decorated with the most beautiful Christmas murals she had ever seen. Painted in soft, dreamy colors, they showed scenes of winter wonder, deer stepping delicately through snow-laden forests, cardinals perched on holly branches, and cozy cottages with windows glowing golden in the twilight. Each image seemed to move slightly as she passed, as if the paintings were alive with their own gentle magic. The first mural showed a family of rabbits building a snowman together, their movements so lifelike that Alice could almost hear their soft laughter echoing from the painted scene. As she descended further, she passed a painting of children ice skating on a frozen pond, their rosy cheeks and bright scarves seeming to flutter in an unfelt breeze. Another mural depicted a grandmother knitting by a window while snow fell outside, and Alice could swear she saw the knitting needles moving in a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. The most beautiful mural of all showed a great Christmas tree in a town square, surrounded by carolers whose mouths moved silently, their faces filled with joy and peace. As Alice watched, tiny painted snowflakes seemed to drift across the surface of the painting, settling on the carolers' shoulders and caps before disappearing and beginning their gentle dance again. Between the larger murals, smaller paintings filled every available space on the tunnel walls. These showed intimate winter scenes, a cat sleeping by a fireplace, a teapot steaming on a kitchen table set for Christmas breakfast, mittens and scarves hanging by a door to dry, and children's toys arranged hopefully by a chimney. Each small painting was framed with carved wooden borders, decorated with holly leaves, candy canes, or tiny bells that actually chimed softly when Alice passed by. The staircase curved downward in a leisurely spiral, never steep enough to cause alarm, always well lit by the warm glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Along the banister, someone had wound garlands of real pine boughs interwoven with ribbon that shimmered like starlight. Every few steps, small lanterns hung from the garland, each one containing not a candle but what appeared to be captured fireflies that glowed with gentle golden light. Alice found herself relaxing more with each step, her breathing becoming deeper and more peaceful. The music grew slightly louder as she descended. She could now make out not just Silent Night, but a whole medley of gentle Christmas carols being hummed by several voices in perfect, unhurried harmony. The voices seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the very stone was singing. Tiny alcoves carved into the tunnel walls held miniature Christmas displays that took Alice's breath away with their detail and beauty. Some alcoves contained Christmas trees no taller than her hand, each one perfectly decorated with ornaments no bigger than dewdrops. The tiny ornaments were works of art in themselves, miniature snow globes that actually contained swirling snow, little bells that rang with voices high as fairy laughter, and stars that pulsed with their own inner light. Other alcoves held elaborate winter scenes, a tiny frozen pond where porcelain skaters glided eternally in graceful circles, a miniature Christmas market with stalls selling goods too small to see clearly, but beautiful in their perfect detail, and a small nativity scene so lovely and peaceful that Alice found herself pausing at each one, drawn into quiet contemplation of the serene expressions on the tiny figures' faces. One alcove contained a dollhouse-sized library, where miniature books about Christmas stories lined shelves no bigger than matchsticks. Another held a tiny bakery where impossible small loaves of gingerbread bread seemed to emit real warmth and the scent of cinnamon and molasses. Yet another alcove showed a miniature sleigh loaded with presents, pulled by reindeer so small and perfectly formed that Alice had to look closely to make sure they weren't alive. The air grew warmer and more fragrant as she continued down, carrying scents that changed subtly with each step. First came the clean, crisp scent of pine needles and fresh snow, then the warm, comforting smells of cinnamon, vanilla, and baking bread. Next came the cozy aromas of wood smoke and hot chocolate, followed by the festive scents of peppermint, orange peel, and something that reminded Alice of her grandmother's Christmas cookies cooling on the kitchen windowsill. Alice found herself relaxing her grip on her cloak as the temperature became perfectly comfortable, not too warm, not too cool, but exactly the temperature that made her feel most at peace. Her boots made no sound on the carpeted steps, and she felt as though she were floating gently downward rather than walking, carried along by the warm, scented air and the gentle music that seemed to wrap around her like an invisible embrace. As the tunnel began to level out, Alice could see a soft glow ahead that spoke of the approaching end of her journey. The walls widened gradually, and she realized she was entering a vast underground chamber that defied all logic and filled her heart with wonder. She emerged into a Christmas wonderland that took her breath away. The cavern, though it felt nothing like a cave, was enormous, its ceiling lost in a gentle, twinkling darkness that looked exactly like a starry winter sky. Snow fell softly from this impossible sky, but it was warm snow that melted the moment it touched anything, leaving behind only a pleasant tingling sensation and the scent of pine forests. The landscape before Alice was rolling and gentle, covered in the same pristine white snow she had left behind in the world above, but here everything seemed to glow with its own inner light. Christmas trees of every size dotted the snowy hills, some as tall as the great oak in her garden, others small enough to sit on a tabletop. Every tree was perfectly decorated with lights that twinkled like captured stars, and ornaments that seemed to be made from crystallized moonbeams. A river meandered through this underground paradise, its waters so clear and still that it perfectly reflected the starry ceiling above, creating the illusion of walking through space itself. The river was bordered by rushes that looked like candy canes, their red and white stripes spiraling perfectly, and lily pads that were actually large, flat Christmas cookies decorated with green icing and tiny silver pearls. Occasionally, fish swam by that seemed to be made of living tinsel, their scales catching and reflecting the light in mesmerizing patterns. Small bridges crossed the river at regular intervals, each one unique and beautiful. One bridge was made entirely of candy canes woven together like a basket, strong enough to walk on but fragrant with peppermint. Another bridge appeared to be constructed from crystallized gingerbread, its railings decorated with icing that never melted despite the warm air. A third bridge was made of what looked like solidified moonbeams, translucent and glowing with its own gentle light. Along the riverbanks, Christmas gardens bloomed in defiance of winter. Holly bushes grew in perfect spheres, their berries glowing like tiny red lanterns. Poinsettias the size of small trees displayed leaves in every shade, from deep crimson to softest pink, and their centers seemed to hold actual stars that twinkled gently. Rose bushes bore flowers that looked like they were carved from ice but felt warm to the touch, and their fragrance was the perfect blend of summer roses and winter pine. The gentle sound of water flowing over smooth stones provided a constant, soothing backdrop to the Christmas carols that seemed to drift on the warm breeze from everywhere and nowhere. Sometimes Alice could hear individual voices in the chorus, a soprano as pure as church bells, a bass as warm as her father's voice, and harmonies that wove together like a musical tapestry of peace and joy. Cottages and small buildings nestled among the hills, all of them glowing with warm golden light from their windows. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, and Alice could see that each building was unique. Some looked like gingerbread houses with icing trim and gumdrop decorations. Others resembled cozy English cottages with thatched roofs and climbing roses, and still others were whimsical structures that could only exist in dreams, with curved walls and doors shaped like hearts or stars. Each cottage had its own garden, perfectly maintained despite the snow that fell constantly but never accumulated beyond a beautiful, even layer. Some gardens featured topiary animals, rabbits, deer and birds, all trimmed from evergreen bushes and decorated with tiny lights. Other gardens showed winter vegetables growing impossibly well in the snow, Christmas cabbages with leaves that looked like poinsettia flowers, carrots that glowed like orange lanterns beneath the snow, and fruit trees that bore ornaments instead of fruit. Pathways connected all the buildings, marked not with ordinary stones but with stepping stones that seemed to be made from compressed snow that never melted or became slippery. The paths were lined with lamp posts that looked like giant candy canes, their light warm and inviting, casting everything in a gentle golden glow that made even the snow look cozy and welcoming. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, breathing in air that tasted of cinnamon and wonder, she noticed that the very atmosphere seemed alive with gentle magic. Snowflakes fell upward as well as downward, creating spiraling dances in the air. Occasionally, a snowflake would pause in mid-air, hovering at eye level long enough for Alice to admire its intricate crystalline structure before continuing on its leisurely journey. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, she heard a familiar voice call her name. Turning, she saw the white rabbit approaching, but he looked nothing like the harried, anxious creature she remembered. This white rabbit moved with unhurried dignity, his white fur pristine and fluffy, his waistcoat a beautiful deep red velvet embroidered with golden holly leaves. His pocket watch, instead of being a source of anxiety, hung peacefully from a chain that glittered like snow in moonlight. "Alice," the white rabbit said, his voice warm and welcoming, "we've been expecting you. I do hope you don't mind that I led you here on Christmas Eve, but we wanted to share our celebration with you." Alice smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the perfect temperature of this underground realm. "It's beautiful," she whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell of this peaceful place. But won't I be missed at home? The white rabbit chuckled softly, a sound like bells wrapped in velvet. Time moves differently here during the Christmas season, he explained, adjusting his waistcoat with unhurried precision. You could spend days with us, and only minutes would pass in your world above. It's our Christmas gift to visitors, the gift of peaceful time. As they walked together down a path that seemed to be made of compressed snow that never grew cold or slippery, Alice noticed other familiar figures moving about the landscape with the same peaceful serenity that had transformed the white rabbit. Everything about this place seemed designed to bring out the gentlest, most loving aspects of everyone who dwelled here. The Mad Hatter sat at a table beneath a particularly large Christmas tree, but instead of his usual chaotic tea party, he was carefully wrapping presents with ribbons that seemed to tie themselves into perfect bows. His movements were slow and deliberate, and his usual manic energy had been replaced by a contented serenity. His hat, instead of bearing its usual 10/6 price tag, was decorated with holly and mistletoe, and small bells at its brim chimed softly with each movement of his head. The presents he was wrapping were extraordinary. Some changed colors as Alice watched, shifting through gentle rainbows of peaceful hues. Others seemed to contain light itself, glowing softly from within their wrappings. Still others appeared to be breathing gently, as if they contained living dreams waiting to be released. The Mad Hatter worked with loving attention to each package, humming softly to himself as he folded each corner with precise care. The March Hare was nearby, not bouncing about in his usual frantic manner, but reclining peacefully in a rocking chair that seemed to be carved from a single piece of driftwood, worn smooth by countless gentle tides. He was slowly knitting what appeared to be the world's longest Christmas stocking, one that stretched across the snowy ground and disappeared behind a small hill. His ears drooped in the most relaxed way Alice had ever seen them, and he hummed along with the gentle carols that floated through the air, his needles clicking in perfect rhythm with the music. The yarn he worked with was extraordinary. It seemed to contain the essence of different seasons within each strand. Alice could see threads that held the green of spring leaves, the gold of summer sunshine, the red of autumn maples, and the silver of winter frost, all woven together into something that was unmistakably Christmas, but contained the love and memory of the entire year. Everyone seemed so peaceful, Alice observed, and indeed they did. Even the Queen of Hearths, whom Alice spotted tending a garden of Christmas roses, moved with gentle grace rather than her usual imperious stomping. Instead of shouting orders, she was softly singing to her flowers, which seemed to glow brighter in response to her voice. Her usual red and black dress had been replaced by robes of deep forest green trimmed with gold, and instead of a crown, she wore a simple circlet of holly leaves that seemed to have grown naturally around her head. The roses in her garden were unlike any Alice had ever seen. They bloomed in colors that had no names, shades that existed somewhere between red and gold, between pink and silver, between white and the palest blue. Each flower was perfectly formed and seemed to radiate its own gentle warmth. As the queen sang to them, the roses swayed gently, as if dancing to her lullaby, and their fragrance filled the air with the scent of love and contentment. Near the rose garden, Alice spotted the Duchess, but the harsh, sharp-featured woman she remembered had been transformed into someone almost motherly. She sat on a comfortable bench, holding what appeared to be a baby, though on closer inspection, Alice realized it was a piglet wrapped in the softest Christmas blankets, sleeping peacefully in the Duchess's arms. The Duchess rocked gently, humming the same lullabies that seemed to permeate this entire realm, her face soft with genuine affection. The playing cards were there too, but instead of their usual frantic painting of roses, they worked together in peaceful harmony, decorating a series of Christmas trees with ornaments that seemed to paint themselves. The cards moved with careful deliberation, consulting with each other in whispers, and Alice noticed that their usual fear was completely gone, replaced by the joy of creating something beautiful together. Even the caterpillar was present, but instead of sitting atop his mushroom in his usual haughty manner, he had transformed into a beautiful butterfly with wings that looked like stained glass windows depicting Christmas scenes. He fluttered gently from flower to flower in the Christmas gardens, and wherever he landed, the flowers seemed to grow more vibrant and beautiful. Christmas magic, the White Rabbit explained as they continued their leisurely stroll. It brings out the best in everyone, smooths the rough edges, and helps us remember what truly matters. Love, friendship, warmth, and peace. They passed the Cheshire Cat, who was not perched mischievously in a tree as usual, but was instead lying contentedly by a fireplace that somehow existed outdoors without any walls to contain it. His grin was softer now, less mysterious, and more genuinely happy. As Alice and the White Rabbit approached, he raised his head and spoke in a voice like honey and warm milk. "Good evening, Alice," the Cheshire Cat purred. "Lovely night for a Christmas walk, isn't it? The stars are particularly beautiful tonight." He gestured with his tail toward the ceiling, where the artificial stars did indeed seem to twinkle with unusual brilliance. Alice looked up and gasped softly. The stars were moving in slow, graceful patterns, creating designs that looked like snowflakes, Christmas trees, and other holiday shapes before dissolving and reforming into new configurations. It was like watching the most beautiful slow-motion fireworks display imaginable. "Would you like to sit by the fire for a while?" the Cheshire Cat asked. "I find it quite soothing to watch the flames dance. Very conducive to peaceful thoughts." Alice was indeed beginning to feel wonderfully drowsy, lulled by the warmth, the gentle music, and the overall atmosphere of complete safety and contentment. She settled onto a cushion that appeared beside the fireplace, a large, soft pillow that seemed to be stuffed with clouds. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing in mesmerizing patterns that seemed to tell wordless stories of comfort and home. The White Rabbit settled beside her, and the Cheshire Cat curled up on her other side, his purr a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the peaceful rhythm of this magical place. Other familiar faces began to gather around the fire. The Dormouse, naturally drowsy but fighting sleep to enjoy the Christmas gathering, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, for once not arguing but instead sharing a large picture book of Christmas stories, and even the playing cards, who had set aside their painting duties to sit quietly and enjoy the warmth. "Tell me about Christmas here," Alice said softly, her voice already growing heavy with the peaceful drowsiness that seemed to permeate this place. The White Rabbit's eyes grew warm with memory. "Every day is Christmas here during the season," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a gentle bedtime story. "We wake each morning to fresh snow and the sound of distant bells. The trees decorate themselves overnight, growing new ornaments like fruit, and the cottages warm themselves with fires that never need tending. The river," added the Cheshire Cat, his voice a sleepy purr, "sometimes flows with hot chocolate instead of water, and on very special nights it flows with starlight itself." Alice watched the flames dance and felt her eyelids growing heavy. "What about presents?" she asked drowsily. "Oh, we give those too," said the March Hare, who had wandered over with his knitting. "But they're different sorts of presents. We give each other peaceful dreams, restful sleep, warm thoughts, and gentle memories. The kind of gifts that make the heart feel light and the spirit feel at home." The Mad Hatter approached with a tray, but instead of tea, he was serving something that smelled like cinnamon and vanilla. "Christmas milk," he explained softly, offering Alice a delicate cup. "It helps with peaceful sleep and pleasant dreams." Alice accepted the warm cup gratefully. The liquid inside was white as fresh snow and tasted like all the best parts of Christmas morning, the excitement without anxiety, the joy without overwhelm, the love without complication. As she sipped it slowly, she felt herself sinking deeper into the soft cushion, her body becoming as light and peaceful as the snow that continued to fall gently from the starry ceiling. "Are you tired, dear Alice?" asked the White Rabbit gently. Alice nodded, though she didn't want this magical evening to end. "A little," she admitted, "but it's such a good kind of tired, like after a perfect day." "The very best kind," agreed the Dormouse, who was already mostly asleep but managed to open one eye. "The kind of tired that leads to dreams of sugar plums and snow angels." The creatures around the fire began to settle into their own restful positions. The Cheshire Cat's purr grew softer and more rhythmic. The March Hare set aside his knitting and curled up in his chair, and even the playing cards arranged themselves into a neat sleeping pile. The Mad Hatter dimmed the lights on the Christmas tree nearby, leaving just the warm glow of the firelight to illuminate their cozy gathering. "Will I remember this?" Alice asked softly, her words barely above a whisper. "You'll remember it like a beautiful dream," the White Rabbit assured her. "Sometimes clear and vivid, sometimes soft around the edges, but always warm and comforting. And whenever you need to feel this peaceful, whenever you need to remember that magic is real and kindness exists, you'll be able to return here in your heart." Alice felt herself being covered with the softest blanket she had ever experienced. It seemed to be woven from moonbeams and snowflakes, weightless but perfectly warm. The fire crackled gently, the music grew softer, and the artificial snow continued its slow, hypnotic dance from the starry ceiling above. As she drifted towards sleep, Alice became aware of all the gentle sounds around her, the soft breathing of her friends, the whisper of falling snow, the distant sound of church bells from the world above, and underneath it all, the quiet pulse of this magical place, like a great heart beating with love and peace. The white rabbit began to hum a lullaby, his voice joining the chorus of gentle sounds. The melody was Silent Night, but sung so softly and peacefully that it seemed less like a song and more like the sound of contentment itself made audible. Alice's last conscious thought was how perfect this moment felt, surrounded by friends warm and safe, in a place where Christmas magic was real and every day could end this peacefully. She felt herself smiling as sleep claimed her, her dreams already beginning to fill with images of snow and starlight, warm fires and gentle friends. The fire continued to burn softly, its light playing over the sleeping forms gathered around it. The Christmas trees kept their gentle watch, their lights twinkling like captured stars. The river flowed quietly, reflecting the endless sky above, and the snow continued its eternal, peaceful dance. In this magical realm beneath the winter earth, where time moved differently and kindness was the only rule, Alice slept the deepest, most restful sleep of her life, surrounded by the gentle magic of Christmas and the warm presence of true friendship. Her breathing was slow and peaceful, her face serene, and her dreams were filled with all the wonder and joy that Christmas could bring. And in the world above, the real snow continued to fall, covering Alice's footprints in the garden, as if her midnight journey to Wonderland's Christmas celebration had been nothing more than a beautiful dream, though perhaps dreams in the end are the most real magic of all. The White Rabbit adjusted his soft red waistcoat one final time before settling down beside the fire to keep watch over their sleeping guest. In his pocket, his Christmas watch ticked not with anxiety, but with the steady, peaceful rhythm of perfect time. Time enough for rest, time enough for dreams, time enough for the gentle magic of Christmas to work its quiet wonders on a weary world. And so Alice slept, peaceful and warm, in the heart of Christmas magic, where every breath was a blessing, and every dream a gift, until the gentle morning light would eventually, softly, kindly call her home. The Snow Queen's Christmas Eve, an episode of the Christmas Sleep Stories. In the vast expanse of the northern reaches, where the aurora borealis paints ribbons of green and gold across an endless winter sky, stands a palace made entirely of ice and starlight. This is the domain of the Snow Queen, that mysterious and beautiful sovereign of winter who has watched over the frozen world for countless seasons. Tonight, as Christmas Eve settles like a soft blanket over the earth, even her crystalline realm feels touched by something different, something warmer and more gentle than the usual bite of winter wind. The Snow Queen moves through her palace corridors with the fluid grace of falling snow. Her gown, woven from the very essence of winter itself, trails behind her like morning frost on window panes. Each step she takes across the polished ice floors creates tiny musical notes, as if the palace itself were a vast instrument responding to her presence. Her hair, white as fresh snow and long as winter nights, catches the pale light filtering through the ice walls, creating prisms of color that dance around her like faithful companions. Tonight feels different from all the other nights in her eternal winter. There is something in the air, a quality of stillness that speaks not of the harsh quiet of a blizzard, but of the gentle hush that falls over the world when something sacred is about to unfold. The Snow Queen pauses at one of her great windows, carved from a single sheet of perfectly clear ice, and gazes out over her domain. The landscape before her stretches endlessly, a masterpiece of white and silver under the star-filled sky. Snow-laden, evergreen trees stand like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with crystalline ornaments that nature herself has crafted. In the distance, the northern lights begin their nightly dance, casting ethereal colors across the snow, emerald green, sapphire blue, and the softest rose gold, all shimmering and flowing like celestial silk scarves in an invisible breeze. But tonight, scattered throughout this winter wonderland, the Snow Queen notices something extraordinary. Tiny points of warm golden light dot the landscape like fallen stars. They pulse gently, rhythmically, like the breathing of sleeping creatures. These are the Christmas lights of distant villages. She realizes, windows glowing with the warmth of hearth fires, churches with their stained glass illuminated from within, and homes where families gather on this most special of nights. The Snow Queen feels something stir within her crystalline heart. It is not the sharp cold she is accustomed to, but something gentler, softer. She has spent so many centuries as the guardian of winter's harsh beauty, ensuring that snow falls where it should, that ice forms in perfect patterns, that the cold maintains its necessary balance in the world. But she has never truly considered the other side of winter, the way it brings people together, the way it makes warm lights seem brighter, the way it creates the perfect backdrop for the miracle of Christmas. She turns from the window and continues her evening journey through the palace. In one of her favorite rooms, a circular chamber with walls that curve up into a dome overhead, she keeps her collection of snowflakes. Not just any snowflakes, but the most perfect ones, each unique, each a tiny masterpiece of natural architecture. They float suspended in the air by her magic, turning slowly like a galaxy of ice crystals, each one catching and reflecting light in its own particular way. As she enters this room tonight, the Snow Queen notices that her snowflakes seem to be arranging themselves differently. Instead of their usual random beautiful chaos, they are forming patterns, shapes that look almost like stars, like angels, like the delicate decorations that humans create for their Christmas celebrations. She approaches one cluster and breathes gently upon it, and the snowflakes respond by spinning faster, creating a miniature blizzard that somehow feels joyful rather than fierce. "How curious," she murmurs, her voice like wind chimes made of ice. "Even you feel the magic of this night." She extends her hand, and several snowflakes settle onto her palm, their intricate structures visible for a moment, before they meld with the frost that naturally clings to her skin. Each one, she realizes, carries within it a tiny spark of the joy that fills the world on Christmas Eve. They have absorbed it from their journey through the sky, from the wishes and prayers and happy laughter that rise up from the earth below. Leaving her snowflake chamber, the Snow Queen makes her way to another of her palace's wonders, the Hall of Winter Dreams. This vast space is where she tends to the dreams of all the creatures that sleep through winter. Bears in their dens, squirrels in their tree hollows, insects buried deep beneath the bark and earth, all of them send their dreams upward, and they gather here like a gentle snowfall of thoughts and hopes. Tonight, the dreams seem particularly vivid and warm. A hibernating bear dreams of spring meadows, but also of snow angels and hot cocoa shared around a fire. A sleeping field mouse dreams of summer grain stores, but her dream is decorated with tiny Christmas lights and the sound of distant carols. Even the deepest sleeping creatures seem touched by the magic of Christmas Eve, their dreams filled with an extra measure of peace and contentment. The Snow Queen walks among these floating dreams, her presence calming and protective. This is one of her most important duties, to guard the dreams of sleeping creatures, to ensure they rest peacefully through the long winter months. She touches each dream gently, adding her own blessing of deep, restful sleep and pleasant visions. Tonight, she finds herself also adding something else, a touch of Christmas wonder, a sprinkle of that special magic that makes this night different from all others. As she tends to the dreams, the Snow Queen begins to hum softly, a melody that seems to come from the very core of winter itself. It is ancient and wordless, a song that speaks of falling snow and crystalline formations, but tonight it carries new notes as well, notes that speak of warmth within cold, of light within darkness, of the way winter creates the perfect setting for human hearts to shine brighter. Her humming attracts the attention of her palace's other inhabitants, the snow sprites, tiny beings of ice and starlight who help her maintain the intricate workings of winter. They appear around her like a constellation of dancing lights, each one no bigger than a dewdrop but glowing with inner radiance. Usually, they are busy with their tasks, polishing icicles to perfect sharpness, ensuring that each snowflake maintains its unique pattern, adjusting the temperature of winter winds to precisely the right degree. But tonight, even they seem different. They dance more gracefully, their light seems warmer, and they echo the Snow Queen's humming with tiny, bell-like voices that create a harmony as delicate as spun sugar. Together, they move through the hall of winter dreams, their song weaving through the floating visions and adding to the atmosphere of perfect peace. "Do you feel it too?" the Snow Queen asks them softly, "this change in the very air itself?" The snow sprites sparkle brighter in response, clustering around her hands and shoulders like living jewelry. One of them, braver than the rest, alights on her hair and whispers in a voice like wind through icicles, "It is Christmas Eve, Your Majesty, the night when all the world remembers that winter's beauty serves a purpose greater than itself." The Snow Queen considers these words as she continues her gentle work among the dreams. She has always known that winter serves important purposes. It gives the earth time to rest. It makes spring's return more precious. It creates the conditions necessary for certain kinds of beauty and certain kinds of strength to develop. But she has never thought of winter as serving Christmas, as being part of something larger and more wonderful than seasonal necessity. She makes her way to another part of her palace, the Observatory of Winds. This is a high tower with windows facing all directions, where she monitors the winter winds that carry snow and cold around the world. The winds report to her here, telling her of the weather they have created, the landscapes they have transformed, the lives they have touched. Tonight, the winds bring her unusual reports. They speak of Christmas trees being selected from snowy forests, their branches full of perfect snow that makes them look like something from a fairy tale. They tell of children building snowmen in village squares, their laughter rising up through the cold air like bubbles of pure joy. They describe the way snow muffles harsh sounds and creates a hush that makes Christmas carols seem to float on the air like visible music. One wind, returning from a journey over a small mountain village, brings with it the scent of pine boughs and cinnamon, wood smoke and beeswax candles. As the Snow Queen breathes in these unfamiliar but pleasant aromas, she feels that stirring in her heart again, that warm sensation that seems so foreign to her nature, yet so perfectly right for this night. She climbs to the very top of her palace, to a balcony that offers a view in all directions. The crystalline railings are carved with patterns of frost and snowflakes, and they chime softly in the gentle wind that always surrounds her palace. From here she can see the extent of her winter domain, but also the lights of the human world beyond those golden points of warmth that seem to pulse with the rhythm of Christmas Eve itself. The Snow Queen raises her arms, and her power flows out from her like a gentle wave. But instead of bringing harsher cold or deeper snow, tonight her magic carries something different. She sends out the gift of perfect Christmas Eve, weather snow that falls in fat, soft flakes perfect for catching on tongues and building into snowmen, cold that is crisp and invigorating rather than bitter, winds that are just strong enough to make church bells ring clearly across frozen lakes and through bare-branched forests. As her magic spreads across the land, she can sense the response from below, children pressing their faces to windows to watch the beautiful snow falling, adults stepping outside to breathe the clean, cold air and feel refreshed and renewed, travelers finding that their journeys are easier rather than harder, as if winter itself is cooperating with their desire to reach home for Christmas. The Snow Queen smiles a rare expression for her, and one that sends tiny rainbows dancing through the ice formations around her. She is discovering the joy of using her power not just to maintain winter's necessary balance, but to contribute to something beautiful and meaningful. Her winter is not just an ending or a waiting time, but part of the magical setting that makes Christmas possible. She returns to her chambers, to a room she has never paid much attention to before, a small, round space with a domed ceiling that perfectly focuses sound. She has used it sometimes for meditation, enjoying the way even the smallest noise echoes and amplifies in the curved space. But tonight, she has a different purpose. The Snow Queen begins to sing not the wordless humming she has been doing, but actual words that seem to come from some deep place within her that she has never accessed before. Her voice, usually as clear and cold as winter air, carries new warmth tonight. She sings of winter's beauty, but also of winter's gift to the world. She sings of the way snow creates perfect silence for the whisper of Christmas magic. She sings of the way cold makes warmth more precious, the way darkness makes light more significant. Her song flows out from the palace, carried by the snow sprites and the winter winds. It's a melody of ice and starlight, of ancient quiet and newfound joy, and it travels on a current of magical intent she has never before wielded. This isn't just a song, it's a blessing, a gift she is weaving into the fabric of the world. It reaches the ears of sleeping children as a gentle lullaby that ensures the sweetest dreams, filling their minds with visions of perfect snowmen, gleaming icicles, and the soft glow of a fire. It touches the hearts of adults as a reminder of winter's deep beauty and purpose, a quiet reassurance that this cold, dark season is not an empty time, but a period of profound waiting and magical preparation. The song joins with the Christmas carols being sung in churches and homes, adding a harmony that no human ear can quite distinguish but every heart can feel. It's the silent undertone of winter's contribution, the sound of snow falling in perfect quiet, the subtle chime of ice on a frozen branch. It enriches every human song, making the familiar sound both new and more meaningful. For the first time, the Snow Queen feels a true connection to the world below, a shared pulse of celebration and hope that transcends the physical distance between her palace and the villages below. As she sings, the Snow Queen feels her palace around her responding, no longer just a cold monument to her power, but a living, breathing extension of her newfound spirit. The ice walls seem to glow with an inner light, not the cold blue-white of winter ice, but something warmer, the color of starlight, of aurora, of the best and most beautiful aspects of winter night. This light pulses in time with her melody, filling every chamber with a gentle, inviting warmth. Her snowflake collection, a vast gallery of every unique flake she has ever created, spins faster, caught in the current of her magic. They don't simply turn, they reconfigure, creating intricate patterns that look like Christmas trees, angels, and stars. Each one is a tiny, delicate work of art, a testament to the purpose her winter now serves. The dreams in her hall of winter dreams seem to settle deeper and more peacefully, touched by her song and the magic of the night. These dreams, the shared hopes of a world waiting for Christmas, have always been a part of her domain, but now they feel more vibrant, more sacred. They shimmer with brighter colors, and the emotions within them feel richer and more genuine. The frost on the windows of the hall begins to form new pictures, not just of winter scenes, but of families gathered together, of laughter and light. She is not just a guardian of winter, she is a partner in the great, beautiful magic of Christmas, and her palace is no longer just a home, but a conduit for joy and wonder. When her song finally comes to an end, the Snow Queen feels a profound sense of completion, as if she has discovered something about herself that she never knew existed. She has always been the guardian of winter's harsh beauty, the keeper of ice and snow and cold. But tonight she has learned that she is also part of Christmas, that her winter creates the perfect backdrop for this celebration of light and warmth and love. She makes her way to her private chambers, a space carved from a single enormous crystal that splits and reflects light in thousands of directions. The walls shimmer with an inner light, as if they hold trapped stars, and the floor is a polished sheet of ice, so clear it seems to hold a mirror of the sky. The very air within the chamber smells of fresh snow and starlight. Her bed is made of the softest snow, held in perfect formation by her magic, with covers woven from aurora light. This is her sanctuary, a place where she can release the immense power she constantly wields and simply be. Usually, she rests here in a state that is not quite sleep, a meditation-like trance that allows her to remain aware of her winter domain, even while her body and mind restore themselves. She can feel the slightest shift in the wind 1,000 miles away, the quiet settling of a new layer of snow on a mountaintop, the subtle creak of ice on a frozen lake. This constant vigilance has always been a core part of her identity, a duty she accepted without question. But tonight, as she settles into her crystalline bed, the Snow Queen feels something she has never experienced before, the desire for true sleep, for genuine rest, for dreams of her own instead of simply tending the dreams of others. It's a deep, weary longing that feels less like exhaustion and more like a profound need to be still, to surrender control. The weight of her ancient responsibilities seems to lift from her shoulders, replaced by a gentle, overwhelming peace. The snow sprites, who have attended her for eons, gather around her bed like a constellation of tiny night lights, their gentle humming creating the perfect lullaby. Their small forms glow with a soft blue light, and their collective song is a harmony of tinkling bells and wind chimes, a sound that has always soothed her, but now feels like a warm embrace. As her eyes begin to close, the Snow Queen sees through her crystal ceiling that the northern lights have arranged themselves into something special tonight. Instead of their usual flowing patterns, they form shapes that look almost like a vast Christmas tree stretching across the sky, with stars for ornaments and the moon as a glowing star at the top. The sight brings a new kind of magic to her soul, one that feels both ancient and new at the same time. The grand, celestial Christmas tree pulses with soft, ethereal light, and for a moment she feels an unbreakable connection to every human soul looking up at the same wonder, a shared moment of breathtaking beauty that spans the entire world. "How perfect," she whispers, and her voice carries no coldness now, only contentment and peace. The words are a soft exhale of her newfound understanding, a final surrender to this beautiful truth. Her consciousness begins to drift, not as a dispersal of her power into the world, but as a gentle sinking into herself. The Snow Queen's dreams, when they finally come, are filled with wonder. She dreams of Christmases she has never seen but somehow understands, families gathered around warm fires, while her snow falls gently outside their windows, creating a soft, sound-muffling blanket that makes the indoors feel even cozier. She sees children building snow angels, while she ensures the snow is perfect for their playlight and fluffy, just right for imprints. She sees travelers reaching home safely, because her winds guide them true and her cold is crisp rather than cutting, providing a bracing freshness that clears their minds and sharpens their senses. In her dreams, she sees herself not as separate from the Christmas celebration, but as an essential part of it. Her winter provides the canvas on which the warm colors of Christmas are painted. The dark backdrop of a winter night makes the twinkling lights of a town square shine with an almost blinding brilliance. Her snow creates the silence in which Christmas music sounds most beautiful, a hushed world where every note of a carol or a bell's chime resonates with perfect clarity. Her cold makes the warmth of human love and generosity shine brighter by contrast, a poignant reminder of the power of kindness in a world that can be harsh. She watches, a silent, benevolent observer, as her snow makes the world a little more magical, a little more hushed, a little more ready to be filled with the joyous chaos of a holiday. As the Snow Queen sleeps peacefully in her crystal palace, her magic continues to flow gently across the world. But now it carries not just the power of winter, but the spirit of Christmas Eve as well. Snow falls more softly, each flake a whisper of a blessing. Wind blows more kindly, carrying the scent of pine and gingerbread, not just the sharp tang of ice. And cold touches the world with a blessing rather than a curse, providing a bracing chill that invites people to seek warmth and comfort together. It's as if the very elements have absorbed her newfound peace and are sharing it with everyone. The snow sprites take over her usual duties with extra care, polishing each icicle until it gleams like a Christmas ornament, ensuring that each snowflake is a perfect six-pointed star, adjusting the winter winds so they carry the sound of distant church bells and the laughter of children at play. They work with a new sense of purpose, their tiny hands shaping the winter world with an artistic intent they never had before. They are no longer simply maintaining winter, they are crafting a masterpiece for a celebration they now understand is their own. Throughout the night, as Christmas Eve deepens into Christmas morning, the Snow Queen's palace glows with a gentle light. The aurora overhead seems to pulse in rhythm with her peaceful breathing, a soft green and violet light that bathes her chamber in a holy glow. The crystalline walls ring softly with music that sounds like a combination of wind chimes and distant carols, a symphony of winter and warmth. This music is her subconscious power, a testament to the harmony she has found within herself. And in villages and towns throughout her winter domain, people wake on Christmas morning to find that overnight, winter has transformed itself into something even more beautiful than usual. The snow is deeper but softer, perfect for snowmen and snow angels. The ice on ponds and rivers is clearer, better for skating and reflection, so lucid that you can see the dark shapes of fish beneath the surface. The cold air is crisp and clean, making every breath feel like a gift, a fresh start. It is a world remade, a perfect canvas for the day to come. As dawn breaks on Christmas Day, the Snow Queen wakes naturally from the most restful sleep she has ever experienced. She stretches languidly in her bed of snow and aurora light, feeling refreshed and renewed in a way she has never known before. The weariness of eons is gone, replaced by a vibrant energy that hums through her body. The snow sprites dance around her, their light brighter than ever, and she can feel in the very air of her palace that something fundamental has changed. The atmosphere is lighter, filled with a subtle joy that mirrors her own. She rises and moves to her great window, looking out over her winter domain. The landscape is the same, endless snow and ice, evergreen trees heavy with white, the northern lights beginning to fade as daylight grows stronger. But everything looks different to her now, because she sees it not just as winter, but as Christmas winter. Not just as cold and snow, but as the perfect setting for warmth and celebration to shine brighter. The sharp edges of her world have been softened by this new perspective, and the endless white landscape now seems to hold infinite potential for magic and joy. The Snow Queen places her hand against the ice window, and where she touches, frost forms in the shape of a perfect Christmas tree, complete with tiny frost ornaments and a star at the top. It is an unconscious act, a physical manifestation of her new understanding. She smiles again, and this time the smile stays on her face as she begins to plan how she will spend this Christmas day. There are dreams to tend, snowflakes to craft, winds to guide all her usual duties. But now she will perform them not just as the guardian of winter, but as Christmas's partner, winter's gift to the celebration of light and love and joy. As the Snow Queen begins her Christmas day, her palace rings with new music, the sound of ice and snow and wind, but touched now with something warmer, something more vibrant. It is the sound of winter that knows its purpose, cold that serves love, snow that creates the perfect backdrop for Christmas magic. It is a melody of her own making, a symphony of newfound peace and profound understanding. And in that crystalline palace at the top of the world, surrounded by the most beautiful winter landscape ever created, the Snow Queen finds perfect peace in her new understanding of herself, not just as winter's sovereign, but as Christmas's gentle, faithful friend. The aurora fades completely as true daylight arrives, but the magic remains. Christmas magic, winter magic, and the Snow Queen's own ancient power all blended together into something new and beautiful and perfectly peaceful. And in that peace, she knows that every winter from now on will carry within it not just the promise of spring, but the gift of Christmas wonder as well. The snow continues to fall outside her palace windows, each flake a tiny blessing, each crystal a small miracle. And the Snow Queen, warmed by the discovery of her place in the great celebration of Christmas, tends to her winter realm with a heart full of quiet joy and perfect peace. She is no longer just a powerful ruler of a cold domain. She is a gentle and loving force, a giver of gifts, a quiet partner in the world's greatest celebration of warmth. And in that moment, she realizes that this new, beautiful self is the truest part of her she has ever known. Snow White and the Christmas Forest's Gift, a Christmas sleep story. The first light of Christmas morning filtered through frost-kissed windows like liquid silver, casting gentle patterns across the wooden floor of Snow White's cottage. She stirred slowly in her bed, wrapped in quilts that her 7 dear friends had sewn for her over many quiet evenings by the fire. The air held that special stillness that comes only on Christmas Day, a hush so complete it seemed the whole world was holding its breath in reverent wonder. Snow White opened her eyes to find delicate ice crystals had formed on the inside of her bedroom window overnight, creating intricate lacework that sparkled like diamonds in the early dawn. She smiled softly, pulling the warm quilts closer around her shoulders as she watched the crystals catch and scatter the pale morning light. Outside, snow was falling in the gentlest way possible, each flake drifting down like a whispered blessing, adding to the pristine blanket that had transformed her forest clearing into a winter wonderland. Rising slowly from her bed, Snow White padded barefoot across the cool wooden planks to her window. She pressed her palm gently against the glass, feeling the pleasant shock of cold against her warm skin. Through the frost-etched panes, She could see her garden sleeping peacefully beneath its white coverlet, the bare branches of her apple trees adorned with caps of snow that made them look like they were wearing tiny winter bonnets. The cottage was perfectly quiet, more silent than she had ever known it. Her 7 friends had departed 3 days ago to visit their cousin dwellers in the mountains beyond the great pine forest, leaving Snow White to tend the cottage alone during the Christmas season. Though she missed their cheerful voices and the comfortable bustle of their shared meals, there was something deeply peaceful about having this sacred morning all to herself. She wrapped her warmest shawl around her shoulders, a deep forest green one that Blick had knitted for her, with intricate cable patterns that reminded her of intertwining vines, and made her way to the main room of the cottage. The embers in the great stone fireplace still glowed softly from the night before, casting a warm amber glow across the comfortable space. Snow White knelt before the hearth and carefully added small pieces of kindling, watching as the flames slowly awakened and began to dance higher, filling the room with gentle warmth and the comforting scent of burning applewood. As the fire grew stronger, Snow White put the kettle on for tea and began to prepare a simple breakfast. She moved with unhurried grace through her morning routine, savoring each small task. The rhythm of slicing bread, the gentle sizzle of butter in the pan, the soft whistle of the kettle beginning to heat, all of these familiar sounds felt especially precious on this quiet Christmas morning. While her breakfast cooked, Snow White noticed something unusual. Usually by this time of day, even in winter, she would hear the soft chittering of squirrels, the distant call of winter birds, or the gentle rustle of some small creature moving through the underbrush near her cottage. But this morning the forest was completely silent, as if every living thing was still fast asleep, wrapped in the peaceful spell of Christmas. She poured herself a cup of chamomile tea, breathing in the sweet, apple-like fragrance that always reminded her of summer meadows. Carrying her warm mug to the window, she gazed out at the transformed landscape. The snow continued to fall in lazy, spiraling patterns, each flake unique and perfect. The familiar path that led from her cottage door to the forest proper had disappeared completely under the pristine white blanket, creating a smooth, unbroken expanse that stretched to the line of evergreen trees. Something about the scene outside filled Snow White with a deep sense of anticipation, though she couldn't quite name what she was expecting. It was as if the forest itself was preparing for something wonderful, some gift or surprise that Christmas morning would bring. She sipped her tea slowly, letting the warm liquid soothe her throat while she watched and waited, feeling perfectly content to be still and observant. After finishing her simple breakfast of toast with honey and apple preserves, Snow White decided to venture outside. She dressed warmly in her thickest woolen dress, the deep burgundy one with tiny pearl buttons that Flick had found for her in the village market. Over this she pulled her heaviest cloak, lined with soft rabbit fur that Glick had cured and prepared with such care that it felt like wearing a cloud. Her sturdy leather boots, waterproofed with beeswax by Snick's skilled hands, completed her preparations for a walk in the winter wonderland. The moment she opened her cottage door, Snow White was greeted by air so crisp and clean it seemed to sparkle in her lungs. The cold was sharp but not harsh, carrying with it the fresh scent of snow and pine needles. She stepped out onto her small covered porch, noting how the snow had piled in soft drifts against the cottage walls and covered the wooden railings in smooth, rounded mounds. Her breath formed small puffs of vapor that dissipated quickly in the still air. The silence was even more profound outside than it had been within the cottage, a complete and perfect quiet that made her feel as if she were the only person awake in the entire world. It was not a lonely feeling, but rather one of special privilege, as if she had been chosen to witness this particular moment of Christmas morning peace. Snow White made her way carefully down the snow-covered steps, her boots crunching softly with each step. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the pristine silence, but it was a pleasant, musical crunch that reminded her of walking on fresh autumn leaves. She paused at the bottom of the steps, looking back at her cottage with its warm golden windows and the thin curl of smoke rising straight up from the chimney into the perfectly still air. The building looked like something from a fairy tale, she thought with a smile which, she supposed, it rather was. The snow had transformed its familiar lines into something magical, rounding the sharp corners of the roof and softening the edges of the walls until the whole structure seemed to have grown naturally from the winter landscape itself. Turning toward the forest, Snow White began to walk slowly along what she remembered as the main path, though it was now completely hidden beneath the snow. She navigated by memory and instinct, following the natural contours of the land and the spacing between the trees. Each step took her deeper into a world transformed, where familiar landmarks had become mysterious snow-covered shapes, and the ordinary had been made extraordinary by winter's gentle touch. The evergreen trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with snow that had accumulated in perfect horizontal layers. Occasionally, a small amount would slide off a branch with a soft whisper, creating the only sound in the enchanted stillness. The bare deciduous trees were equally beautiful, their dark branches creating delicate tracework against the pale grey sky, each twig outlined in white as if an artist had carefully painted them with the finest brush. As she walked deeper into the forest, Snow White began to notice something remarkable. Though she had seen no signs of the woodland creatures that usually inhabited this area, she was becoming aware of a subtle sense of presence all around her. It was as if the forest itself was alive and aware, watching her passage with benevolent attention. She felt completely safe and welcomed, as if she were being gently guided along her path by an invisible host of forest spirits. The falling snow began to thin, and gradually the grey clouds overhead started to brighten and separate, revealing patches of the palest blue winter sky. Where the sun managed to break through, it illuminated the snow-covered landscape with a soft, ethereal light that made everything sparkle and gleam. Snow White paused frequently to admire particularly beautiful arrangements of snow-laden branches, or the way the light caught in the ice crystals that had formed on spider webs stretched between the trees. After walking for what felt like a peaceful eternity, Snow White found herself approaching a part of the forest she didn't immediately recognize. This surprised her, as she thought she knew every path and clearing within walking distance of her cottage. But here was a grove of ancient oak trees, their massive trunks rising like cathedral pillars, their bare branches interlacing overhead to form a natural vaulted ceiling high above. The grove was perfectly circular, and in its center grew the most magnificent Christmas tree Snow White had ever seen. It was an enormous pine, easily 3 times taller than herself, with branches that swept gracefully down to touch the snow-covered ground. But what made this tree truly extraordinary was that it appeared to be naturally decorated for Christmas. Clusters of bright red winter berries hung from its branches like ornaments, and wreaths of mistletoe were draped naturally among the pine boughs. Icicles of various lengths hung from the branches like nature's own glass decorations, catching and refracting the filtered sunlight into tiny rainbows. The tree seemed to glow with an inner light, as if it were lit from within by some gentle magic. Snow White approached the tree slowly, filled with wonder and a deep sense of reverence. As she drew closer, she realized that the grove was not as empty as she had first thought. Nestled among the roots of the great oaks, she could see small mounds of snow that moved slightly with the rhythm of breathing. The woodland creatures, squirrels, rabbits, field mice, even a family of deer were all here, sleeping peacefully in the snow as if it were the most comfortable bedding imaginable. She understood then why the forest had been so silent. All of its inhabitants had gathered in this magical grove to rest together on Christmas morning, drawn by the same mysterious pull that had guided her steps here. It was as if the great tree was a beacon of peace and safety, calling all the forest dwellers to come and rest in its protective embrace. Moving as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the sleeping animals, Snow White found a comfortable spot at the base of one of the large oaks. The snow here was deep and soft, and she was surprised to discover that it wasn't cold at all, but rather warm and welcoming, like settling into a feather bed. She leaned back against the tree trunk, which radiated a gentle warmth despite the winter weather. From her position, she had a perfect view of the magnificent Christmas tree and all the peaceful creatures sleeping around its base. The sight filled her heart with such contentment and joy that she felt tears of happiness gathering in her eyes. This was what Christmas was meant to be, she realized, not just a day of celebration and gift-giving, but a time of perfect peace, when all of creation could rest together in harmony. As she sat in comfortable contemplation, Snow White began to notice that the tree was not merely decorated with natural ornaments, but was actually bearing gifts. Hanging from its lower branches, within easy reach, were small packages wrapped in what appeared to be large green leaves and tied with natural grass ribbons. Each package seemed to glow with the same soft inner light as the tree itself. Curious but respectful, Snow White rose carefully and approached the nearest gift. A small tag made from birch bark was attached to it, and written in an elegant script that seemed to have been inscribed by frost itself was her own name. Snow White. She looked around the tree and saw that there were many more packages, each bearing the name of one of the sleeping woodland creatures. With reverent hands, she untied the grass ribbon and carefully unwrapped the leaf covering. Inside was the most beautiful object she had ever seen, a small crystal ornament in the shape of an apple, but unlike any apple from the earthly realm. This fruit was made of what appeared to be living light, shifting and swirling with colors that had no names, not quite silver, not quite gold, but somehow both and neither at the same time. As Snow White held the crystal apple up to catch the filtered sunlight, she realized that it was showing her images, memories, and scenes that filled her with warmth and happiness. She saw herself laughing with the 7 dwarfs around their dinner table, teaching young forest animals to gather berries, singing while she worked in her garden, reading by the fireplace on quiet winter evenings. All the moments of simple joy and contentment from her life played out in the swirling depths of the crystal fruit. But then the images began to show her things she had never seen before, scenes of the future, perhaps, or possibilities that existed in some realm of pure potential. She saw herself in a beautiful gown, dancing at a grand celebration. She saw the cottage expanded into a larger home, filled with the laughter of children. She saw gardens blooming in perpetual spring, and the 7 dwarfs grown old but happy, surrounded by generations of forest dwellers who had come to learn wisdom from them. Most beautiful of all, she saw herself as she was now, but somehow more radiant, more joyful, more at peace. It was as if the crystal was showing her not what she might become, but what she already was in her truest, deepest self. The realization filled her with a profound sense of completion and gratitude. Carefully cradling the precious gift against her heart, Snow White settled back against her oak tree. The crystal apple pulsed gently with warm light, and she found its rhythm perfectly matched her own heartbeat. Around her, the sleeping animals stirred slightly in their dreams, as if they too were receiving wonderful gifts in the realm of sleep. The magical Christmas tree continued to glow softly, its natural ornaments sparkling in the gentle winter light. Snow White realized that she could stay here forever, content and at peace in this perfect moment. Time seemed to have no meaning in this grove. It could have been minutes or hours or even days since she had arrived, and it wouldn't have mattered. The only thing that existed was this eternal now, this perfect present moment filled with wonder and gratitude. As she sat holding her crystal gift, Snow White became aware that the other packages on the tree were beginning to unwrap themselves. The leaf coverings opened like flower petals, revealing gifts perfectly suited to each sleeping recipient. A family of squirrels received tiny acorns made of amber that glowed like captured sunlight. The deer were given delicate crowns woven from silver branches that seemed to be made of crystallized moonbeams. Field mice discovered miniature houses carved from single pearls, each one a perfect replica of a cozy burrow. Every gift was both beautiful and deeply personal, created with intimate knowledge of what would bring the most joy to its intended recipient. Snow White watched in wonder as the gifts floated gently down from the tree branches to settle beside their sleeping owners, who smiled peacefully in their dreams as if they somehow knew what wonderful surprises awaited them upon waking. The falling snow had stopped completely now, and the clouds were continuing to part, allowing more sunlight to filter down into the grove. The lights seemed different, somehow softer and more golden than ordinary winter sunshine, with a quality that made everything it touched appear to glow from within. Snow White felt the warmth of this magical light on her face, and it filled her with such deep contentment that she found her eyelids growing heavy. She didn't fight the drowsiness, but instead allowed herself to settle more comfortably against the oak tree, still cradling her crystal apple. The bark of the tree was warm against her back, and she could feel a gentle pulse within it, as if the ancient oak had a great, slow heartbeat that was synchronizing with her own. The rhythm was deeply soothing, like a lullaby without words. As Snow White's eyes drifted closed, she was dimly aware that other figures were entering the grove, not woodland animals, but people. She glimpsed them through her drowsing eyelids. Her 7 dear friends, returned early from their mountain journey, their faces glowing with joy and wonder as they discovered the magical Christmas gathering. They moved quietly among the sleeping creatures, their own gifts appearing on the great tree's branches as they approached. She saw Blick receiving a book that seemed to contain all the wisdom of the forest, its pages turning by themselves to reveal knowledge written in living light. Flick was given a small harp that played melodies of pure joy, each note visible as a dancing spark of golden fire. Blick received a pillow made of clouds that would ensure his dreams were always peaceful and restorative. Wick was gifted with a flower that would cure all his seasonal discomforts, its petals releasing a gentle, healing fragrance. Glick received a mirror that showed not his reflection, but his true courage and kindness, radiating confidence and warmth. Snick's gift was a small pot that would never empty, always containing exactly the perfect soup for any occasion. And Quee received a pair of shoes that would never let him stumble, but would always lead him exactly where he needed to go. Even as she sank deeper into peaceful slumber, Snow White was filled with happiness knowing that her friends had found their way to this magical place, that they too would experience the wonder and joy of this perfect Christmas morning. The crystal apple in her arms pulsed gently with warm light, its glow synchronizing with the rhythm of her breathing as she settled into the most restful sleep she had ever known. In her dreams, Snow White found herself dancing in a ballroom made of snowflakes, each one a tiny mirror reflecting infinite possibilities. She waltzed with the winter wind, laughed with the aurora borealis, and sang duets with the stars themselves. All around her, the woodland creatures joined in the celestial celebration, no longer small and earthbound, but transformed into beings of light and music, who danced on moonbeams and slid down rainbow bridges. The 7 dwarfs were there too, young and old, simultaneously, their beards flowing like rivers of starlight as they played instruments made of crystallized laughter. The music they created was not heard but felt, resonating through every fiber of Snow White's being until she became the music itself, a living song of joy and peace and perfect contentment. Through it all, the great Christmas tree stood at the center of everything, its branches now extending infinitely upward and outward, connecting earth to sky, dream to reality. past to future. Its roots reached down through layers of time and memory, while its crown touched the very heart of creation, and nestled safe within its protective embrace, all of creation rested in perfect harmony. When Snow White finally stirred from her magical slumber, the grove was bathed in the warm, golden light of late afternoon. She had slept through most of Christmas Day, but she felt more rested and refreshed than if she had slept for a week in her own bed. The crystal apple was still warm in her hands, its inner light now steady and calm, like a candle flame that would never go out. Around her, the woodland creatures were beginning to wake as well, each one discovering their Christmas gift with soft sounds of wonder and delight. The squirrels chattered musically as they examined their glowing amber acorns, while the deer stepped gracefully through the snow, their crystal antler crowns catching and reflecting the golden light in magnificent displays. Her 7 friends were seated nearby, each cradling their own magical gifts and wearing expressions of such deep contentment that Snow White felt her heart overflow with love for them. They had clearly experienced their own magical dreams and revelations during their Christmas afternoon rest in the enchanted grove. "Did you see?" whispered Flick, his voice filled with awe. "Did you see the dancing? The music," added Blick softly. "I heard music that had colors, and saw colors that had voices." Each of them had experienced the same transcendent dream, the same magical dance of light and music and infinite possibility. They had all been transformed by their rest in the Christmas grove, touched by whatever benevolent magic resided in this place. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in gentle shades of rose and lavender, the woodland creatures gradually dispersed, each carrying their Christmas gift carefully as they returned to their various homes throughout the forest. They moved with a new grace and purpose, as if the magical sleep had renewed not just their bodies, but their very spirits. The 7 dwarfs rose to return to the cottage, but Snow White lingered for a few more moments beside the great Christmas tree. In the fading light, it still glowed softly, though its magical ornaments had disappeared, leaving only the natural beauty of its pine boughs and the gentle scent of evergreen on the evening air. Snow White pressed her hand against its bark in a gesture of gratitude and farewell. The tree felt warm and alive beneath her palm, and for just a moment she thought she heard it whisper her name in a voice like wind through branches, like water over stones, like the distant singing of stars. As she walked home through the snow-covered forest, surrounded by her dear friends and cradling her crystal apple, Snow White felt as if she were carrying Christmas itself in her heart. The magical grove had given her more than a gift. It had shown her that every day held the potential for wonder, that magic existed not in grand gestures but in moments of perfect peace and gratitude. The cottage came into view, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering dusk, smoke rising welcomingly from the chimney. It looked exactly the same as it had that morning, yet somehow Snow White saw it differently now, not just as a house, but as a sanctuary of love and friendship, a place where simple joys flourished and grew. Inside, they prepared a simple Christmas dinner together, sharing stories of their respective journeys and marveling at the gifts they had received. But the greatest gift of all, Snow White realized, was this moment itself, the warmth of the fire, the laughter of friends, the sense of being exactly where she belonged. As Christmas night settled gently over the forest, Snow White placed her crystal apple on the window sill where it could catch the light of the moon and stars. Its soft glow filled the room with a sense of peace and protection, a reminder that some gifts are not meant to be kept but to be shared, illuminating the lives of all who come near. Outside, snow began to fall again, each flake a tiny blessing drifting down from the starlit sky. And in her comfortable bed, surrounded by the quiet sounds of her sleeping friends and the gentle whisper of winter wind, Snow White drifted off into the most peaceful sleep, her heart full of gratitude for the perfect gift of this Christmas day, the reminder that she was loved, she was safe, and she was home. A rainy Halloween sleep story, The Little Mermaid Halloween. The rain began just as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, sending gentle ripples across the surface of the sea far above. Down in the deepest trenches where the little mermaid had made her home, she could feel the subtle change in the water's rhythm, a soft, persistent percussion that spoke of droplets meeting waves in an endless, soothing dance. This was a symphony she knew well, one she had come to cherish in her solitary life. Her name was Nerida, a melodic name that few remembered now. In the decades since she had chosen the profound stillness of the deep over the clamor of the world above, she had become something of a legend herself, the mermaid who dwelt in places where even other sea folk rarely ventured. Her tail, once the brilliant green of shallow lagoons, had taken on the deep indigo of midnight waters, shot through with silver threads that caught and amplified what little light filtered down from the distant surface. She was a creature of the dark, and she had found her peace within it. The abyss was her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to dissolve, and the weight of the world above could not reach her. She had woven her life into the fabric of the deep, her days spent tending to the delicate ecosystems that thrived in the absence of sunlight, her nights filled with the quiet songs of the ocean. Tonight, however, felt different from other nights. The water itself seemed to hum with a gentle anticipation, as if the entire ocean were holding its breath. A new kind of energy flowed through the deep currents, a delicate vibration that spoke of something extraordinary. Nerida glided through her underwater garden, a grove of ancient kelp trees she had tended for a lifetime. Their massive fronds swayed in the deep currents like the arms of sleeping giants, a familiar and comforting sight. Each frond was a testament to her care, their surfaces smooth and vibrant despite the crushing pressure of the depths. She had learned their rhythms, their needs, and in return, they offered her companionship in a world where solitude was both a choice and a necessity. As she moved between the towering plants, small bioluminescent creatures began to emerge from their hiding places. Jellyfish no larger than her palm, pulsing with a soft blue light, and tiny fish that sparkled like scattered stars. They followed her as she swam, creating a living constellation of gentle illumination that danced around her form. She was a queen of these silent, sparkling subjects, and their presence brought her a quiet joy. She extended a hand, and a tiny jellyfish settled there, its light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. It was a reminder that life persisted even in the deepest places, a delicate balance of beauty and resilience. The rain above grew steadier, and with it came something she had rarely seen. Leaves autumn, leaves of gold, crimson, and burnt orange began to drift down through the water column. They spiraled and fluttered like slow, graceful dancers, their colors vibrant against the deep blue backdrop. This phenomenon happened only a few times in her long life beneath the waves, when the autumn storms were particularly strong, stripping the coastal forests bare and sending their treasures spiraling into the sea. Each leaf was a fleeting visitor from a world she had left behind, a reminder of seasons that turned far above her eternal night. She caught one of the leaves as it fluttered past, a perfect maple leaf, the color of sunset. As she held it up to examine its delicate veins, she noticed something that made her pause. The leaf was glowing with the same soft light as her bioluminescent companions, as if it had absorbed some of the magic from its long journey through the depths. She turned it over in her hands, marveling at its texture, the way it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was not just a leaf, but a relic of some ancient enchantment, carried by the storm to her hidden world. Curious now, Nerida began to follow the trail of falling leaves upward, swimming with the unhurried grace of one who had all the time in the world. The leaves seemed to be gathering in a particular direction, drawn by some invisible current toward the ancient coral formations that marked the edge of her territory. These formations were older than she was, their skeletal structures a testament to millennia of patient growth. She had always found them beautiful, their intricate patterns a kind of silent poetry written in calcium and time. As she swam, she began to notice other changes in her underwater realm. The coral polyps, usually closed tight at this hour, were opening their tiny mouths to catch the falling leaves. As they did, they too began to glow with that same warm golden light. Sea anemones stretched their tentacles toward the drifting foliage, their tips alight with a gentle shimmer. Schools of deep-sea fish emerged from the coral caves to dance among the floating autumn treasures, their movements creating swirling patterns of light and color. The ocean was coming alive in a way she had never seen, as if the leaves were a catalyst for some hidden magic that had lain dormant until this moment. The further she swam, the more magical the scene became. An old shipwreck that she had explored countless times was now draped with garlands of glowing leaves, as if some unseen hand had decorated it for a celebration. The broken masts and rotting wood were transformed into something beautiful, an underwater palace adorned for a festival. The ship, once a relic of tragedy, now seemed to hum with life, its surfaces alive with the interplay of light and shadow. Nerida paused to run her fingers along a beam encrusted with barnacles, now softened by the glow of the leaves that clung to it. Nerida approached the wreck slowly, marveling at the transformation. As she swam through what had once been the ship's great cabin, She discovered that the leaves had arranged themselves into intricate patterns, spirals and stars and symbols she didn't recognize, but that filled her with a sense of peace and belonging. The patterns seemed almost deliberate, as if the ocean itself were speaking to her, weaving a story in light. In her old life, Nerida had heard stories of Halloween, whispered tales of a night when ghosts walked among the living, and strange wonders unfolded under the moon's watchful gaze. Back then, when she still swam in the sunlit shallows and listened to the songs of coastal merfolk, she had imagined such magic as a surface world phenomenon bound to starry skies and crackling bonfires. She had never dreamed it could penetrate the crushing weight of the deep ocean, transforming her quiet underwater realm into a vision from a dream woven of starlight and shadow. Yet here it was, a cascade of enchantment that reached even the deepest trenches, where light was a stranger and time moved to the rhythm of eternal tides. As if summoned by her thoughts, new visitors began to appear among the coral gardens that marked the boundaries of her domain. Translucent figures drifted through the water, the spirits of sailors long lost to the sea. But they came not as frightening phantoms, their faces twisted with sorrow or rage, but as gentle presences filled with curiosity about this transformed underwater realm. Their forms shimmered with the same golden light as the falling autumn leaves, a beautiful and poignant harmony that seemed to bind the living and the dead in a shared celebration. Their eyes, glowing softly like the bioluminescent creatures that trailed Nerida, held stories of storms weathered and horizons chased, now softened by the peace of this moment. One spirit, an elderly woman in flowing robes that moved like seaweed in the current, approached Nerida with a kind smile. Her presence was as comforting as the sway of kelp in a gentle tide, her form radiant with the wisdom of ages. She carried a basket woven from what appeared to be moonbeams and sea foam, its delicate strands glowing with an ethereal light that pulsed faintly like the heartbeat of the ocean itself. Within the basket lay objects that shimmered with their own inner fire, treasures of the spirit world brought to the depths. "A gift," the spirit said, her voice like the whisper of waves on distant shores, soft yet resonant, carrying the weight of countless tides. She reached into her basket and drew out a crown made of twisted driftwood, its gnarled branches adorned with small shells that rang like tiny bells when they moved, their chime a delicate counterpoint to the ocean's deep hum. "For the guardian of the deep gardens," she added, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Nerida accepted the crown with wonder, her fingers tracing the smooth, worn edges of the driftwood and the cool, pearlescent shells. As she placed it gently on her head, she felt a sudden connection to something vast and ancient, a collective wisdom of all who had ever loved the sea, all who had found peace in its depths. The crown was more than an ornament, it was a conduit, linking her to the souls who had sailed, fished and drowned in these waters, their lives now woven into the fabric of her own. She was not alone in her underwater realm. She was part of an eternal community of spirits who had chosen the sea as their home, their stories now hers to carry. More spirits appeared, each bringing gifts that sparkled with the magic of this night. A young sailor, his translucent form clad in a tattered jacket, offered her a compass that gleamed with a strange silver light. Unlike any compass she had seen, it pointed not north but toward whatever the holder most needed to find, be it a lost memory, a hidden truth, or a forgotten dream. A fisherman's daughter, her hair adorned with ghostly pearls, presented Nerida with a net woven from silver light, its delicate strands strong enough to catch dreams and wishes that drifted through the currents. An old captain, his face weathered by a lifetime at sea, gave her a map drawn on what looked like pressed kelp, its surface etched with secret currents and hidden grottos throughout the seven seas, places even Nerida had never explored. As the gifts accumulated around her, piling like treasures in the coral-encrusted ruins of the shipwreck, Nerida realized that this was more than just Halloween magic. This was a celebration of her choice, her decades of patient guardianship over this deep-sea realm. The spirits were honoring her for creating a sanctuary in the depths, a place where lost things could find new purpose and beauty could flourish in the darkness. Each gift was a testament to her stewardship, a recognition of the life she had built among the kelp forests and coral spires, where every creature and plant was tended with care. The rain continued to fall above, its rhythm a distant drumbeat that sent new wonders spiraling into the depths. Carved pumpkins began to sink through the water column, their faces glowing with a gentle inner fire that was not extinguished by the sea's embrace. They settled among the coral like lanterns, casting warm orange light that mixed with the blue bioluminescence of the deep-sea creatures, creating a tapestry of color that seemed to breathe with life. Some pumpkins bore smiling faces, others mischievous grins, their expressions frozen in mid-laughter as they illuminated the ocean floor. Children's costumes drifted down as well, a pirate hat adorned with a ghostly feather, a fairy wand trailing sparkles of light, a wizard's cloak rippling with arcane energy. Each one sparkled with residual magic from the night above, as if the joy and imagination of children had been woven into their fabric. The sea creatures investigated these strange new additions with curious delight. An octopus, its skin a canvas of shifting colors, wrapped its tentacles around the wizard's cloak, its body taking on the deep purple hue of the fabric as it twirled through the water. A school of anglerfish, their lures glowing like tiny stars, began to circle the fairy wand, their movements creating spirals of light that danced in the currents. Nerida watched this unfolding festival with a heart full of wonder, her indigo tail shimmering as she glided among the glowing pumpkins and spirited gifts. The shipwreck, once a silent relic, now felt like a grand hall, its broken beams and rusted cannons adorned with garlands of leaves and the soft glow of enchanted objects. The spirits moved among the coral, their laughter like the chime of distant bells, mingling with the songs of the deep-sea creatures. A pair of ghostly dolphins, their forms translucent but vibrant, spun through the water, trailing ribbons of light that wove patterns around the kelp trees. As the night deepened, Nerida felt the magic of Halloween settle into her very being. The boundary between worlds was indeed thin, and here, in her underwater kingdom, the spirits of the sea and the wonders of the surface had found a meeting place. She swam to the center of the shipwreck, where the glowing leaves had formed a radiant spiral, and raised her arms. The bioluminescent creatures, the spirits, and the enchanted objects responded, swirling around her in a dance that felt like a celebration of life itself, life in all its forms. From the fleeting joy of a child's costume to the eternal patience of the coral, this was her Halloween, a night when the deep sea became a canvas for magic painted with light and memory. Nerida, the guardian of the deep gardens, felt a profound gratitude for her place in this moment, surrounded by the gifts of spirits and the wonders of a world that, for one night, belonged to both the living and the departed. Nerida laughed, a sound like bubbles rising toward the surface as she watched a small crab attempt to wear the pirate hat, its tiny claws fumbling with the oversized brim in a comical dance of determination. The sight filled her with a joy she hadn't felt in years, a sense of playfulness and wonder that reminded her why she had first fallen in love with the mysteries of the deep. In her youth, she had been captivated by the ocean's secrets, its hidden caves, its whispering currents, its creatures that glowed like living stars. That same spark of curiosity and delight now flared anew, kindled by the magic of this Halloween night, which had transformed her solitary realm into a vibrant festival of light and life. As the night wore on, the Halloween celebration in the depths grew more elaborate, weaving a tapestry of enchantment that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the sea itself. The glowing autumn leaves, radiant with their golden and crimson hues, had formed luminous pathways through the coral gardens, their delicate trails winding like ribbons through the spires and arches of her underwater realm. These paths guided visitors, both living sea creatures and spectral figures, on a gentle tour of Nerida's domain, inviting them to explore the kelp forests, the ancient coral formations, and the shipwreck now adorned like a grand palace. Ghost ships materialized out of the darkness, their hulls shimmering with an ethereal glow, their crews of friendly spirits exploring the transformed seascape with childlike wonder. Their translucent forms darted among the coral, marveling at the glowing leaves and pumpkins, their laughter mingling with the soft clicks and hums of the deep-sea creatures. One particular spirit caught Nerida's attention, a young woman about her own age, wearing a dress that flowed like liquid silver, its fabric catching the bioluminescent light in a cascade of shimmering reflections. Unlike the other spirits, whose forms flickered like candle flames, this woman seemed solid, real, as if she existed in both worlds simultaneously, straddling the boundary between the living and the departed. Her eyes held a quiet strength, and her presence felt like a warm current in the cold depths, familiar yet profound. "I was like you once," the young woman said, settling beside Nerida on the coral-encrusted chair that had once been the captain's seat. Her voice was soft, like the sigh of a distant tide, yet it carried a weight of shared experience. "I chose the sea over the land, though my story ended differently than yours." Nerida studied the spirit's face, seeing in it a reflection of her own journey, the longing for something greater, the sacrifice of leaving the familiar behind, the eventual peace that came with accepting one's chosen path. The woman's eyes mirrored Nerida's own, etched with the same love for the ocean's mysteries, the same resolve to find a home in its depths. "Do you regret it?" Nerida asked, her voice soft as silk in the water, barely disturbing the gentle currents around them. The spirit smiled, and in her smile was the wisdom of someone who had found peace with her choices. "Regret is for those who believe they had only one path to take. We both chose love, love of the sea, love of its mysteries, love of the peace that comes from surrendering to something greater than ourselves. That is never a choice to regret." Her words settled over Nerida like a warm tide, affirming the quiet strength that had guided her to these depths so many years ago. It was a choice made not out of loss, but out of devotion to a world that sang to her soul. As if to emphasize her words, a group of young dolphins appeared, their sleek forms cutting through the water with graceful ease. They carried garlands of seaweed adorned with small shells and bits of sea glass, their surfaces catching the light in a kaleidoscope of greens and blues. The dolphins draped these garlands around the shipwreck, transforming its broken masts and rusted hull into a festive hall, as if preparing for a grand celebration. Their clicks and whistles wove a song that seemed to celebrate the magic of this Halloween night, a melody that resonated with the joy and wonder of the moment. Nerida felt her heart lift, carried by the dolphins' playful energy, their song a reminder that the sea was alive with connection and community. The rain above began to gentle, shifting from steady drops to a soft mist that created the most delicate of ripples on the surface far overhead. The falling leaves slowed their descent, taking more time to spiral and dance through the water column, as if reluctant to end their magical journey. Each leaf seemed to carry a piece of the surface world's autumn, a fragment of forests ablaze with color, now woven into the fabric of the deep, their glow softened, blending with the bioluminescent light of the sea creatures, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that enveloped Nerida's realm. Nerida found herself growing drowsy, lulled by the rhythmic pulse of the water and the gentle light show surrounding her. The spirits seemed to sense her tiredness, and one by one they began to fade back into the darkness, their forms dissolving like mist into the currents. But not before each offered a final gift, a whispered blessing that felt like a soft breeze through the water, a gentle touch that warmed her like a sunlit tide, a promise that she was never truly alone in the depths. These blessings lingered, weaving themselves into the fabric of her home, a quiet assurance that the sea held her in its embrace. The spirit in the silver dress was the last to go. She leaned close to Nerida, her eyes bright with a shared understanding, and whispered, "Every Halloween we'll return. This is your night now, your celebration. The sea remembers its own." Her words carried the weight of a vow, a promise that this magic would not be a fleeting moment but a recurring gift, a night when the boundaries between worlds would dissolve again and again. And then she was gone, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the water to mark where she had been, like the last ripple of a stone dropped into a still pool. Nerida felt the absence keenly, yet it was softened by the warmth of the spirit's words, the certainty that this night was now hers to claim, a tradition born in the depths. The bioluminescent creatures began to settle into their nighttime routines, their lights dimming to a soft glow that would last until dawn, like embers in a fading fire. The pumpkin lanterns continued to burn with their gentle fire, but even their light seemed to grow softer, more conducive to rest and dreams, casting long shadows that danced across the coral. The sea creatures, too, began to quiet, their movements slowing as the festival wound down, their colors blending into the twilight of the deep. Nerida gathered the gifts the spirits had given her, marveling at how solid and real they felt, despite their magical origins. The crown of driftwood and shells still rested on her head, its tiny bells chiming softly with each movement, a melody that seemed to echo the ocean's heartbeat. The compass, its needle steady and unerring, pointed downward toward the deepest trenches where ancient secrets lay sleeping, waiting for her to uncover them. The silver net glimmered with caught starlight, its delicate strands pulsing with the potential to capture fleeting dreams. The kelp map, etched with secret currents and hidden grottos, promised adventures yet to come, pathways to places where the sea held its most guarded treasures. As she arranged her treasures in a small grotto near her favorite resting place, a sheltered nook cradled by towering kelp and soft sea moss, she noticed that the glowing leaves had formed a perfect circle around the area, creating a natural boundary of soft, golden light. It felt like a blessing, a protection, a reminder that she belonged in this place between worlds, where the living and the spiritual intertwined. The circles seemed to hum with quiet energy, a ward against the solitude that sometimes crept into her thoughts, a promise that her home was a sanctuary for all who loved the sea. The rain had stopped completely now, and the surface of the sea far above had grown calm and still, a mirror reflecting the stars like scattered diamonds. But here in the depths, the magic lingered, woven into the very fabric of Nerida's world. The coral continued to glow with gentle warmth, its polyps open like tiny stars catching the last of the falling leaves. The fish sparkled like living constellations, their movements a quiet dance that echoed the night's celebration. The autumn leaves, now rooted among the sea plants, had become part of the underwater garden, their vibrant colors, a permanent reminder of this night, when the boundaries between air and water, between the living and the spiritual, had dissolved into something beautiful. Nerida curled up in her grotto, her indigo tail tucked beneath her like a sleeping cat, its silver threads catching the faint glow of the surrounding leaves. The sounds of the deep sea surrounded her, the distant songs of whales, their mournful notes carrying through the water like a lullaby, the gentle whisper of currents moving through underwater canyons, the soft clicking of crustaceans settling in for the night. But underneath it all was something new, a harmony that spoke of celebration and community, of magic that would return with each Halloween, bringing wonder and connection to her solitary realm. As she drifted towards sleep, She felt a presence beside her, not visible, but warm and comforting, like a hand resting gently on her shoulder. Perhaps it was the spirit in the silver dress, keeping watch through the night, her promise of return a quiet vigil. Perhaps it was the collective blessing of all the souls who had found peace in the sea's embrace, their stories now part of hers. Or perhaps it was simply the ocean itself, acknowledging her as one of its own, a keeper of its deepest mysteries and most beautiful secrets. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was a single, perfect leaf, deep red as wine, glowing within a fire, settling onto the coral beside her head. As it touched the living rock, it transformed into a flower unlike any she had ever seen, its petals the same deep red, but shot through with veins of silver that pulsed gently with the rhythm of her heartbeat. The flower seemed to hum with life, a living emblem of the night's magic, a gift from the sea itself. In her dreams, Nerida swam through gardens of these magical flowers, each one representing a moment of wonder, a connection made, a gift freely given. She dreamed of future Halloweens when the spirits would return, bringing new stories and new gifts, weaving an ever-expanding tapestry of magic and memory in the depths. The flowers bloomed in endless variety, some crimson, some gold, some the deep blue of her tail, each one a testament to the moments that defined her life in the deep. And in the deepest part of sleep, where dreams become prophecy, she saw herself not as a solitary guardian, but as the heart of a community that spanned the worlds, living and dead, mortal and eternal, bound together by love of the sea and the quiet courage it took to choose one's own path, no matter how unconventional. She saw herself swimming through currents lit by glowing leaves, surrounded by spirits and creatures who shared her devotion, their presence a reminder that the sea was a place of connection, not isolation. The rain might return tomorrow night, and with it new gifts from the world above, more leaves, more pumpkins, more fragments of a world she had left behind, but could still touch in these magical moments. But the magic of this Halloween would remain, a permanent part of her underwater realm, a reminder that even in the deepest, most solitary places, one is never truly alone. The sea remembers its own, and on nights when the barriers between worlds grow thin, that memory becomes a celebration, a blessing, a gentle lullaby that carries its faithful servants safely into dreams. And so Nerida slept, crowned with driftwood and shells, surrounded by glowing flowers and the soft light of magical creatures, while far above the surface of the sea reflected the stars like scattered diamonds, and the world prepared for another day, never knowing what wonders had bloomed in the darkness below. Her grotto, her treasures, her glowing garden, they were all part of a legacy she had built, a testament to a life chosen for love of the sea. And as she slept, the ocean sang to her, a quiet promise that this night, this magic, would return again and again, as eternal as the tides. A rainy day fairy tale, the lantern keeper's Halloween, a Halloween sleep story. The rain began just as the sun disappeared behind the October clouds, each drop carrying with it the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. Ruby pulled her crimson hood closer around her face as she stepped out into the gathering dusk, the wicker basket on her arm protected by a cloth of deep burgundy velvet. Tonight was All Hallows Eve, and she had promises to keep. The cobblestone path that wound through the village gleamed like polished obsidian beneath the gentle rainfall. Orange light flickered from behind curtained windows, and the soft murmur of voices drifted out into the evening air. Children's laughter echoed faintly from somewhere nearby, mixed with the rustle of costumes and the crinkle of sweet paper. But Ruby's destination lay beyond the village proper, where the old ways were still honored, and the night held deeper meanings than mere revelry. Her grandmother's cottage sat at the edge of the whispering wood, where ancient oak trees stood like silent sentinels, and the air always carried a hint of mystery. But tonight, Ruby carried something more precious than her usual gifts of bread and honey. Tonight, she bore the responsibility passed down through generations of women in her family, the duty of the lantern keeper. The rain drummed a gentle rhythm against her hood as she walked, creating rivulets that ran alongside the path like liquid silver in the dim light. Each step took her further from the warm glow of the village and deeper into the realm where Halloween night revealed its truest nature. The weight of the basket reminded her of the sacred trust she carried, 7 beeswax candles, each one blessed by her grandmother's weathered hands, each one destined for a specific place along the old boundary paths. As she walked, Ruby let her mind drift to the stories her grandmother had shared over countless evenings by the hearth, tales of All Hallows Eve as a night of thin veils, when the world of the living brushed gently against other realms. Not frightening stories, but ones filled with wonder and respect for the mysteries that danced just beyond ordinary sight. Her grandmother spoke of Halloween as a night of protection and guidance, when certain souls walked the earth with benevolent purpose, seeking not to frighten but to bless those who welcomed them with open hearts. The first stopping place appeared ahead, marked by an ancient stone that had stood at this crossroads since time immemorial. Moss covered its surface like green velvet, and carved symbols, worn smooth by centuries of weather, still hinted at their original meanings. Ruby knelt beside the stone, carefully lifting the first candle from her basket. The beeswax felt warm and substantial in her hands, despite the cool air. She placed the candle in the small alcove carved into the stone's base, a hollow that had held countless candles before this one. With a long match struck against the rough stone, she lit the wick. The flame caught immediately, as if eager to begin its vigil, and cast dancing shadows across the moss-covered surface. The light seemed to pulse with its own gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring in the October darkness. For safe passage, Ruby whispered, the traditional words her grandmother had taught her, for kind encounters and peaceful journeys through this sacred night. The rain continued its soft percussion around her, but somehow the candle flame remained steady, protected by some unseen grace. Ruby pulled her hood back up and continued along the path, leaving the first beacon glowing behind her like a small star fallen to earth. The second marker lay deeper in the wood, where the path curved around a grove of silver birch trees. Their pale bark gleamed ghostly white in the darkness, and their remaining leaves rustled with whispered secrets. Here stood another stone, this one carved in the shape of a crescent moon, its hollow filled with fallen leaves that Ruby gently cleared away before placing the second candle. As the flame sprang to life, she thought she heard something moving in the grove behind her. Not the sharp crack of a branch underfoot, but something softer like fabric brushing against bark, or wings settling among the leaves. She turned slowly, her heart calm rather than fearful, remembering her grandmother's words. Halloween night brings many visitors, child, but those who respect the old ways need never fear. Through the silver birch trunks, she glimpsed a figure in flowing robes, moving with ethereal grace between the trees. The figure seemed to be tending to the grove, touching each tree with gentle fingers, blessing the space with a presence both ancient and kind. Ruby watched in quiet wonder, feeling no alarm, only a deep sense of rightness. This was how Halloween night should be filled with mystery that comforted rather than frightened, populated by beings who walked in harmony with the natural world. The figure paused and seemed to notice Ruby's gaze. Instead of disappearing, it raised one hand in a gesture that spoke of blessing and gratitude. Ruby lifted her own hand in return, and for a moment the two watchers acknowledged each other across the moonlit grove. Then the figure continued its gentle work, and Ruby resumed her own sacred task, carrying with her a sense of communion with something larger than herself. The third candle found its place beside a small stream that meandered through the wood, its water dark as polished jet, and singing softly over smooth stones. The marker here was different, not stone, but a living oak whose hollow trunk had been shaped by nature into a perfect alcove. As Ruby lit this candle, the flame reflected in the stream's surface, creating twin lights that danced together in quiet harmony. She knelt by the water's edge and dipped her fingers into the cool stream, then touched them to her forehead in an old blessing her grandmother had shown her. The water felt alive against her skin, charged with the energy of this most mystical night. In the reflection, her red hood looked like a flower blooming in the darkness, and she smiled at the image. The path grew narrower as she ventured deeper into the wood, but Ruby felt no concern. Each lit candle behind her created a chain of light, a golden thread connecting her to safety and purpose. The rain had gentled to barely more than mist, and the air carried new scents, cinnamon and cloves, wood smoke and something indefinably magical, like starlight given fragrance. The fourth stopping place surprised her. Instead of the usual marker stone, she found a small clearing where someone had built what could only be called a fairy ring of mushrooms. Not the typical circle found in meadows, but a perfect spiral of pale fungi that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In the center of the spiral sat a carved wooden pedestal, no larger than a dinner plate, with a depression perfectly sized for a candle. As Ruby approached, she realized this was not a marker she recognized from her grandmother's teachings. Yet something about the place felt deeply right, as if it had been waiting specifically for this night, this moment, this particular candle. She placed the fourth taper in its destined spot and lit it, watching as the flame seemed to respond to the surrounding spiral with unusual vitality. The moment the light blazed up, the clearing filled with the gentlest music, not quite sound, not quite sensation, but something that resonated in the space between heartbeats. It reminded Ruby of wind chimes made from crystal or distant bells carried on evening air. She stood very still, letting the music wash over her, feeling it harmonize with the rhythm of her own breathing and the soft patter of rain on leaves above. Gradually, the clearing began to reveal its other inhabitants. Tiny lights, no bigger than fireflies, began to dance around the mushroom spiral. But these were not insects. They moved with too much purpose, too much joy. They spiraled upward around the candle flame, creating helixes of gold and silver light that painted the air with their passage. Ruby watched in delight, understanding that she was witnessing something rare and wonderful, a celebration that belonged entirely to this mystical night. One of the lights danced closer to her, hovering near her face with what seemed like curious friendliness. Ruby held very still, hardly daring to breathe, and the light settled gently on the edge of her hood. For a moment, she felt its tiny warmth against her cheek, like a butterfly's kiss or a blessing made tangible. Then it rejoined its companions in their spiral dance, and Ruby knew she had been honored by their acceptance. She left the clearing with reluctance, but the path ahead called to her, and she had 3 more candles to place before her task was complete. The 5th marker waited at the crest of a small hill, where an ancient cairn of stones marked what had once been a boundary between kingdoms. Now it served as a boundary between worlds, a place where Halloween night revealed its deepest mysteries. The candle here seemed to light itself, as if eager to join the growing constellation of beacons Ruby had been creating. The flame burned with unusual colors, gold at its heart, but edged with deep purple and silver that should not have been possible in ordinary fire. Yet on this night, the impossible felt perfectly natural. From this vantage point, Ruby could see back along the path she had traveled, marked by the warm glow of the 4 candles behind her. Each light pulsed gently in the darkness, creating a rhythm that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of Halloween night. She could also see forward, where the path descended into a valley cradled by protective hills, and where her grandmother's cottage waited with its windows already glowing amber. But first, there were 2 more stops to make, each one pulling Ruby deeper into the heart of the night's enchantment. The 6th candle belonged at the storytelling stone, a flat-topped boulder perched on the edge of a whispering meadow, where, according to the legends passed down through generations in her family, the spirits of ancient bards still gathered to share tales on special nights like this one. This stone had always held a special place in Ruby's heart. It wasn't just a landmark, but a sanctuary of sorts. As a child, she had often wandered here during the lazy afternoons of autumn, curling up on its sun-warmed surface with a worn book of fairy tales or poetry, losing herself in worlds conjured from ink and imagination. The surrounding trees, ancient oaks and willows with branches like gnarled fingers, would rustle softly, as if applauding her quiet adventures. Even then, she had felt a subtle hum beneath the stone, a vibration that spoke of secrets buried deep in the earth. But tonight, under the veil of Halloween, that familiar spot thrummed with a different energy entirely, one that was alive, pulsating, and profoundly otherworldly. As Ruby approached, her lantern casting flickering shadows that danced like mischievous sprites across the grass, she felt a shiver of anticipation ripple through her. The air around the stone was cooler, laced with the earthy scent of damp moss and fallen leaves, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed like a storyteller's prelude. She knelt carefully, her knees sinking into the soft, dew-kissed ground, and placed the sixth candle in the natural depression at the stone's center, a shallow bowl, worn smooth by centuries of wind, rain, and perhaps the touch of ethereal hands. The wick caught the flame from her match with a soft whoosh, and immediately the boulder seemed to awaken. Ruby could swear she heard whispered voices carried on the night air, faint at first, like echoes from a forgotten dream. They weren't threatening or eerie, thank goodness, no ghostly wails or sinister murmurs that might send her fleeing into the darkness. Instead, they were warm and companionable, like friends gathered around a crackling hearth fire in some cozy, timeless tavern, sharing laughs and wisdom over mugs of mulled cider. The stories being told were in languages she couldn't understand, perhaps ancient Gaelic tongues or the melodic dialects of long-lost Celtic tribes, or even something more primordial, woven from the threads of the wind itself. Yet somehow their meaning reached her heart directly, bypassing the barriers of words and translation. It was as if the emotions and essences of the tales seeped into her soul through osmosis, painting vivid pictures in her mind's eye. She heard of felt, really tales of love and loss, a bard mourning a lover taken by the sea, his song a lament that turned into a celebration of eternal reunion under starlit skies. There were stories of courage and kindness, like the warrior who spared an enemy not out of weakness, but because he saw the shared spark of humanity in their eyes, forging an unlikely alliance that saved a village from ruin. And woven through it all was the enduring magic that connected all living things across time and space, a reminder that the roots of the great oak beside her might entwine with those of trees from millennia past, and that her own bloodline carried echoes of ancestors who had once sat here under the same moon. Ruby settled onto the stone beside the candle, crossing her legs and leaning back against the rough, comforting texture of the boulder. The flame flickered gently, casting a golden halo that illuminated faint carvings on the stone's surface, swirls and runes that she had never noticed before, or perhaps had never been visible until this sacred moment. She listened, letting the ancient stories wash over her like a gentle tide, ebbing and flowing with the rhythm of her breath. The rain that had plagued the earlier part of her journey had stopped completely now, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Stars were beginning to peek through breaks in the clouds overhead, like shy eyes winking from the velvet sky, and the air felt charged with possibility, thick with the kind of magic that made Halloween night sacred to those who understood its true nature. It wasn't the commercialized spectacle of costumes and candy that the world outside her family's traditions celebrated. No, this was the raw, pulsating core of All Hallows' Eve, a thin veil between the mundane and the mystical, where the ordinary world bent and yielded to the extraordinary. Time seemed to move differently here, stretching and contracting like taffy in invisible hands. Ruby couldn't say if she sat for mere minutes or drifting hours. The boundary between moments blurred as seamlessly as the stories themselves. Each narrative added another layer to her understanding of this mystical evening, peeling back the superficial fears society often draped over Halloween and revealing its luminous truth. She learned or intuited that the night was not about fear, but about acceptance of mystery, of the unknown shadows that hid wonders rather than horrors, acceptance of change, as the wheel of the year turned from harvest's abundance to winter's introspection, acceptance of the beautiful uncertainty that made life an adventure worth embracing. The candle flame beside her pulsed in rhythm with the storytelling voices, its light waxing and waning like a heartbeat, and Ruby felt herself becoming part of the tale, another thread in the endless tapestry of Halloween night. She imagined her own story unfolding here, a young woman stepping into her heritage, her fears of inadequacy dissolving like mist in the morning Sunday. In that moment, a profound peace settled over her, a sense that she was exactly where she was meant to be, woven into the fabric of something far greater than herself. Finally, as the voices began to fade into a contented murmur like the dying embers of a fire, Ruby knew it was time to complete her circuit. The pull toward the final destination tugged at her gently, a silken thread guiding her onward. She rose from the storytelling stone with reluctance, her body heavy with the weight of absorbed wisdom, but also with anticipation that bubbled like champagne in her veins. The path down the hill felt like a gentle descent into warmth and welcome, the ground sloping softly underfoot, lined with ferns that brushed her ankles like affectionate pets. The night air grew milder as she descended, carrying hints of wood smoke and baking spices that promised hearth and home. Her grandmother's cottage sat nestled in its garden like a jewel in a setting of sleeping flowers and herbs, a picture of timeless serenity amid the encroaching wilderness. Every window glowed with the soft, inviting light of candles, their flames twinkling like captured stars, and smoke curled from the chimney in lazy spirals that seemed to carry blessings up to the heavens, twisting and dancing in the breeze. The garden itself was a living tapestry. Rows of lavender and rosemary bowed their heads in slumber, while late-blooming chrysanthemums held onto their petals like defiant sentinels. The air hummed with the subtle magic of the place, a sanctuary cultivated over decades by women who knew the language of the earth. At the entrance stood the garden gate, bearing the seventh marker, not a stone this time, but a wrought iron arch twined with ivy that clung tenaciously, its leaves glistening with residual raindrops. Small brass bells hung from the vines, each one etched with faint runes that caught the moonlight, chiming softly in the night breeze like a lullaby for wandering souls. With steady hands, Ruby placed the final candle in the lantern that hung from the gate's center, a ornate fixture forged by her great-grandfather, its glass panels etched with protective symbols. She struck the match, and as the wick ignited, the bells began to sing in harmonious chorus, a cascade of tones that built upon one another, from deep, resonant gongs to high, tinkling peals. The sound was impossibly beautiful, like crystal laughter mingled with silver tears, a music that spoke directly to the soul, evoking joy and sorrow in equal measure, and stirring memories not yet lived. The candle's light joined with the glow streaming from the cottage windows, creating a pool of warmth that seemed to embrace the entire garden, banishing any lingering chill and infusing the air with a golden radiance. Ruby stood there for a moment, transfixed, feeling the completion of her task resonate through her like a tuning fork struck just right. The front door opened before Ruby could even lift the latch, creaking on well-oiled hinges with a welcoming sigh. Her grandmother appeared in the doorway, her silver hair gleaming like moonlight on fresh snow in the candlelight, and her eyes deep pools of hazel flecked with gold, sparkling with ancient wisdom and deep, unbridled joy. She was a vision of enduring grace, her face lined not with age's cruelty but with the gentle etchings of a life richly lived. She wore a robe of midnight blue scattered with silver stars that seemed to twinkle faintly, as if woven from actual night sky, and in her hands she carried a steaming mug that wafted aromas of cinnamon, honey, and secret spices, cloves and nutmeg, perhaps a pinch of something wilder, like elderberry or moonflower essence. "Welcome home, my dear one," her grandmother said, her voice carrying the same warmth as the cottage lights, rich and resonant, like velvet wrapped around a hug. "You have done well tonight. The boundaries are blessed, the paths are lit, and all who walk this Halloween night will find safe passage and kind encounters. Come, let the night enfold you properly." Ruby stepped through the gate and felt its magic settle around her like a familiar embrace, a soft barrier against the world's uncertainties. The brass bells chimed their approval one last time, a final note of benediction, and somewhere in the distance she could hear the gentle laughter of the lights she had met in the mushroom clearing, carried on the night wind like a blessing from afar, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the soft patter of resuming drizzle. Inside the cottage the atmosphere was thick with comfort and mystery in equal measure, a perfect balance that spoke to the dual nature of Halloween. Candles burned on every surface, mantels, tabletops, even clustered on the windowsills, their flames steady and warm, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that played across the room like living art. The hearth fire crackled cheerfully in the stone fireplace, its logs popping with bursts of sap-scented smoke, casting dancing shadows on walls lined with books of old stories and ancient wisdom, tomes on herbal lore, grimoires of folk magic, and volumes of family chronicles bound in faded leather. Herbs hung in bundles from the exposed wooden beams, overhead bundles of sage for purification, thyme for courage, and rosemary for remembrance. their scents mingling to create a perfume that spoke of healing and magic combined, a heady brew that cleared the mind and soothed the spirit. Ruby's grandmother guided her to a chair beside the fire, its cushions plump and inviting, worn soft by years of use. She wrapped her in a quilt that had been in their family for generations, a patchwork masterpiece where each square told a story, a scrap of silk from a long ago wedding dress, a sturdy denim from her ancestor's work apron, embroidered flowers sewn by hands now dust. The hot drink her grandmother pressed into her hands tasted like Halloween night itself, sweet and spicy, mysterious and comforting, with depths that revealed themselves slowly with each sip, layers of flavor unfolding like petals in the dawn. "Tell me about your journey," her grandmother said, settling into her own chair with a contented sigh, her robe pooling around her like a midnight lake. "What did you see along the way? Spare no detail, for every whisper of the night holds meaning." Ruby found herself describing the evening in vivid detail, her words flowing as freely as the stories at the stone. She recounted the ethereal figure in the birch grove, cloaked in mist and mystery, who had nodded in silent approval, the spiral of dancing lights in the mushroom clearing, their joyful pirouettes, a celebration of seasonal change, the ancient stories whispered at the storytelling stone, each one a bridge across time. Her grandmother listened with the rapt attention she always gave to important things, her eyes half closed in concentration, nodding at intervals and smiling with deep satisfaction, as if reliving her own memories through Ruby's voice. "The old ways are strong tonight," her grandmother said when Ruby finished her tale, her tone laced with pride. "Halloween has revealed its true face to you, not the mask of fear that some would paint on it with plastic pumpkins and manufactured scares, but its authentic nature as a night of wonder and connection. You have seen the guardians who watch over the boundaries, silent sentinels, ensuring no harm crosses uninvited, the lights that dance in joy at the turning of the season, spirits unbound by the veil's thinness, the stories that keep our history alive, threads that bind us to those who came before. These are gifts, child, given to those who approach the mystery with respect and open hearts. They remind us that we are not alone in this vast cosmos, that the unseen world walks beside us, offering guidance if we but listen." She rose gracefully and moved to a shelf filled with books bound in leather worn soft by countless readings, their spines cracked like old friends' smiles. From among them she selected a volume that seemed to glow with its own inner light, its pages edged in gold, that caught the candlelight and threw it back in gentle sparkles, as if the book itself breathed with latent magic. "This has been waiting for you," her grandmother said, placing the book in Ruby's hands with reverence. Its weight was comforting, solid yet light, as if filled with air and whispers rather than mere paper. It contains all the stories of our family's Halloween nights, going back centuries to the old country, where the first lantern keeper in our line was a healer who lit fires to guide the lost during famine years. Each woman who has carried the responsibility of the lantern keeper has added her own experiences to these pages, sketches, pressed leaves from sacred groves, even locks of hair tied with ribbons. Tonight you earned the right to read them, and someday to add your own, inscribing your voice into this eternal record. Ruby opened the book carefully, the cover creaking like a door to another world, and the pages seemed to rustle with whispered voices and ancient magic, as if eager to share their secrets. The handwriting changed from section to section, elegant cursive giving way to bold script or delicate flourishes, but all united by the common thread of Halloween night and the sacred duty of keeping the boundaries blessed and the paths lit for safe passage. She read of her great-grandmother, Elara, who had once encountered a lost soul, a translucent figure adrift from the other side, confused by the thinning veil, and had guided it gently toward the light with a song passed down from her own mother, ensuring its peaceful return without a ripple of disturbance. She learned of her great-great-grandmother, Isolde, who had discovered that the dancing lights were the spirits of children who had passed beyond the veil too soon, but returned each Halloween to play and bring joy to the living world, their laughter a balm against the night's chill. There were tales of narrow escapes from mischievous fae, of bountiful harvests foretold by owl omens, and of quiet communions with the earth spirits that renewed the family's strength. Each story added another layer to Ruby's understanding of the role she had inherited, transforming what had once felt like a burdensome duty into a beautiful responsibility, a bridge between worlds, tended with love and light on this most mystical night. As she turned the pages, tears pricked her eyes, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming sense of belonging, of being part of a lineage that stretched back like roots into the soil of time. As the evening deepened, the cottage clock ticking softly like a heartbeat, her grandmother prepared a simple meal that grounded the magic in the tangible comforts of home. A pot of soup simmered on the hearth, made from vegetables grown in their own garden, carrots sweet as summer, potatoes earthy and filling, onions that released their savory essence with each stir laced with herbs that whispered of protection and plenty, fresh bread, baked that morning with a touch of wild yeast from the forest, was sliced thick and slathered with butter churned from their own cows. Honey, golden and viscous, gathered from hives buzzing in the orchard during sunnier days, dripped sweetly over it all. They ate by candlelight at the scarred oak table, sharing comfortable silences punctuated by quiet conversation about the old ways, the rituals that had evolved from pagan fires to Christian saints, yet retained their core essence and the new understanding Ruby had gained, her eyes alight with fresh insights. The candles will burn until dawn, her grandmother explained as they finished their meal, clearing the dishes with efficient grace. Each one will serve as a beacon for any who need guidance tonight, wayward travelers, restless spirits, or even the lost in heart who wander the woods seeking solace. The spirits you encountered will continue their own work, tending the groves with gentle hands, dancing their joy in eternal spirals, sharing their stories to illuminate the dark. Halloween night is long and full of wonders for those who know how to see them, but it demands vigilance from its keepers. Ruby felt a deep contentment settling over her, as warm and enveloping as the quilt around her shoulders, chasing away the last echoes of the night's exertions. The cottage seemed to pulse gently with protective magic, a sanctuary of light and love in the mystical darkness outside, its walls a bulwark against any encroaching shadows. Through the windows, framed by lace curtains yellowed with age, she could glimpse the steady glow of the 7 candles she had lit, each one a promise kept and a blessing given, their flames defiant against the encroaching night. Her grandmother prepared a bed for her in the small room that had once been her mother's, a cozy nook with sloped ceilings and beams etched with protective sigils. The sheets were crisp linen, smelling of lavender from the sachets tucked into the drawers, and moonlight from the open window that let in the night's cool breath. The pillow was soft with goose down fluffed just so, and the quilts piled high with generations of love stitched into every piece, appliqued hearts, embroidered stars, patches mended with care during lean times. A single candle burned on the nightstand, its flame casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance with protective intent, warding off dreams unbidden. As Ruby settled into the comfortable bed, the mattress yielding like a cloud, her grandmother came to bid her good night, her footsteps soft on the creaking floorboards. She carried with her a small gift wrapped in silk, the color of starlight, shimmering faintly in the low light. Inside, Ruby found a pendant on a silver chain, a tiny lantern no larger than a walnut, crafted with exquisite detail, its crystal flame seeming to hold captured fire within its heart, glowing with an inner warmth that defied the cool metal. "This was my grandmother's," her grandmother said, her voice tender as she fastened the chain around Ruby's neck, the clasp clicking softly. And her grandmother's before that, passed down like a flame from hand to hand. It will remind you always of your role as lantern keeper, a symbol of the light you carry within, and it will call you home whenever Halloween night comes round again, its glow strengthening with each turning of the year. Wear it with pride, child, for you have earned your place in the long line of women who have kept these boundaries blessed and safe, weaving safety into the fabric of the night. Ruby touched the pendant gently, feeling its warmth against her skin, a steady pulse that mirrored her own heartbeat. The crystal flame flickered subtly, as if alive, and she knew that she would indeed return each Halloween, basket in hand with blessed candles at the ready, walking the ancient paths with renewed purpose, ensuring that the night remained one of wonder rather than fear, for all who encountered its mysteries, hikers stumbling upon glowing markers, children chasing fireflies that were something more, or even the unseen folk who crossed the veil in search of harmony. The cottage grew quiet around her, filled with the peaceful sounds of a home at rest, the soft settling of wood as it cooled, the whisper of wind around the eaves like a guardian's murmur, the distant chiming of the brass bells on the garden gate fading into a rhythmic lullaby. Outside, Halloween night continued its gentle revelries, a symphony of unseen joys. The candles burned steadily in their appointed places, steadfast sentinels. The dancing lights spiraled their joy among the mushrooms, a whirlwind of ethereal delight. And the ancient stories continued to weave their magic around the storytelling stone, drawing in any who might pass by with open ears. Ruby closed her eyes and felt herself sinking into sleep, as natural and peaceful as autumn rain, her body heavy with satiation and her mind alight with visions. Her dreams were filled with golden light and silver bells, with figures in flowing robes who moved with grace through moonlit groves, sharing nods of camaraderie, with the warm certainty that she had found her place in the great tapestry of Halloween night, a vital stitch in an ever-expanding weave. The pendant over her heart pulsed gently with each breath, keeping time with the eternal rhythm of the seasons turning, a reminder that some magic never fades but only grows stronger with each passing year, deepening like roots in fertile soil. The rain began again just before dawn, soft and gentle as a lullaby, pattering against the roof like fingers drumming a soothing tune, washing the night clean and preparing the world for a new day of ordinary wonders. But the magic of Halloween lingered, woven into the very air like invisible incense, carried in the memory of 7 candles burning bright, and the knowledge that the boundaries between worlds had been blessed once more by hands that understood the true meaning of All Hallows' Eve, not a night of terror, but one of profound connection, where the living and the departed danced in harmony under the watchful eyes of the stars. As the first light of November morning crept over the hills, pale and tentative, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, the candles flickered once in final salute and went out, their vigil complete, their promise kept with unerring fidelity, but their light lived on in the heart of the young woman who slept peacefully in the cottage garden. Wait, no, in the cottage's embrace, dreaming of dancing lights and ancient stories, and the beautiful responsibility that would call her back each Halloween night for all the years to come, a cycle as enduring as the moon's phases and the earth's quiet spin. Cinderella's Thanksgiving garden. The evening air carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, as Cinderella stepped quietly through the back door of her cottage. The harvest moon hung low and full above the garden, casting everything in soft silver light that seemed to make the world glow from within. She had finished her evening tasks early tonight, and something in the crisp autumn air called to her, drawing her toward the small plot of earth she had tended so carefully through the changing seasons. Her bare feet found the worn stone path that wound between the beds of herbs and late-blooming flowers. The cottage behind her was quiet now, its windows glowing warmly in the darkness, but here in the garden, the night felt alive with gentle possibility. She pulled her woolen shawl closer around her shoulders, breathing in the rich, earthy smell of autumn soil and the last lingering fragrance of the evening primroses that opened their pale petals to the moon. As she walked deeper into the garden, Cinderella noticed something unusual. The vegetables she had planted in spring, the pumpkins and squash, the late carrots and turnips, seemed to be glowing with their own soft light. Not the harsh brightness of flame or lightning, but something warmer, gentler, like candlelight filtered through honey. She paused beside a particularly large pumpkin, its orange surface smooth and perfect, and as she knelt to touch it, she felt a pleasant tingling in her fingertips. The moment her palm made contact with the pumpkin's surface, images began to flow through her mind like water over stones. She saw herself as a small child, helping her mother harvest the first vegetables from this very garden. She remembered the weight of a basket full of beans in her small arms, the pride in her mother's smile, the taste of fresh bread still warm from the oven. The memories were so vivid she could almost smell the yeast and flour, could almost hear her mother's gentle humming as they worked together in the fading light of that long ago autumn evening. But these weren't painful memories, though her mother had been gone for many years now. Instead, they filled her with a warm sense of gratitude that seemed to flow from her heart out through her fingertips and into the glowing pumpkin. She understood, with a certainty that needed no explanation, that this was a night for remembering all the good things that had grown in her life, all the moments worth cherishing and holding close. She moved on to the next plant, a sprawling winter squash, whose pale gold surface caught the moonlight like captured sunbeams. When she touched it, more memories blossomed in her mind. The first time she had successfully baked bread without burning it, the evening she had sewn her first perfect dress, the morning she had woken to find that the rose bush she thought had died was suddenly covered in new green shoots. Each memory brought with it a feeling of quiet accomplishment, of patience rewarded, of small joys accumulated like treasures in a secret box. The night air grew softer around her as she continued her slow journey through the garden. Each plant she touched revealed another layer of memory, another reason for gratitude. The carrots glowed like tiny orange lanterns as they shared the memory of the day she had given a basket of vegetables to the old woman who lived alone at the edge of the village. The turnips pulsed with gentle purple light as they reminded her of the evening she had sat with her stepfather during his illness, feeding him spoonfuls of the soup she had made from the garden's bounty. She came to the herb garden next, where the rosemary and thyme released their fragrance into the cool air with each breath of wind. The sage leaves seemed to shimmer with accumulated wisdom, and when she brushed her fingers across them, she remembered all the times she had used these herbs to heal small hurts, a poultice for a neighbor's sprained ankle, a soothing tea for someone's upset stomach, a fragrant bundle to help the baker's wife sleep better when worry kept her awake. As she moved among the herbs, Cinderella realized that she was not alone in the garden. Soft rustling sounds came from the nearby apple tree, and when she looked up, she saw dozens of small birds settling on the branches. They weren't ordinary birds, though their feathers seemed to be made of moonlight and shadow, and their eyes glowed with the same gentle radiance as the vegetables. They chirped softly to one another in voices like tiny silver bells, and she understood somehow that they too were here for this special evening of remembrance. One of the moonbirds fluttered down to perch on her shoulder, its weightless feet barely touching the fabric of her shawl. As it tilted its head to look at her, she suddenly remembered the harsh winter 3 years ago, when food had been scarce and many of the village birds had struggled to find enough to eat. She had taken to leaving small piles of seeds and breadcrumbs on her windowsill each morning, even though she had little to spare herself. Now, as if in response to that memory, more birds began to arrive. They came in small flocks, settling on the garden fence and in the fruit trees, their soft calls creating a gentle symphony that seemed to harmonize with the whisper of wind through the leaves. A barn owl with feathers like liquid silver glided silently overhead and settled on the roof of the cottage, watching over the scene with large, luminous eyes. Cinderella continued her peaceful wandering, and with each step the garden revealed new wonders. The grape arbor at the far end of the plot was heavy with fruit that glowed like jewels in the moonlight, deep purple clusters that reminded her of the wine she had helped make last autumn, working alongside her neighbors in the old tradition of community harvest. She remembered the laughter and songs that had accompanied that work, the way everyone had pitched in to help everyone else, the feast they had shared when the work was done. Beneath the arbor, she found a small wooden bench that she didn't remember placing there. It looked as though it had been carved from a single piece of driftwood, worn smooth by wind and weather until it felt like silk beneath her fingers. She settled onto it gratefully, drawing her shawl more tightly around her shoulders as the night air grew cooler, and gazed out over her transformed garden. From this vantage point, she could see that the entire plot had become something magical. Every plant pulsed gently with its own inner light, creating a constellation of growing things that seemed to mirror the stars above. The effect was hypnotic and deeply peaceful, like watching a slow dance performed by earth and moonlight together. The soft sounds of the night, the whisper of leaves, the gentle calls of the moonbirds, the distant hoot of the owl blended into a lullaby that seemed to come from the very heart of autumn itself. As she sat in quiet contemplation, Cinderella became aware of new arrivals in her garden sanctuary. A family of deer emerged from the shadows at the garden's edge, their coats gleaming silver in the moonlight, their dark eyes calm and curious. They moved with the fluid grace of creatures who belonged to this enchanted evening, stepping carefully among the glowing plants, occasionally lowering their heads to nuzzle a particular flower or vegetable with obvious pleasure. The largest deer, a stag with antlers like branches of moonlight, approached the bench where she sat today. He moved slowly, without fear, until he was close enough for her to see her own reflection in his dark eyes. She remembered then the harsh winter when she had found deer tracks in her garden and had been angry at first, thinking they were stealing from her careful cultivation. But then she had realized how desperate they must have been, how hard it was for wild creatures to find food in the deep snow, and instead of building higher fences, she had begun leaving small piles of hay and root vegetables at the garden's edge. Now the stag lowered his magnificent head in what seemed unmistakably like a bow of gratitude, and she felt her heart swell with a joy so pure it brought tears to her eyes. The other deer gathered around the bench, their presence a living reminder that kindness, once given, creates circles of connection that extend far beyond what we can see or imagine. A soft sound made her look toward the cottage, where she saw her step-family emerging from the back door. But these were not the harsh, demanding figures she remembered from difficult days. Instead, they too seemed touched by the magic of this autumn evening. Her stepmother moved with unusual grace, her face softened by wonder as she took in the transformed garden. Her stepsisters followed, their usual chatter replaced by awed silence as they witnessed the gentle miracle taking place around them. They approached slowly, and Cinderella felt no fear or resentment, only a curious sense of completion, as if pieces of a puzzle were finally fitting together. Her stepmother reached the bench first, and when she spoke, her voice was gentler than Cinderella had heard it in years. "My dear child," she said, settling beside her on the worn wood, "what beautiful thing have you created here?" Cinderella looked at her stepmother's face, really looked at it, perhaps for the first time. In the soft light of the glowing garden, she could see past the worry lines and the habitual frown to the woman underneath, someone who had also known loss and difficulty, who had tried in her imperfect way to hold a family together, who had perhaps forgotten how to be gentle but had never entirely lost the capacity for wonder. "I think," Cinderella said slowly, "that it created itself. I only provided the soil and the caring." Her stepsisters had found places on the grass nearby, sitting cross-legged like children as they watched the deer graze peacefully among the glowing vegetables. The moonbirds had grown bolder too, some of them coming down from the trees to walk delicately around the gathered humans, their tiny feet making no sound on the soft earth. "I remember," said her elder stepsister suddenly, "when I was small, Mother used to take me to gather berries in the woods. I had forgotten how magical it felt, being outside in the quiet with the growing things. And I remember," added the younger, "the year we had the apple harvest festival, and everyone in the village came to help pick the fruit. I was so proud that our tree gave the most apples of anyone's." These memories seemed to join the ones already glowing in the garden, adding new layers of light and warmth to the peaceful scene. Cinderella realized that the magic of this evening wasn't just about her own gratitude, it was about the recognition that everyone carries within them moments worth treasuring, experiences that connect them to the cycle of seasons and the generosity of the earth. As if responding to this understanding, the garden's glow grew stronger but somehow even gentler, pulsing in rhythm with something that felt like the heartbeat of the world itself. The vegetables and herbs, the fruit trees and flower beds, even the small stones that marked the garden paths, everything seemed to be participating in a quiet celebration of all the ways that life sustains and nourishes life. A cool breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke from distant chimneys and the crisp promise of winter to come. But instead of feeling melancholy at the approach of the dormant season, Cinderella found herself filled with anticipation. Winter, she realized, was not an ending but a rest, a time for the earth to gather strength for the next cycle of growing and giving. The owl on the cottage roof called softly, a sound like liquid music in the still air. As if this were a signal, the moonbirds began to sing more clearly, their voices weaving together in harmonies that seemed to carry the essence of every beautiful evening that had ever been or ever could be. The deer lifted their heads to listen, and even the glowing plants seemed to pulse in rhythm with the aerial symphony. Cinderella's stepfamily had grown quiet, each lost in their own communion with the transformed garden, but it was a comfortable quiet, not the tense silence of unspoken grievances. Her stepmother's hand had found hers at some point, and the touch was warm and real, anchoring her to this moment of unexpected peace. "I want to tell you," her stepmother said softly, "about the first garden I ever planted. I was younger than you are now, and I was so impatient. I kept digging up the seeds to see if they had sprouted yet." She laughed quietly at the memory. "My own mother had to teach me that some things can't be hurried, that growth happens in its own time, in its own way." This confession opened something in the evening air, and suddenly everyone was sharing garden memories, moments when they had felt connected to the patient processes of the earth. Her elder stepsister spoke of the flowers she had tried to grow in window boxes when they lived in the city, how she had learned to read the subtle signs that told her when to water and when to wait. Her younger stepsister remembered helping their grandmother preserve fruit, the careful ritual of washing jars and measuring sugar, the pride of seeing shelves lined with jewel-bright preserves that would bring summer's sweetness to winter's table. Each story added to the garden's glow, as if the plants were feeding on these shared memories of human connection to the growing world. Cinderella understood now that this was what Thanksgiving truly meant, not just gratitude for abundance, but recognition of the web of relationships that made abundance possible. The soil that nourished the plants, the rain that watered them, the hands that tended them, the creatures that visited them, the people who shared in their harvest, all were part of an interconnected whole that was much larger and more wonderful than any of its individual parts. As the night deepened, more visitors arrived in the garden. A family of rabbits emerged from the hedgerow, their fur silver-tipped in the moonlight. A fox appeared at the garden's edge, not hunting but simply present, her intelligent eyes reflecting the glow of the enchanted plants. High overhead, bats began their evening hunt, their flight patterns creating intricate shapes against the star-filled sky. All of these creatures seemed to belong to this peaceful gathering, as if the garden had become a neutral ground where the usual boundaries between wild and tame, human and animal, no longer applied. The deer continued to graze contentedly, the birds sang their ethereal songs, and the small creatures moved freely among the plants without fear. Cinderella felt herself beginning to grow drowsy as the night's magic settled around her like a warm blanket. The pulsing glow of the garden had synchronized with her heartbeat, and the songs of the moonbirds seemed to be coming from inside her own chest. Her stepfamily had grown quiet too, each settling into a comfortable position on the bench or on the soft grass, their faces peaceful in the gentle radiance. "Look," whispered her younger stepsister, pointing toward the center of the garden, where the paths crossed, where Cinderella had planted a small herb spiral that spring. Something new was growing. It rose slowly from the earth like a plant in an accelerated dream, But this was no ordinary plant. Its stem was made of crystallized moonlight, and its leaves were formed from pressed flower petals that glowed with every color autumn had ever produced. As it grew, it began to unfurl what looked like enormous flower petals, but as they opened fully, Cinderella realized they were more like wings, or sails, or pages from a book written in light. The plant, if it was a plant, continued to grow until it stood as tall as a person, its luminous petals spread wide to catch the moonlight and transform it into something even more beautiful. Each petal showed moving images, like windows into other gardens, other seasons, other moments of connection between human hearts and the generous earth. In one petal, Cinderella could see a woman teaching a child to plant seeds, their hands working together in dark soil, while spring rain fell gently around them. In another, she saw an elderly man carefully pruning an ancient apple tree, his weathered fingers gentle among the branches. A third showed a group of people working together to harvest grain, their voices lifted in songs that seemed to echo the melody the moonbirds were singing even now. Each petal held its own story of thanksgiving, its own moment of recognition that life is sustained by countless acts of care and attention, most of them small, many of them unnoticed, all of them precious. As she watched, new images appeared and faded like dreams, showing her glimpses of all the ways that gratitude manifested itself across the world. A mother feeding her child, a gardener saving seeds for next year's planting, neighbors sharing surplus vegetables over a backyard fence. The deer had gathered around the base of the luminous plant, lying down in the soft earth like large cats, their presence both protective and restful. The moonbirds settled among its glowing petals, their songs growing softer and more lullaby-like as the night deepened. Even the owl glided down from the cottage roof to perch on one of the plant's curved branches, adding its deep, soothing voice to the evening's symphony. Cinderella felt her eyelids growing heavy as the garden's peaceful energy flowed through her. The bench beneath her had become as comfortable as the softest bed, and her stepfamily's presence beside her felt natural and right, as if all the difficulties of their shared past had been transformed into something more complex but ultimately healing. "Thank you," she whispered, though she wasn't entirely sure who or what she was thanking. The words seemed to float away on the gentle breeze, carrying with them all the gratitude she had discovered in her heart during this magical evening. The luminous plant began to pulse more slowly, its glow gradually synchronizing with the breathing of all the creatures gathered in the garden. As their breath grew deeper and more regular, the entire scene took on the quality of a shared dream, peaceful and perfect and infinitely gentle. One by one, the moonbirds tucked their heads under their wings, their songs fading to whispered lullabies that blended with the rustle of leaves and the distant sound of the owl's contented calling. The deer closed their large dark eyes, still maintaining their protective circle around the glowing plant. The smaller creatures found cozy places among the garden plants, curling up in the warm patches of earth where the magical light pooled most thickly. Cinderella's step-family had settled into sleep as well. Her stepmother's hand, still clasped gently in hers, her stepsisters leaning against each other like children after a long day of play. Their faces were soft and unguarded in the garden's glow, and she felt a wave of tenderness for them that surprised her with its strength. But before sleep could fully claim her, one more wonder revealed itself in the transformed garden. From the cottage came the soft sound of footsteps, and Cinderella opened her eyes to see her fairy godmother approaching through the glowing plants. But this was not the dramatic figure of sparkling gowns and pumpkin carriages that lived in the stories others told about her life. This godmother moved like moonlight itself, her form shifting between that of an elderly woman in simple robes and something more ethereal, perhaps the spirit of the garden itself, or the embodiment of all the care and tending that had made this evening possible. "My dear child," the godmother said, her voice like wind through wheat, "you have created something beautiful here tonight." She gestured toward the sleeping figures, the peaceful animals, the luminous plant that continued to pulse gently in the center of it all. "But do you understand what you have truly accomplished?" Cinderella sat up slowly, careful not to disturb her stepmother's sleeping form. Around them, the garden seemed to hold its breath, the moonbirds pausing in their lullabies, the deer lifting their heads with interest. "I think," she said softly, "I've learned to see all the connections I hadn't noticed before, all the ways we're woven together, people and plants and creatures and seasons." Her godmother nodded, settling onto the grass near the bench with the fluid grace of someone who belonged as much to earth as to air. "Yes, but even more than that. You have learned that magic is not something that happens to you from outside, but something that grows from within when you tend it with the same patience you give to your plants." As she spoke, the fairy godmother gestured toward the garden, and Cinderella could see new details appearing in the gentle glow. Tiny lights moved among the plants like fireflies, but as she watched more closely, she realized they were not insects but moments crystallized instances of care and kindness that had accumulated over the years of her tending. One light showed her younger self, just after her father's death, kneeling in this same garden and crying into the dark soil, not knowing that her tears were watering seeds of resilience that would bloom years later. Another revealed the morning she had first spoken kindly to her step-family after a particularly difficult day, planting seeds of possibility that were only now beginning to sprout. There was the evening she had shared her meager dinner with the stray cat that later became her beloved companion. The morning she had helped an elderly neighbor repair her fence without being asked. The countless times she had chosen patience over anger, understanding over resentment. Each act of grace, no matter how small, had left its mark in the garden, contributing to the magic that now surrounded them all. "You see," her godmother continued, "the most powerful magic is the kind that accumulates slowly, season after season, choice after choice. Tonight, all of those moments have ripened together, like fruit on a tree that has been growing in secret all this time." The fairy godmother rose and walked to the luminous plant in the center of the garden. As she approached, Its petals opened even wider, revealing at its heart a pool of liquid starlight that reflected not the night sky above, but scenes from many different nights, other gardens in other places, other souls discovering their own moments of profound gratitude. This plant will continue to grow, the godmother explained, not just in your garden, but in the hearts of all who have experienced true thanksgiving tonight. Your step-family will carry its light with them, and they will plant their own seeds of kindness in ways they never imagined possible. The deer will remember this peaceful gathering when they encounter frightened humans in the forest. The birds will sing different songs carrying melodies of harmony to other places where conflict has taken root. Cinderella watched in wonder as the pool of starlight began to send out tendrils of light that flowed like water through the garden paths, touching each sleeping figure, each resting creature. Wherever the light touched, she could see small transformations taking place, not dramatic changes, but subtle shifts toward greater kindness, deeper understanding, more generous hearts. Her stepmother's face, relaxed in sleep, seemed to lose years of worry and hardness. Her stepsister's expressions grew gentler, more open, as if doors that had been locked inside them were finally opening to let in fresh air and sunlight. Even the animals seemed to glow more brightly, as if the evening's peace had awakened something eternal within them. "But what about tomorrow?" Cinderella asked softly. "When the magic fades and we all wake up, will we remember? Will anything really change?" Her godmother smiled, and in that smile Cinderella could see the warmth of every sunrise, the patience of every tree that had ever grown from seed to shelter. "The magic will not fade, dear one, because it was never separate from the ordinary world. It was always there, waiting to be noticed. You have simply learned to see it clearly." She knelt beside the luminous plant and cupped some of the starlight in her hands. "This light is made of all the thanksgiving that has ever been felt by any heart in any season. It is the gratitude of the seed for the rain, the appreciation of the flower for the bee, the thankfulness of the child for the mother's lullaby. It cannot disappear because it is woven into the very fabric of life itself." As she spoke, the fairy godmother began to sprinkle the captured starlight over the garden, and wherever it fell, ordinary plants began to glow with the same gentle radiance. The herbs released their fragrances more richly, the late flowers opened petals that had been closed against the night air, and the fruit trees rustled their leaves in a whisper that sounded almost like applause. "Tomorrow," the godmother continued, "when you wake, you will still be able to see this light if you choose to look for it. It will be there in the steam rising from your morning tea, in the way sunlight falls across your kitchen table, in the sound of your step-family's voices when they speak to each other with the new gentleness tonight has awakened in them." The fairy godmother returned to the bench and placed a soft hand on Cinderella's forehead. "And you, my dear, will carry this Thanksgiving with you not as a memory of one magical night, but as a way of seeing that transforms every ordinary moment into something precious. You will be able to find the extraordinary hiding within the everyday, the sacred nestled within the simple." As her godmother's touch settled over her like a blessing, Cinderella felt herself sinking deeper into the garden's peaceful embrace. The luminous plant began to hum very softly, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, harmonizing with the earth's own quiet rhythm. The starlight pooled around her feet and soaked into the ground, where she knew it would nourish next spring's plantings with dreams and wonder. "Sleep now," whispered the fairy godmother, though her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the wind in the leaves, from the contented breathing of the deer, from the very soil beneath the garden. "Sleep, and let this gratitude take root in your heart like the strongest, most beautiful tree. Let it grow tall and wide, offering shelter and sustenance to everyone who finds their way to you." The moonbirds resumed their lullaby, their voices weaving together with the fairy godmother's blessing and the gentle pulse of the magical plant. The deer settled even more deeply into their protective circle, and the smaller creatures of the night found cozy places among the glowing vegetables and herbs. As her own eyes finally closed, Cinderella was aware of the garden's continued presence around her, its gentle light and peaceful energy wrapping her in a cocoon of safety and belonging. The last thing she noticed was the way the luminous plant's petals were gradually folding inward, like enormous hands cupping a precious treasure, holding all the gratitude and wonder of the evening safe until another season called it forth again. She dreamed then of endless gardens stretching away under countless moons, each one tended by loving hands, each one holding its own stories of growth and harvest, loss and renewal. She dreamed of seeds carried on the wind to take root in new soil, of seasons turning in their ancient dance, of the patient earth that held all living things with such generous tenderness. In her dreams, she walked through gardens in distant lands where other souls were discovering their own moments of thanksgiving. She saw a young mother teaching her daughter to plant herbs in window boxes high above a busy city street. She witnessed an old man sharing vegetables from his rooftop garden with neighbors he had never spoken to before. She watched as children learned to tend seedlings in a school garden, their small hands careful and proud as they watered and watched and waited for growth. Each garden in her dream was connected to all the others by threads of light that pulsed with shared gratitude, creating a web of thanksgiving that spanned the world. She understood that every act of caring for growing things, every moment of appreciation for the earth's generosity, every gesture of sharing abundance with others, strengthened this web and made its light shine brighter. And when morning came, soft and golden through the cottage windows, she would wake to find herself in her own bed, unsure whether the night in the garden had been dream or reality. But beside her pillow would lie a single luminous petal, still glowing faintly with captured moonlight, and in her heart would remain the profound sense of gratitude that the magical evening had awakened, a thanksgiving that would stay with her through all the seasons yet to come. The autumn wind sang one last lullaby through the sleeping garden, carrying the promise that every act of love, every moment of care, every gesture of gratitude creates its own magic, its own light, its own small miracle of connection in the vast and generous world. Wonderful Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's Night Train. The old brass pocket watch in Dorothy's palm had stopped ticking 3 days ago, its hands frozen at 23 minutes past 11. She had found it tucked behind a loose brick in her bedroom wall back in Kansas, wrapped in faded yellow silk that smelled of prairie grass and distant rain. Now, as she stood on the weathered platform of what the hand-painted sign proclaimed to be Twilight Junction, the watch began to hum with a gentle warmth that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The platform stretched before her like something from a half-remembered dream, built from smooth river stones that caught the amber light of lanterns hanging from curved iron posts. Each lantern glowed with a soft, honey-colored flame that never flickered, casting dancing shadows that looked almost like tiny dancers pirouetting across the worn wooden benches. The air smelled of jasmine and old leather, with just a hint of the ozone that comes before a gentle summer storm. Dorothy adjusted her blue gingham dress, not the same one she'd worn on her first journey to Oz, but one that Aunt Em had sewn from the same pattern, as if understanding that some things needed to remain constant, even as the world shifted around them. Her hair fell in loose waves past her shoulders now, no longer confined to the practical braids of childhood, and her feet were bare save for the silver shoes that had appeared on her doorstep that very morning, gleaming as if freshly polished despite their obvious age. A low melodic whistle echoed across the misty landscape beyond the platform, growing closer with each note. The sound was unlike any train whistle Dorothy had ever heard. It seemed to contain layers of music, as if an entire orchestra were breathing through brass pipes hidden somewhere in the approaching darkness. She felt rather than heard the gentle rumble of wheels on tracks, a rhythm that seemed to match the now steady humming of the pocket watch in her hand. "Right on time," said a warm voice beside her. Dorothy turned to find the Scarecrow approaching across the platform, his familiar straw-stuffed form moving with an easy grace that belied his construction. He wore a conductor's uniform, now deep blue wool with brass buttons that gleamed like small suns, and a peaked cap that sat at a jaunty angle over his painted face. His smile was exactly as she remembered it, kind and slightly crooked, with button eyes that somehow managed to sparkle with genuine delight. "Scarecrow!" Dorothy exclaimed, though she kept her voice soft, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the peaceful atmosphere that seemed to wrap around the station like a comfortable blanket. "I wasn't sure you'd be here. The invitation was so unusual." The Scarecrow chuckled, a sound like wind rustling through autumn leaves. "The Twilight Express doesn't follow ordinary schedules, Dorothy. It arrives when it's needed and departs when the journey is ready to begin, though I must say this particular route has been planned for quite some time." He gestured toward the tracks, where a soft lavender glow was beginning to bloom in the distance. The light grew stronger as they watched, resolving itself into the headlamp of an approaching locomotive that seemed to be constructed from moonbeams and starlight. The engine was sleek and elegant, painted in deep midnight blue with silver trim that caught the lantern light like captured lightning. Steam rose from its smokestack in lazy spirals that looked suspiciously like dancing clouds, and the wheels, though clearly solid and functional, appeared to be made of polished obsidian that reflected the night sky as if it were a mirror. "She's beautiful," Dorothy whispered, and found that her voice carried a note of reverence she hadn't expected. "The Emerald Engine," the Scarecrow said proudly, "built in the workshops of the Emerald City, though designed by someone with a deep appreciation for both dreams and distant places. Shall we board? The others are already aboard, and I believe they're quite eager to see you again." The train glided to a stop with barely a whisper of sound, as if it were settling onto the tracks like a bird coming to rest on a familiar branch. The passenger cars were works of art, each one painted a different shade of twilight, from the deep purple of distant mountains to the soft rose gold of clouds touched by the last light of day. Windows glowed with warm, inviting light, and Dorothy could see silhouettes moving about inside, the shapes familiar even in shadow. The Scarecrow opened the door of the nearest car with a flourish, extending his straw-filled hand to help Dorothy aboard. The interior took her breath away. The car was furnished like a comfortable parlor, with deep velvet seats in shades of forest green and burnt amber, small reading lamps with fringed shades, and tables laden with an assortment of curious objects. Books bound in leather the color of autumn leaves, teacups that seemed to glow from within, and small glass globes that contained what looked like miniature weather systems, complete with tiny lightning bolts and drifting clouds. "Dorothy, dear," the Tin Man rose from a seat near the center of the car, his newly polished surface reflecting the warm light like a beacon of joy. He wore a vest of deep burgundy velvet over his metal form, and a small bow tie that somehow managed to look both formal and whimsical. His axe, Dorothy noticed with a smile, had been replaced by a walking stick topped with a small silver heart that pulsed with gentle light. "Tin Man," she said, accepting his careful embrace. His metal arms were warm to the touch, as if heated by an internal fire that burned with kindness rather than fuel. "You look wonderful. That heart suits you perfectly. Oh, this old thing." The Tin Man touched the pulsing heart atop his walking stick with one finger, and Dorothy could swear she heard a soft, contented sigh. "It's not just decorative, you know. It helps me navigate the more emotional landscapes we'll be traveling through tonight. But come, sit." The lion has been pacing the length of the car for the past hour, working up the courage to properly greet you. Indeed, the Cowardly Lion was visible at the far end of the car, his magnificent mane freshly brushed and adorned with small braids tied off with ribbons in shades of gold and cream. He wore a vest of midnight blue that complemented his fur beautifully, and Dorothy could see him taking deep breaths and muttering what sounded like encouraging phrases to himself. "Some things never change," Dorothy said fondly, making her way down the aisle toward her old friend. The floor of the train car was carpeted in thick, soft rugs that seemed to muffle all sound, so that her footsteps made no more noise than falling leaves. "Dorothy," the lion exclaimed as she approached, his voice booming with delight before he caught himself and continued more softly. Hello, Dorothy. It's wonderful to see you again. I was thinking about..." well, about whether you'd remember us. It's been such a long time since Kansas. I could never forget you, Dorothy assured him, reaching up to stroke his magnificent mane. Any of you, though I admit I wasn't entirely sure this was real until I saw the scarecrow on the platform. The invitation appeared under my pillow 3 nights ago, written in silver ink that seemed to shimmer and move when I wasn't looking directly at it. Magic has a way of finding the right people at the right time, said a new voice, and Dorothy turned to see a small, elderly man approaching from the front of the car. He was impeccably dressed in a grey suit with a subtle pinstripe pattern, and wore a tall silk hat that seemed to contain more space than its exterior dimensions should have allowed. His mustache was neatly waxed, and his eyes twinkled behind wire-rimmed spectacles that occasionally reflected scenes that didn't match their immediate surroundings. "Professor Marvel?" Dorothy asked, though even as she said it, she knew that wasn't quite right. This man had the same kind face and gentle manner, but there was something more polished about him, more intentionally mysterious. "The wonderful Wizard of Oz, at your service," he said with a slight bow, though Professor Marvel was indeed one of my more successful incarnations. I've found that people are more comfortable with explanations that sound almost reasonable, even when they're encountering the genuinely magical. He gestured toward a beautifully appointed table near the center of the car, where a silver tea service had been laid out on crisp white linens. The teapot was gently steaming, and Dorothy could smell hints of chamomile and lavender, with undertones of something that reminded her of the way the air smelled just before dawn in the Kansas wheat fields. "Please, all of you, sit," the wizard continued. "We have a long journey ahead of us tonight, and there's much to see and discuss. The Twilight Express follows a very special route, one that exists only between the hours of deepest night and earliest dawn, when the barriers between worlds grow thin and the impossible becomes merely improbable." Dorothy settled into a plush chair that seemed to adjust itself to her exact preferences, becoming softer in some places and more supportive in others. The Scarecrow took the seat beside her, followed by the Tin Man and the Lion, while the wizard busied himself with the tea service, pouring steaming liquid into delicate china cups that seemed to know exactly what each person needed to drink. "Where are we going?" Dorothy asked, accepting a cup that held what tasted like the world's most perfect hot chocolate, with hints of vanilla and cinnamon, and something that might have been liquid starlight. "Through the whispering woods of twilight," the wizard replied, settling into his own chair with a cup of something that smelled like pipe tobacco and autumn evenings. "Past the crystal caves of reflected dreams, across the bridge of sighs content, and finally to the garden of gentle endings, where all good journeys come to rest." As if summoned by his words, the train began to move with the smooth, dreamlike motion of a boat gliding across still water. Dorothy looked out the window and saw that they were passing through a landscape that defied easy description. The trees alongside the tracks were enormous, not in an intimidating way, but with the comfortable largeness of old friends. Their leaves glowed with soft bioluminescence in shades of blue and green and silver, and their branches seemed to wave gently as the train passed, as if greeting old acquaintances. "The trees are saying hello," the Scarecrow observed, following her gaze. "They remember you from your first journey through Oz, though this is a different part of the land entirely. The Whispering Woods exist at the edges of all stories, where the things that almost happened go to wait for their turn to be real." "Almost happened?" Dorothy asked. "The conversations you meant to have but never found the time for," the Tin Man explained, his voice gentle and reflective. "The letters you intended to write, the visits you planned but postponed, the quiet moments you promised yourself but let slip away in the rush of everyday life." As he spoke, Dorothy became aware of a soft murmuring sound from outside the train, not quite voices, but something that carried the cadence and emotion of conversation. It was oddly comforting, like overhearing the distant sound of people talking in another room, the words indistinct, but the tone warm and friendly. "Listen," the lion said, tilting his magnificent head toward the window. "Do you hear them? They're sharing stories, all the stories that people meant to tell but never quite got around to. The woods collect them and keep them safe, in case someday the tellers find their way back to finish what they started." Dorothy pressed her face to the cool glass of the window, watching the luminescent forest flow past. Between the trees, she caught glimpses of small clearings, where groups of shadowy figures sat in circles, their forms indistinct but their postures suggesting animated conversation. Sometimes one of them would look up and wave at the passing train, and Dorothy found herself waving back, though she couldn't explain why it felt so natural to do so. "I think I understand," she said quietly. "There are so many things I've been meaning to tell all of you. Letters I started but never finished. Visits I planned but never made. Life gets so busy, and before you know it, years have passed. That's exactly why the Twilight Express exists," the wizard said kindly. "Some journeys can only be taken when the ordinary world is asleep, when the practical concerns of daylight hours can't interrupt the conversations that matter most." The train began to climb now, the gentle upward slope barely perceptible except for the way the landscape outside the windows gradually opened up. The Whispering Woods fell away below them, and Dorothy found herself looking out over a vast valley filled with what looked like a lake made of liquid moonlight. The surface rippled and shimmered, but instead of reflecting the night sky above, it showed scenes from what might have been memories, people and places and moments that flickered and changed like images in a dream. "The crystal caves of reflected dreams," the Scarecrow announced, though his voice carried a note of wonder, as if he were seeing them for the first time despite his role as conductor. "Every dream that's ever been dreamed leaves a reflection there. Not the strange, chaotic dreams that come from too much cheese before bedtime, but the deep dreams, the ones that show us who we really are and who we might become." Dorothy watched, mesmerized, as scenes played across the surface of the impossible lake. She saw herself as a child, spinning in the wheat field behind her Kansas home with her arms outstretched, laughing at the sheer joy of being alive. She saw Aunt Em teaching her to bake bread, the two of them covered in flour, and giggling like conspirators. She saw Uncle Henry sitting on the porch at sunset, whittling a small wooden bird that would eventually find its way to Dorothy's bedroom windowsill. But there were other scenes too, ones that felt like dreams of possibility rather than memories. She saw herself older, walking through a library filled with books that seemed to write themselves, their pages turning without wind as new stories appeared on them. She saw herself standing on a stage, but instead of performing, she was simply talking to a crowd of people who hung on every word, as if she were sharing the most important truths in the world. Are those things that could still happen? She asked. In one form or another, the wizard replied. Dreams have a way of coming true, though rarely in the exact form we first imagine them. The important thing is to keep dreaming, to keep believing that there are still wonderful adventures waiting around the next bend. The train curved around a mountain peak, and suddenly they were traveling across what appeared to be a bridge made of crystallized music. Dorothy could hear the faint echo of melodies built into the very structure they were crossing, lullabies and love songs, work songs and celebration hymns, all woven together into something that supported their passage while filling the air with gentle harmony. The Bridge of Sighs content, the lion said, his voice unusually confident. It's built from all the moments of perfect satisfaction that people experience the sigh after a job well done, the contented breath at the end of a good meal, the peaceful exhalation that comes when you realize you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Dorothy found herself sighing as he spoke, a long, slow breath that seemed to add its own note to the bridge's symphony. She felt a deep sense of rightness settle over her, as if all the scattered pieces of her life were finally clicking into place. The rushed mornings and long work days, the missed connections and postponed plans, none of it seemed to matter here. There was only this moment, this train, these beloved friends, and the gentle forward motion that carried them toward whatever came next. I'd forgotten, she said softly, how it feels to not be hurrying toward something. In Kansas, there's always another chore, another deadline, another place to be, but here, there's only the journey itself. The Tin Man completed her thought. No destination so urgent that it can't wait for us to enjoy the scenery along the way. As they spoke, the train began to descend again, following a winding track that curved through a landscape unlike anything Dorothy had seen before. Rolling hills covered in grass that seemed to be made of spun silver stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with groves of trees whose leaves chimed softly in the gentle breeze like distant wind chimes. Small streams meandered through the valleys, their water so clear it looked like liquid crystal, reflecting not the sky above but images of peaceful moments, children sleeping, cats purring in sunbeams, lovers walking hand in hand through gardens. We're nearly there, the wizard announced, and Dorothy could hear a note of anticipation in his voice that hadn't been there before. The Garden of Gentle Endings lies just beyond that next grove of silver trees. Gentle endings? Dorothy asked, though she found that the phrase didn't worry her as it might have in the outside world. Here, surrounded by friends and mystery and magic, It sounded like something to look forward to rather than fear. Every journey needs a proper conclusion, the Scarecrow explained, not an abrupt stop, but a gradual settling into peace. The garden is where all the best stories come to rest, where all the questions find their answers, and all the wanderers find their way home. The train slowed as it approached a station that seemed to be built from living trees. The platform was formed by enormous roots that had grown together into a smooth, level surface, while the roof was made of intertwined branches that filtered the starlight into patterns of dancing shadows. Luminous flowers bloomed along the walls, their petals glowing with soft colors that shifted and changed, like the aurora borealis in miniature. All aboard for the Garden of Gentle Endings, the Scarecrow called out in his conductor's voice, though his tone was warm rather than official. Last stop on the Twilight Express. Please gather your memories and any dreams you'd like to plant in the garden soil. Dorothy realized she was still holding the brass pocket watch, which had been humming gently in her palm throughout the entire journey. As she looked down at it, she saw that the hands had begun to move again, but instead of marking ordinary time, they seemed to be pointing toward moments of perfect contentment, the sound of rain on a roof, the feeling of a warm bed on a cold night, the taste of the first strawberry of summer. They disembarked onto the living platform, and Dorothy was surprised to find that her feet were no longer bare. The silver shoes had transformed into soft slippers that seemed to be made of moonbeams and cloud silk, perfect for walking on the springy moss that carpeted the path leading away from the station. The Garden of Gentle Endings spread before them like a promise kept. It wasn't grand or overwhelming, but simply perfect in the way that only the most peaceful places can be. Winding paths bordered by lavender and night-blooming jasmine led between groves of trees that seemed to have been planted by someone who understood the exact placement needed for maximum serenity. Benches appeared at precisely the right intervals, each one positioned to take advantage of the most beautiful views. Small fountains bubbled cheerfully throughout the garden, their water catching and reflecting the starlight like scattered diamonds. "It's wonderful," Dorothy breathed, and found that the words were entirely inadequate. The garden wasn't just beautiful, it was healing, somehow. She could feel the accumulated stress and hurry of her ordinary life melting away like frost in the morning sunday. "Would you like to see the Memorial Grove?" the wizard asked gently. "It's where we keep all the happy memories that people are afraid of forgetting." He led them down a path lined with trees that seemed familiar, though Dorothy couldn't quite place them at first. Then she realized each tree was grown from something precious that had been left behind. The oak with the tire swing was fed by the laughter of children who had played there for one golden summer. The apple tree, heavy with fruit, grew from the seeds of pies baked by grandmothers, whose recipes lived on in the hearts of their families. The climbing rose that wound around a white picket fence bloomed eternal from the love that had been planted there by people who had promised to tend it forever. "My grandmother's garden," Dorothy whispered, stopping before a patch of sunflowers that towered overhead, their faces turned not toward the sun but toward each other, as if sharing secrets. "She died when I was 12, and I was so afraid I'd forget the way she hummed while she worked, or how her hands always smelled like lavender soap. Nothing truly loved is ever truly lost, the Tin Man said, his voice gentle as a prayer. Listen. Dorothy listened, and heard it, the faint, familiar melody of her grandmother's humming, carried on the breeze that stirred the sunflower leaves. It was exactly as she remembered it, cheerful and slightly off-key, the sound of someone who hummed not for an audience but for the pure joy of making music while she worked. They continued through the garden, each of them finding remembrances that spoke to their hearts. The Scarecrow discovered a cornfield where the stalks grew in perfect rows, each one topped with a small scarecrow that danced in the breeze, and Dorothy knew without being told that these were all the protectors who had ever stood guard over growing things, keeping the crows away not through fear but through friendship and negotiation. The lion found a pride of magnificent cats sleeping in a sunny meadow, their manes and coats gleaming with health and contentment. They welcomed him with purrs and gentle nuzzles, and Dorothy realized these must be all the cats who had ever been beloved and well cared for, living on in a place where they could nap in eternal sunshine and never fear the storm. The Tin Man was drawn to a workshop where the most beautiful music boxes were being crafted by invisible hands. Each one played a different melody, and each melody was the sound of a heart being mended, a soul being healed, a spirit learning to love again after thinking it never could. This is where broken things come to be made whole, he said softly, watching as a tiny dancer spun inside one of the music boxes, her painted face glowing with joy. Not just toys and trinkets, but all the precious things that seemed lost beyond repair. They made their way finally to the heart of the garden, where a circular grove of ancient trees surrounded a small, perfect clearing. In the center of the clearing was a fountain, but not the kind that shoots water high into the air. This fountain was more like a spring, bubbling up gently from the earth and flowing in a series of small streams that watered the entire garden. The water itself seemed to glow with its own light, and Dorothy could hear something in its sound, not quite words, but something that conveyed meaning nonetheless. The fountain of stories completed, the wizard said. Every tale that has ever been told to a satisfying conclusion adds its voice to these waters. Every bedtime story that ended with, "and they all lived happily ever after," every novel that closed with all questions answered, every song that faded out on the perfect note. Dorothy knelt beside the fountain and cupped some of the glowing water in her hands. As she did, she heard echoes of all the stories that had ever comforted her, fairy tales read by lamplight, adventures shared around campfires, quiet conversations that had helped her make sense of the world. She drank, and the water tasted like peace itself. "Is this the end, then?" she asked, though she found she wasn't sad at the prospect. The garden was too beautiful, too restful, for sadness to find purchase there. "Every ending is also a beginning," the Scarecrow said, settling onto the soft grass beside the fountain. "The Twilight Express makes this journey every night, carrying different passengers to different destinations, but the garden remains, and the stories remain, and the love remains. Will I remember? Dorothy asked. When I wake up in Kansas, will I remember all of this? The wizard smiled, the same kind, slightly mysterious smile she remembered from their first meeting. You'll remember what you need to remember when you need to remember it. Sometimes it will be the whole journey, clear as daylight. Sometimes it will be just a feeling, the sense that you're loved, that you're not alone, that somewhere in the world there's a train that runs on starlight and friendship, carrying precious cargo through landscapes made of dreams. The lion yawned hugely, then looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm suddenly so sleepy. This garden is just so peaceful. That's exactly what it's meant to be, the Tin Man said, his voice growing softer as he spoke. A place where tired souls can rest, where weary hearts can remember what it feels like to be content. Dorothy found herself growing drowsy too, the kind of sleepiness that comes not from exhaustion but from deep relaxation. The pocket watch in her hand had grown warm and heavy, and when she looked down at it, she saw that the hands were now pointing to symbols instead of numbers: a crescent moon, a sleeping cat, a child's closed eyes, a flower folding its petals for the night. Lie back, the wizard suggested gently. Look up at the stars and let them tell you their stories. Every point of light up there is a dream someone has shared, a hope someone has cherished, a love someone has given freely to the world. Dorothy lay back on the impossibly soft grass, her head pillowed on moss that smelled like her childhood summers. The Scarecrow settled beside her, then the Tin Man, then the Lion, and finally the Wizard, all of them looking up at a sky that seemed closer here than it ever had in the ordinary world. The stars were indeed telling stories she could almost make out the words, soft and soothing, like the best bedtime tales told by the most loving voices. "Thank you," she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to her companions, to the garden itself, or to whatever force had brought them all together for this impossible, perfect journey. "Thank you, Dorothy," the Scarecrow whispered back, "for believing in us, for remembering us, for letting us be part of your story. Thank you for showing us what courage really looks like," the Lion added, his voice already thick with approaching sleep. "Thank you for teaching us that hearts aren't something you have, but something you do," the Tin Man murmured. "And thank you," the Wizard said so softly that Dorothy almost missed it, "for reminding an old magician that the best magic isn't about tricks or illusions, but about bringing people together and helping them find their way home." Dorothy closed her eyes, still holding the warm brass watch, still feeling the presence of her dearest friends beside her. The fountain continued to bubble gently nearby, the stories it contained flowing endlessly through the garden, watering the flowers of memory and possibility. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the Twilight Express whistling softly as it prepared for its next journey, carrying new passengers toward their own gardens of gentle endings. The last thing she was aware of, before sleep claimed her completely, was the sound of her grandmother humming somewhere among the sunflowers, and the certain knowledge that all the love she had ever given and received was here in this garden, growing into something beautiful and eternal, ready to bloom again whenever it was needed. The stars continued their storytelling long into the night, their tales weaving together into a tapestry of dreams that would carry Dorothy safely back to Kansas and forward into whatever adventures awaited her in the waking world. But part of her would always remain in the garden of gentle endings, tending the flowers of memory and friendship, ensuring that no love was ever truly lost and no story ever really ended. The brass pocket watch ticked quietly in her sleeping hand, its rhythm matching the pulse of her peaceful heart, counting not the passing minutes but the accumulating moments of joy, wonder, and connection that make up a life well lived. In the morning, she would find it on her nightstand in Kansas, still warm to the touch, its hands pointing to a time that existed only in dreams, the eternal now of perfect contentment, where every journey finds its peaceful conclusion and every wanderer finally comes home. The monk who found peace in the rain, a Zen sleep story for deep rest. High on the mist-wrapped slopes of Mount Shirakawa, where the clouds gathered like old friends sharing whispered secrets, stood the Temple of Gentle Waters. Its weathered wooden beams had witnessed countless seasons, countless storms, and countless moments of profound silence. Tonight, as the first drops of what would become the season's longest rain began to fall, Brother Kenjiro sat in the temple's main hall, his aged hands folded peacefully in his lap. The monk was 73 years old, though his exact age mattered little in this place where time moved like honey through sunlight. His hair, now silver white as morning frost, was cropped close to his head in the traditional manner. Deep lines mapped the geography of his face, each one earned through years of quiet contemplation, gentle laughter, and the patient tending of both garden and spirit. His brown robes, simple and unadorned, had been mended so many times that they seemed more like a second skin than clothing. For 47 years, Kenjiro had called this temple home. He had arrived as a young man seeking answers to questions he could barely articulate, carrying nothing but a small bundle of possessions and a heart heavy with the world's suffering. Now, as the rain began to intensify, drumming its ancient rhythm against the temple's curved roof, he found himself thinking not of questions, but of the profound beauty of simply being present for each moment as it arrived. The sound of rain had always stirred something deep within him. As a child in the valley below, he had pressed his face against his family's paper windows during storms, watching the water streak down in rivulets like tears of joy. As a young monk, he had often stood in the temple's covered walkways during downpours, breathing in the petrichor, that sweet, earthy scent that rose from rain-kissed soil. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the rain seemed to be calling to him with a voice he had never quite heard before. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm was hypnotic, like a meditation bell struck by invisible hands. Kenjiro closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him, feeling his breath naturally slow to match the gentle cadence. Each raindrop seemed to carry its own small story of clouds gathering over distant mountains, of moisture rising from far-off seas, of the endless cycle that connected all things in a web of quiet interdependence. rising slowly from his meditation cushion, his knees creaking softly with the accumulated wisdom of decades. Kenjiro moved toward the temple's main entrance. The wooden floors, polished smooth by countless bare feet, felt cool beneath his own feet. He slid open the heavy doors with practiced ease, revealing the rain-soaked courtyard beyond. The temple grounds stretched out before him like a watercolor painting come to life. Stone lanterns, their flames protected by rice paper shields, cast warm pools of golden light that danced and flickered in the falling rain. The carefully raked gravel of the meditation garden had transformed into a canvas of tiny craters, each raindrop creating perfect circles that overlapped and merged in endless, ever-changing patterns. But it was the ancient pine tree at the courtyard's center that drew his attention most powerfully. Gnarled and magnificent, its trunk easily 6 feet in diameter, the tree had stood sentinel here for over 300 years. Its branches, heavy with rain-darkened needles, swayed gently in the night breeze. Water cascaded from its boughs in sheets, creating a curtain of silver that shimmered in the lantern light. Kenjiro had swept beneath this tree countless times, had meditated in its shade during blazing summer afternoons, had watched snow accumulate on its branches during mountain winters. But tonight, as the rain intensified, he saw it with fresh eyes. The tree was not simply enduring the storm, it was dancing with it, drinking it in, celebrating each drop as a gift from the sky. Without conscious thought, the old monk stepped out into the rain. The first drops struck his shaved head like tiny blessings, cool and clean and immediate. Within moments, his brown robes began to darken as the water soaked through the fabric. But instead of seeking shelter, Kenjiro stood perfectly still in the courtyard's center, arms at his sides, face turned upward toward the star-hidden sky. The sensation was extraordinary. Each raindrop seemed to carry its own unique message, some gentle as whispered prayers, others more insistent, like urgent reminders to pay attention. The water ran down his face in rivulets, tracing the familiar paths carved by decades of weather and contemplation. It pooled briefly at his chin before dropping to join the growing puddles at his feet. This, he thought with sudden clarity, this is what I have been missing. For all his years of meditation, of studying sacred texts, of tending the temple gardens with mindful precision, he had somehow overlooked the simple, profound teaching available in a moment like this. The rain asked nothing of him except presence. It demanded no philosophy, no doctrine, no carefully constructed understanding. It simply was immediate, essential, alive. Kenjiro began to walk slowly through the courtyard, his bare feet splashing softly in the forming puddles. The rain had intensified now, transforming from gentle drops into a steady downpour that filled the night with its constant soothing voice. Lightning flickered somewhere in the distance, illuminating the rain-heavy clouds for brief, spectacular moments, followed by thunder that rolled across the mountains like the deep breathing of sleeping giants. He made his way to the temple's small garden, where vegetables and herbs grew in neat, carefully tended rows. Here, the transformation was even more remarkable. The earth, which had been dry and thirsting after several weeks without significant rain, now drank deeply. He could almost see the plants responding, the drooping leaves of the bok choy lifting with renewed vigor, the herbs releasing their concentrated fragrances into the rain-washed air. Kneeling beside a patch of winter radishes, Kenjiro placed his hands flat against the mud-softened soil. The earth was cool and alive beneath his palms, and he could feel it drinking in the rain with the same grateful attention he brought to his morning tea. Everything was connected in this moment, the sky's gift of water, the earth's ready acceptance, the plant's eager response, and his own quiet witnessing of it all. Time seemed to slow and thicken, like honey mixed with moonlight. The old monk remained kneeling in the garden, no longer aware of the distinction between himself and the rain-soaked world around him. His breath had synchronized with the rhythm of falling water. His heartbeat seemed to echo the distant rumble of thunder. He was not separate from the storm, he was part of it, woven into its gentle, persistent song. A memory surfaced, unbidden but welcome. He was 7 years old again, standing in his grandmother's garden during a summer storm much like this one. She had found him there, soaked and grinning, his small hands cupped to catch the falling rain. "Kenjiro-kun," she had said, her voice gentle with understanding. "What are you doing?" "I'm listening, grandmother," he had replied, though he hadn't been able to explain what he was listening to. "The rain is telling me something important." She had knelt beside him then, her own hands joining his to catch the falling drops. "And what is it telling you?" she had asked. "That everything is going to be okay," he had whispered, though even then he couldn't say how he knew this to be true. Now, 66 years later, kneeling in his temple garden with rain streaming down his weathered face, Kenjiro understood. The rain had been teaching him all along, not through words or concepts, but through the simple, unassailable truth of its presence. It fell without judgment, without agenda, without need for recognition or reward. It simply gave itself completely to each moment, trusting in the ancient wisdom that connected all things. Rising slowly, water dripping from his soaked robes, the old monk began to walk the temple's covered pathways. His bare feet found their familiar rhythm on the smooth wooden boards, each step now accompanied by the soft sound of water droplets falling from his clothing. The rain continued its steady drumming on the curved roof above, creating a cocoon of sound that seemed to hold the entire world in gentle embrace. He paused at the small shrine where a bronze Buddha sat in eternal meditation, the statue's surface now gleaming with rainwater that had blown in through the open sides of the walkway. Even here, the rain had found its way, adding its own simple offering to the sacred space. Kenjiro bowed deeply, feeling a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The Buddha's expression seemed particularly serene tonight, as if the ancient sage too was enjoying the rain's gentle teaching. Continuing his slow circuit of the temple grounds, Kenjiro found himself at the small stone bridge that arched over the narrow stream running through the property. Usually, the stream was little more than a trickle, speaking in whispered gurgles as it wound its way down the mountainside. Tonight, fed by the abundant rain. It had become a small river, its voice raised in joyful celebration. The old monk stood on the bridge for a long time, watching the dark water flow beneath him, listening to its liquid song merge with the rain's percussion. Each sound seemed to inform the other, the rain feeding the stream welcoming the rain, both part of the same endless cycle that connected mountain peak to ocean depths. A night heron landed at the stream's edge, seemingly unbothered by the continuing downpour. The bird stood perfectly still, its long neck curved in an elegant shape, waiting with infinite patience for an unwary fish to swim within striking distance. Watching the heron's unwavering focus, Kenjiro felt a deep kinship with the creature. They were both practitioners of presence, both students of the same fundamental teaching that required no temple, no texts, no tradition, only the willingness to be completely where they were. The heron struck suddenly, emerging from the water with a small silver fish writhing in its beak. For a moment, the bird looked directly at Kenjiro, and in that brief exchange of gazes, the monk felt something pass between them, a recognition, perhaps, or simply an acknowledgement of shared purpose. Then the heron took wing, disappearing into the rain-darkened night with powerful, unhurried wing beats. Kenjiro remained on the bridge until the first faint suggestion of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. The rain had not stopped. If anything, it had grown heavier, settling into the deep, steady rhythm of a storm that intended to stay for days. But something had shifted during his night-long vigil. The questions that had occasionally troubled his meditation, doubts about his path, concerns about the temple's future, the subtle anxiety that sometimes accompanied advanced age, had simply washed away. He understood now that he had been seeking something that was already present, always present, in each moment of his ordinary life. The rain had not taught him anything new, it had simply helped him remember what he had always known, but sometimes forgotten in the complexity of daily existence. Peace was not a destination to be reached through years of disciplined practice. It was the ground of being itself, as constant and reliable as falling rain. Making his way back toward the temple's main hall, Kenjiro's wet robes clung to his thin frame, but he felt warmer than he had in months. The rain continued to fall around him, on him, through him, and he realized that the sensation of being separate from it had been nothing more than a persistent illusion. There was no him and rain, there was simply the seamless experience of rain falling, experienced from the perspective of a particular collection of sensations and memories that had learned to call itself Kenjiro. In the main hall, he changed into dry robes, hanging his soaked clothing on wooden pegs, where they would slowly drip themselves dry over the coming hours. The familiar weight of dry fabric felt strange after his rain-soaked pilgrimage, but comforting too, like returning to an old friend after a transformative journey. He prepared his morning tea with special care, each movement deliberate and unhurried. The water he heated had been collected from the roof's rain channels just minutes before the same water that had blessed his midnight awakening, now serving to warm him from within. As he sipped the simple green tea, he could taste something indefinable in it, some essence that spoke of sky and cloud and the generous giving that connected all things. Outside, the rain continued its gentle teaching and would continue for days to come. But Kenjiro no longer needed to be soaked to the skin to hear its message. It had become part of his breathing, part of his heartbeat, part of the fundamental rhythm that animated his life. He had found peace in the rain, but more than that, he had recognized that he and the peace and the rain were not separate phenomena, but expressions of the same underlying reality that held everything in its vast, compassionate embrace. As the grey dawn light slowly filled the temple hall, mixing with the warm glow of the oil lamps, Brother Kenjiro settled into his morning meditation. His back was straight but not rigid, his hands folded gently in his lap, his breath moving in the same steady rhythm as the rain on the roof above. His eyes were closed, but his awareness was completely open, receiving each moment like parched earth receiving water. The rain drummed its ancient song on the temple roof, and in that sound the old monk found everything he had ever sought and everything he would ever need. There was no separation between the seeker and the sought, between the question and the answer, between the monk and the rain. There was only this perfect eternal moment in which peace revealed itself not as something to be attained, but as something that had never been absent. In the growing light of the rainy dawn, surrounded by the patient wooden walls that had sheltered countless monks through countless storms, Kenjiro sat in perfect stillness. The rain continued to fall, would continue to fall throughout the day and into the evening, carrying its gifts of renewal to every corner of the mountain. And in his deep, unshakable peace, the old monk received each drop as what it truly was, a small blessing from the infinite sky, a gentle reminder that he was exactly where he had always belonged. The temple of gentle waters settled into the rhythm of another rainy day, held safely in the embrace of the mountains, watched over by an ancient pine tree, tended by a monk who had finally learned to hear the teaching that surrounded him, always the endless, patient lesson of rain falling on grateful earth, of peace revealing itself in the simplest moments, of home being not a place to reach, but the ground on which he had always been standing. As the morning deepened and the rain continued its gentle blessing, Brother Kenjiro felt drawn once more to witness the transformation taking place beyond the temple walls. Rising from his meditation cushion with the unhurried grace of accumulated years, he moved to the great wooden doors and slid them open wide. The world had been reborn in rain. Every surface gleamed with water's blessing, the stone pathways now mirrors reflecting the pearl-grey sky, the garden soil dark and rich with moisture. The ancient pine's bark deepened to the colour of old bronze. Mist rose from the warming earth in delicate spirals, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed suspended between earth and heaven. He noticed details that had escaped him in the darkness of his midnight revelation. Tiny streams had formed in the temple's gravel, creating miniature rivers that wound their way toward the larger stream below. The carefully placed rocks in the meditation garden had become islands, each one now surrounded by pools that caught and held the sky's reflection. Even the temple's bronze wind chimes, normally silent in the still mountain air, now sang soft percussion as raindrops struck their surfaces. A family of sparrows had taken shelter under the curved eaves of the tea house, their small bodies fluffed against the morning chill. They watched him with bright, curious eyes, occasionally chirping conversation among themselves. One brave individual ventured out into the rain, wings spread wide, and performed what could only be described as a dance, hopping and fluttering, beak tilted skyward to catch the falling drops. Watching this small celebration of the storm's gifts, Kenjiro felt his heart expand with joy. The old monk stepped out into the courtyard once more, his fresh robes quickly beginning to darken with moisture. But this time, his emergence into the rain felt different, not like a seeker desperately pursuing enlightenment, but like someone coming home to a familiar embrace. The raindrops seemed to recognize him, welcoming him back with gentle touches that spoke of ancient friendship. He walked slowly to the temple's vegetable garden, where the transformation was even more miraculous than he had perceived in the darkness. The winter vegetables, hardy daikon radishes, crisp napa cabbage, fragrant herbs that would flavor the temple's simple meals, all seemed to glow with renewed life. Droplets clung to spider webs stretched between the plant stakes, creating jewelry of impossible delicacy that would vanish with the first strong breeze. Kneeling beside a row of newly sprouted mung beans, Kenjiro placed his palm gently on the soil. He could feel the earth's gratitude, its deep satisfaction at receiving the sky's gift after weeks of patient waiting. The beans themselves seemed to pulse with new growth. He could almost sense their roots extending deeper, their first leaves preparing to unfurl toward the light. A memory surfaced of his early years at the temple, when the previous abbot, Master Dogen, had found him one morning after a similar rainstorm. Kenjiro had been young then, perhaps 30, still driven by the fierce desire to understand, to achieve, to become something more than what he was. He had been sitting in the garden much as he sat now, but his posture had been rigid with effort, his face tight with concentration. "Young brother," Master Dogen had said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of decades, "what are you trying so hard to accomplish?" "I am attempting to understand the Buddha nature of rain," Kenjiro had replied, his words careful and formal in the way of earnest students everywhere. The old master had laughed not mockingly, but with the warm delight of someone witnessing a child's innocent wisdom. "And what does the rain tell you about Buddha nature?" "That it falls equally on all things," Kenjiro had answered, proud of his insight. "It shows no preference for beautiful flowers over humble weeds, for the temple roof over the muddy path." "Yes," Master Dogen had agreed, settling himself beside the young monk with a soft rustle of robes. "And what else?" Kenjiro had struggled then, reaching for deeper meaning, grasping for the profound understanding that would surely prove his worthiness as a seeker, that all things are interconnected, that the rain today becomes the river tomorrow, and the river becomes the sea. "All so true," the master had nodded, "but you are working very hard to understand what the rain is teaching you. What if, instead of trying to understand the rain's Buddha nature, you simply allowed yourself to be the rain's Buddha nature?" At the time, the words had seemed like another riddle to be solved. another koan to penetrate through concentrated effort. Only now, 43 years later, did Kenjiro truly hear what his teacher had been offering. Not another concept to grasp, but an invitation to stop grasping altogether. Rising from his contemplation of the bean sprouts, the old monk continued his slow circuit of the transformed temple grounds. The rain had created tiny waterfalls where none had existed before, silver streams cascading from roof edges, flowing down the carved faces of stone guardian lions, pooling in the lotus-shaped basins that caught water from the temple's chain gutters. He paused at the small cemetery where generations of monks rested beneath weathered stone markers. Here, too, the rain had brought its gifts, washing the memorial tablets clean, filling the stone cups that held offerings with fresh water, making the carved characters of ancient names stand out with renewed clarity. Even in death, it seemed, the rain offered its blessing equally. A profound sense of continuity washed over him, not unlike the rain itself, but gentler, deeper. He thought of all the monks who had walked these paths before him, who had tended the same garden, who had sat beneath the same ancient pine. They had all experienced mornings like this one, had all felt the rain's teaching in their own way, had all come to understand that seeking and finding were not separate activities, but different faces of the same eternal moment. The temple bell tower stood at the garden's edge, its bronze bell dark with rain wash. On impulse, Kenjiro climbed the wooden steps, his wet feet sure on the familiar planks. At the top, he grasped the thick rope and gave it a gentle pull. The bell's voice rolled out across the rain-soaked mountains, deep and resonant, seeming to call not to distant villages but to the storm itself. The sound seemed to please the rain, which responded with a momentary intensification, as if applauding the bell's song. From his elevated position, Kenjiro could see far down the mountainside, where other temples and monasteries dotted the landscape like scattered gems. Threads of smoke rose from their chimneys, and he imagined his fellow monks beginning their own morning routines, perhaps some of them also pausing to listen to the rain's patient teaching. Descending from the bell tower, he found himself drawn to the temple's small library, where ancient texts rested in wooden cabinets, protected from moisture by oiled paper and careful tending. Here, scrolls and bound books held the accumulated wisdom of centuries' commentaries on sutras, poetry by long-dead masters, philosophical treatises that had shaped the understanding of countless seekers. But this morning, surrounded by the sound of rain on the library's wooden roof, Kenjiro felt no need to open any of the texts. The teaching he needed was falling from the sky, writing itself in puddles and streams, composing itself in the rhythm of drops against leaves. All the wisdom contained in the library's carefully preserved volumes seemed to distill into this single, immediate truth. Everything he sought was already present, had always been present. In this moment of rain falling on grateful earth, he thought of the many hours he had spent in this room over the decades, studying by lamplight, wrestling with complex philosophical questions, seeking understanding through careful analysis of ancient words. None of that effort had been wasted. It had prepared him, perhaps, to recognize the teaching when it came in this direct, wordless form. But now he understood that the rain falling outside had been offering the same wisdom all along, requiring no translation, no interpretation, no scholarly commentary. Returning to the main hall, Kenjiro found that his tea had grown cold during his extended pilgrimage through the rain-transformed temple grounds. He prepared a fresh pot, this time adding leaves from the temple's own tea bushes, which even now were drinking deeply of the morning's blessing. As the tea steeped, filling the hall with its subtle fragrance, he arranged fresh flowers from the garden, humble chrysanthemums, whose petals were heavy with rainwater, their simple beauty enhanced rather than diminished by the storm's attention. The act of flower arrangement had always been a form of meditation for him, but this morning it felt different. His hands moved without conscious direction, finding perfect balance not through careful planning but through a kind of intuitive trust. The flowers seemed to arrange themselves, each stem finding its natural place in the composition as inevitably as raindrops found their way to the earth. Settling once more into meditation, his fresh tea steaming gently beside him, Kenjiro allowed his awareness to expand until it included not just his own breath and heartbeat, but the breath and heartbeat of the entire rain-blessed world. The sound of water falling merged with the whisper of his own breathing, the gentle movements of small creatures seeking shelter, the almost inaudible sound of plants drinking and growing, the distant hush of wind through wet pine needles. In this expanded awareness, all sense of time seemed to dissolve. Morning became afternoon without his notice, the rain continuing its steady blessing, sometimes intensifying to a drumming crescendo, sometimes softening to a whisper, but never ceasing entirely. Occasionally he would surface from the depths of meditation to sip his tea or adjust his posture, but these small movements felt like part of the meditation itself, no different from the rain's own patient falling. As the day wore on and the light began its gradual shift toward evening, Kenjiro realized that he had spent an entire day in the company of rain, and that this had been perhaps the most perfect day of his long life. Not because anything extraordinary had happened, no dramatic insights, no mystical visions, no sudden revelations. Perfect precisely because nothing special had occurred, because he had simply been present for the ordinary miracle of water falling from sky to earth, and in that presence had found the peace that had never been absent. As the first evening shadows began to gather in the temple's corners, Brother Kenjiro breathed in, breathed out, and smiled the quiet smile of one who has found what he was never truly seeking, in the place he had never actually left. The rain continued its gentle song on the temple roof, and in that eternal rhythm the old monk rested in the unshakable peace of simply being home. Cinderella and the Christmas Starlight, a Christmas sleep story. In a cottage where ivy climbed the stone walls like gentle green fingers, and where frost painted delicate patterns on diamond-paned windows, Cinderella sat by her hearth on the most peaceful of Christmas Eves. The fire crackled softly, sending warm amber light dancing across the wooden beams overhead, and outside, snow fell in whispered silence, each flake a tiny blessing drifting down from the velvet sky. Cinderella had learned to cherish these quiet moments. Gone were the days of endless chores and bitter words echoing through cold manor halls. Now, in her own small sanctuary, she lived surrounded by the gentle magic that had always dwelt within her heart. Magic that seemed to bloom most beautifully during the Christmas season, when the very air shimmered with hope and wonder. She pulled her favorite woolen shawl closer around her shoulders, the one dyed the soft blue of winter twilight, and gazed out through her window at the snow-laden garden. The bare branches of the old apple tree wore caps of white, and the wooden fence posts had become small snow sculptures, each one unique and perfect in its simplicity. Everything was hushed, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of Christmas morning. A soft mewing drew her attention to the windowsill, where a small grey cat with white paws sat looking hopefully through the glass. Cinderella had never seen this little creature before, but something about its gentle green eyes and the way it tilted its head reminded her of the kindness she'd always tried to carry in her heart, even during her darkest days. "Oh, you sweet thing," she whispered, rising from her chair and moving to the window. "You must be so cold out there." She unlatched the window, and the cat stepped delicately inside, shaking tiny snowflakes from its fur. It purred immediately, a sound like distant thunder on a summer evening, and began to rub against Cinderella's ankles with grateful affection. "There now," Cinderella murmured, closing the window against the winter air. "You can stay as long as you need to. Everyone deserves warmth on Christmas Eve." She settled back into her chair by the fire, and the cat leaped gracefully onto her lap, curling into a perfect circle of contentment. As Cinderella stroked its soft fur, she found herself thinking about all the Christmases she'd observed from the shadows of her step-family's grand house, watching through keyholes as they decorated their enormous tree, listening from the kitchen as guests laughed and celebrated, always on the outside looking in. But now, in her own small space, she was creating her own Christmas traditions. Earlier that day, she had woven garlands from holly and ivy gathered from her garden, hanging them along the mantelpiece where they released their clean, earthy fragrance into the warm air. She had lit candles in the windows, their golden flames serving as beacons of welcome for any traveler who might pass by on this holy night. The cat purred louder, and Cinderella smiled down at it. "I suppose you're my first Christmas guest," she said softly, "though I have a feeling you might be more than you appear to be." As if in response to her words, the cat lifted its head and gazed directly into her eyes. For just a moment, Cinderella could have sworn she saw starlight reflected in those green depths, not just the light from her candles, but actual starlight, as if the cat carried pieces of the night sky within itself. Outside, the wind began to sing a gentle lullaby, and the snowflakes seemed to dance more gracefully in their descent. Cinderella found herself growing drowsy, lulled by the warmth of the fire, the rhythmic purring of the cat, and the peaceful silence of the snowy night. She was just beginning to nod off when a soft chiming sound drifted through the air, like tiny silver bells ringing far away. "Do you hear that?" she whispered to the cat, who pricked up its ears and looked toward the window. The chiming grew slightly louder, more melodic, and Cinderella realized it seemed to be coming from outside. Curiosity overcoming her sleepiness, she gently moved the cat from her lap and went to peer through the frosty glass. What she saw made her catch her breath in wonder. Falling among the snowflakes were tiny points of light, each one glowing with a soft, opalescent radiance. They drifted down from the star-filled sky like luminous rain, some settling on the snow-covered ground, others catching in the branches of trees, and a few landing softly on her windowsill. "Stars," she breathed. "Falling stars." But these were unlike any falling stars she had ever imagined. Instead of burning out as they fell, they continued to shine with gentle persistence, as if they had chosen to visit the earth rather than streak across the heavens. The chiming sound, she realized, was the music they made as they descended a crystalline melody that spoke of ancient magic and Christmas miracles. One of the starlights landed directly on her windowsill and sat there glowing like a captured piece of heaven. Without thinking, Cinderella opened the window again and carefully cupped the star in her palms. It was warm and light as a feather, pulsing gently with soft white radiance. The moment the star touched her skin, images began to flow through her mind like a gentle dream. She saw herself as a child, finding joy in small things despite the hardships around her, singing to the birds who visited her windowsill, making friends with the mice who shared her attic room, discovering beauty in dewdrops and flower petals when beauty seemed absent from every other corner of her world. The star pulsed brighter, and she saw more. Moments of kindness she had almost forgotten, times when she had shared her meager meals with stray animals, when she had tended to injured creatures she found in the garden, when she had offered comfort to others who seemed even lonelier than herself. Each act of compassion shone in the star's light like a tiny flame, and Cinderella realized that all of these small kindnesses had been gathering themselves together, waiting for the perfect moment to return to her transformed. "Oh," she whispered, understanding flooding through her like warm honey. "You're not just falling stars. Your wishes, hopes, all the love I gave away, coming back to me." The cat meowed softly from behind her, and when Cinderella turned, she saw that several more starlights had somehow found their way inside her cottage. They floated gently through the air like luminous soap bubbles, casting moving patterns of light and shadow on the walls. As she watched in wonder, more stars began to drift through the walls themselves, as if the very stones of her cottage had become permeable to celestial magic. Each star that entered brought with it a whisper of memory, a fragment of all the Christmas seasons that had ever been celebrated with love and hope. She could almost hear the echo of children's laughter, the rustle of wrapping paper, the gentle conversations of families gathered around warm hearths. One particularly radiant star paused in its floating dance to hover near Cinderella's face. As it drew close, she felt a warmth that went deeper than the physical, a warmth that touched the places in her heart that had once been cold with loneliness and neglect. The star pulsed gently, and suddenly she could see within its light the face of her own mother, smiling with the same gentle love Cinderella remembered from her earliest childhood. "My darling girl," came a voice like wind through summer leaves, though whether she heard it with her ears or her heart, she could not say. "Look how beautifully you have grown. Look how your kindness has bloomed like flowers in winter." The star containing her mother's image drifted slowly around the cottage, and where it passed, new details appeared as if painted by light itself. The rough wooden table began to gleam with a patina of age and care, as if generations of loving hands had polished it smooth. The simple earthenware dishes on her shelves took on a subtle iridescence, becoming precious not for their material value but for the memories they would hold of meals shared with grateful hearts. Even her humble collection of books seemed transformed. The worn spines straightened slightly, and golden letters appeared on their covers, titles in languages she had never learned but somehow understood. Songs of the winter heart, tales of kindness returned, the astronomy of hope. When she reached for one of these transformed volumes, it fell open to pages filled not with printed words but with moving illustrations that told stories of their own tales of other lonely souls who had found magic in their solitude, who had discovered that the smallest acts of love could illuminate the darkest corners of the world. The star that held her mother's presence finally settled on the mantelpiece, taking its place among the holly garlands where it continued to shine with maternal warmth. But now other stars were beginning to reveal their own secrets. A cluster of 3 stars that had nestled near her sewing basket began to glow more brightly, and within their combined radiance, Cinderella saw the figures of the mice who had once been her only companions in the attic of her step-family's house. "Cinderella," they squeaked in tiny, harmonious voices. "Dear friend who shared her bread when she had so little, who sang to us when the nights were long and cold, who made us feel seen and valued when the world would have called us mere pests." The mice stars danced around her ankles as they had done in life, but now their dance left trails of golden light that spiraled upward like luminous ribbons. Where these ribbons touched her simple blue dress, the fabric began to shimmer with threads of silver and pearl, transforming her humble clothing into something that rivaled the finest court gowns, not through ostentation, but through the quiet beauty of love made manifest. A larger star, one that glowed with warm amber light, drifted down from where it had been circling near the ceiling beams. As it approached, Cinderella gasped softly, for within its radiance she saw the kindly face of her godmother, not the fairy godmother of legend, but the elderly baker's wife who had lived at the edge of town and had always saved the day-old bread for hungry children. "I watched you grow," the star whispered in the voice Cinderella remembered from long-ago visits to the bakery. "I saw how you never lost your sweetness, even when bitterness surrounded you. I saw how you helped others even when you received no help yourself, and I promised your dear mother when she passed into starlight herself that love would find its way back to you when the time was right." This star settled gently on the window sill where the grey cat had first appeared, and Cinderella realized with a start that the cat's green eyes held the same wise, loving expression she remembered from the baker's wife. The cat purred and winked one eye, as if confirming her sudden understanding, and she felt a rush of gratitude so profound it brought tears to her eyes. "You've been watching over me all along," she whispered, and the cat, who was perhaps more than a cat, or had perhaps always been exactly what she needed, padded over to rub against her legs with warm affection. One by one, the stars began to settle in various spots throughout her small home. Some nestled among the holly garlands on the mantelpiece, making them sparkle as if dusted with diamond powder. Others came to rest on the branches of a small pine tree she had brought inside. Earlier nothing grand or elaborate, just a simple tree she had rescued from the forest, one that had been growing crooked and forgotten in the shadow of larger pines. As the stars settled on its branches, the humble little tree began to transform. Each star became a perfect ornament of light, and the tree itself seemed to straighten and fill out, its needles growing lusher and more fragrant. The transformation was gradual and gentle, like watching a flower bloom in slow motion. New branches unfurled with impossible grace, and where there had been bare spots, rich green needles appeared as if painted by an invisible hand. But the magic went deeper than mere decoration. As each star found its place on the tree, it brought with it a gift, not a physical present wrapped in paper and ribbon, but something far more precious. One star carried the gift of peaceful sleep, its light gentle and soporific, promising nights free from troubled dreams. Another held the gift of laughter, ready to bubble up at unexpected moments and fill the cottage with joy. A third star glowed with the gift of inspiration, waiting to whisper creative ideas into Cinderella's ear as she sat by her fireside in the evenings to come. There was a star that held the gift of friendship, not just with magical cats and remembered loved ones, but with the living souls she would encounter in the days ahead. Another carried the gift of healing, ready to mend not just physical hurts but the deeper wounds that time and kindness had not yet fully soothed. One small, particularly bright star held the gift of music, and even now Cinderella could hear the faint melody it sang, a wordless tune that spoke of contentment and hope. As she watched, more specialized gifts revealed themselves. A star near the top of the tree glowed with the gift of understanding, ready to help her comprehend the deeper meanings behind life's small moments. Another held the gift of patience, its light steady and unwavering, a reminder that the most beautiful things often grew slowly and quietly. A cluster of smaller stars carried between them the gift of wonder, ensuring that she would never lose her ability to see magic in the ordinary world. The tree continued to fill out and grow more beautiful as the stars settled into their chosen places. Soon, Cinderella's cottage was illuminated by the most wondrous Christmas tree that had ever grown, not because it was large or expensive, but because it had been decorated by magic born from love and kindness, and because each ornament of light carried within it a blessing for the days to come. More stars continued to drift inside through the walls and windows, and Cinderella watched in gentle amazement as they transformed her simple cottage into a sanctuary of soft light. They settled along the window frames like garlands of captured moonbeams, their radiance making the frost patterns on the glass look like intricate lacework. They gathered in small clusters on her dining table, creating centerpieces that glowed like earthbound constellations, each one unique in its arrangement and beauty. Some stars chose unexpected resting places. One settled on the handle of her wooden spoon, blessing all the meals she would prepare with love and nourishment. Another perched on the rim of her favorite teacup, promising that every cup of tea she drank would carry with it a moment of perfect peace. A particularly playful star wedged itself into the spine of her most beloved book, ensuring that every time she opened it, she would discover something new and wonderful in its familiar pages. They even perched on the edges of her bookshelves, making the worn spines of her beloved volumes shimmer with mysterious beauty. Each book seemed to respond to its starlight companion. Her collection of fairy tales began to glow with a warm golden light that spoke of happy endings, while her books of poetry shimmered with silver radiance that promised new verses would come to her in dreams. Even her practical volumes, the cookbook with its food-stained pages, the almanac she consulted for planting times, took on a subtle luminescence that suggested magic could be found in the most everyday activities. The walls themselves seemed to absorb some of the starlight, and Cinderella noticed that the simple whitewash now held hints of pearl and rose and palest gold, as if the cottage had been painted with pigments made from dawn and sunset and moonbeams. The wooden beams overhead gained a warm, honey-colored glow, and the stone hearth seemed to radiate not just the heat of the fire, but a deeper warmth that spoke of eternal comfort and safety. In one corner of the cottage, near her spinning wheel, a group of stars had arranged themselves in a complex pattern that resembled a constellation she had never seen before. As she approached to examine it more closely, she realized the stars were not randomly placed, but were forming letters in a script of pure light. Slowly, she made out the words they spelled. Every thread you spin will be woven with love. Every garment you make will carry blessings to its wearer. Another constellation of stars had formed near her kitchen window, and their arrangement spelled out, "Every meal prepared in this kitchen will nourish not just the body, but the soul. Every cup of kindness offered here will multiply and return to you sevenfold." By her bedside, where a simple wooden cross hung on the wall, stars had gathered to form words of even deeper meaning. "You are cherished beyond measure. Your gentle heart has made the world more beautiful. Rest now in the knowledge that you are loved by forces seen and unseen, by powers earthly and divine." The cat, meanwhile, seemed completely unsurprised by these magical happenings. It had settled itself in front of the fireplace and was watching the proceedings with the satisfied air of someone whose plan was unfolding exactly as expected. "You knew this would happen, didn't you?" Cinderella asked, kneeling down to scratch behind the cat's ears. The cat purred and rubbed against her hand, and for just a moment its grey fur seemed to shimmer with the same opalescent light as the fallen stars. Then it was simply a cat again, though its green eyes held depths of wisdom that spoke of older magic than Cinderella could fathom. As the last of the stars settled into their chosen places, a profound peace descended over the cottage. The chiming melody faded to a barely audible whisper, and the only sounds were the gentle crackling of the fire and the soft susurrus of snow against the windows. The light from the stars was not bright or overwhelming, but warm and comforting, like being embraced by moonlight made tangible. Cinderella moved slowly through her transformed home, touching nothing but marveling at everything. Every surface seemed to glow with gentle radiance, and the air itself felt different, thicker, somehow, as if it were filled with invisible blessings. She had always believed in magic, had felt it moving in the world around her even during her most difficult days, but never had she experienced anything quite like this. She paused beside her Christmas tree, reaching out to touch one of the star ornaments. It was solid beneath her fingertips, real and warm, but light as a whisper. As she held it, she felt a deep contentment settling in her chest, not the wild joy of sudden excitement, but the quiet, abiding happiness of finally being exactly where she belonged. "Thank you," she whispered to the cottage, to the stars, to whatever benevolent force had orchestrated this gentle miracle. The fire in the hearth burned lower, but the starlight was sufficient to keep the cottage bright and welcoming. Cinderella found herself yawning, the magical events of the evening having filled her with a dreamlike lassitude. She settled back into her chair, and the grey cat immediately returned to her lap, purring contentedly. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but the wind had died down to the merest breath. Everything was still and perfect, as if the world had paused to appreciate the quiet magic that had transformed one small cottage on Christmas Eve. Through her windows, Cinderella could see that other stars still drifted down from the sky, but they seemed to be seeking other homes now, other hearts that needed their gentle light. As she sat surrounded by the soft glow of her starlit cottage, Cinderella reflected on the strange and wonderful journey that had brought her to this moment. All the years of hardship, all the nights she had fallen asleep to the sound of harsh words and harder hearts, all the mornings she had awakened to endless chores and little kindness, all of it had led her here, to this place where she could finally rest in the knowledge that love and goodness did return to those who gave them freely. The cat stretched and resettled itself, tiny paws kneading gently against her lap. Its purring had taken on a rhythmic quality that was deeply soothing, almost hypnotic. Cinderella's eyelids grew heavy, and she found herself drifting in the space between waking and sleeping, where dreams and reality mingled like starlight and shadow. In this drowsy state, she thought she could hear voices, not the harsh tones of her step-family, but gentle voices singing somewhere far away. Christmas carols, perhaps, or lullabies sung by the stars themselves. The melody was wordless, but infinitely comforting, a song that spoke of peace and safety and the promise of good dreams. One of the stars from her Christmas tree seemed to drift free of its branch and float toward her, glowing more softly as it approached. It settled gently on the arm of her chair, and from this closer vantage point, Cinderella could see that it wasn't simply a point of light, but contained within it tiny, swirling galaxies of color, pale gold and silver, soft blue and gentle green, all moving in slow, mesmerizing patterns. Sleep, the star seemed to whisper, though it had no voice. Rest now, dear heart. You are safe, you are loved, you are exactly where you need to be. Cinderella's head began to nod, and she felt herself sinking deeper into the comfort of her chair. The cat's purring grew softer, more distant, and the starlight dimmed to the barest glow. Through the windows she could see that the snowfall was slowing, each flake now taking its time to drift earthward, as if even the weather wanted to preserve the perfect stillness of the night. Her last conscious thought was one of profound gratitude, not just for the magical transformation of her cottage, but for all the small moments that had led her to this place of peace. Every act of kindness she had performed, every creature she had helped, every smile she had given despite her own sorrow, all of it had been gathered up by some invisible hand and returned to her multiplied, transformed into something more beautiful than she could have imagined. The stars continued to glow softly throughout the cottage as Cinderella slipped into sleep, their light steady and reassuring. The grey cat settled more deeply into her lap, and its purring became a barely audible rumble, like distant thunder promising gentle rain. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, and the world lay pristine and perfect under a blanket of white. The stars in the sky seemed to pulse in rhythm with the starlights in the cottage, as if earth and heaven were breathing together in perfect harmony. And in her dreams, Cinderella danced not in a grand ballroom with a prince, but in her own small cottage, surrounded by gentle light and filled with the deep, abiding joy of a heart that had found its home. The grey cat danced with her, sometimes a cat and sometimes something more mysterious, its green eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 kindnesses returned. They danced to the music of falling snow and crackling fires, of purring cats and whispering winds, and of Christmas Eve magic and the quiet contentment that comes to those who have learned that the greatest riches are found not in gold or jewels, but in moments of perfect peace and the knowledge that one is exactly where one belongs. Hours passed in this peaceful tableau, the cottage wrapped in its cocoon of gentle light and perfect silence. Occasionally, a log in the fireplace would shift and settle, sending up a brief shower of golden sparks that danced briefly in the air before fading. The stars seemed to respond to these small disturbances by pulsing slightly brighter for a moment, as if they were conversing with the fire in some ancient language of light and warmth. The grey cat's breathing had synchronized with Cinderella's, both of them deep in the restorative sleep that comes only on the most magical of nights. In her dreams, Cinderella wandered through landscapes of impossible beauty gardens where roses bloomed in colors that had no names, meadows where the grass itself seemed to be woven from moonbeams, forests where every tree was hung with natural ornaments of ice and starlight. In one particularly vivid dream, she found herself walking along a path made of crystallized snow that chimed softly beneath her feet. On either side of the path grew trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their branches were silver, their leaves were made of thin sheets of pearl, and their fruit glowed like tiny lanterns in shades of gold and rose and deep purple. As she walked, she became aware that she was not alone. Other figures moved through this dreamscape, shadowy at first, then becoming clearer as they approached. She recognized them gradually, all the animals she had ever helped, all the creatures who had found comfort in her presence during her years of servitude. Here was the robin she had nursed back to health after it flew into a window. There was the hedgehog she had rescued from the rain, carrying it gently to shelter in her apron. A family of mice who had shared her meager meals scurried along the dream path beside her, their tiny forms now glowing with the same opalescent light as the fallen stars. "Thank you," they seemed to whisper as they passed, their voices like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Thank you for seeing us, for caring, for sharing your heart when you had so little else to give." Cinderella felt tears of joy on her cheeks in the dream, and when she touched them, they transformed into tiny diamonds that fell to the crystal path and immediately sprouted into flowers of impossible delicacy. Each flower sang a single, pure note, and together they created a harmony that seemed to encompass all the love and gratitude in the world. Cinderella's dream shifted, and she found herself in her childhood attic, now glowing with light. Books bound in leather, moving paintings, and tapestries telling stories of kindness covered every surface. In the center, a small Christmas tree stood, its ornaments not stars but memories. Each one captured a moment of happiness she had created, teaching a bird to fly, singing lullabies to ease her loneliness, and finding a four-leaf clover. Gazing at the tree, she understood that happiness was not given or taken away, but grew from within, nurtured by small acts of love and kindness. The dream began to fade, but not before a final vision. She saw herself not as a victim, but as a keeper of light. Every person she had comforted and every moment of beauty she had chosen to see were threads in a tapestry of grace surrounding her like starlight. As dawn broke, pale rays of Christmas morning touched the star-decorated tree in her cottage. Cinderella stirred, hovering between dream and waking, still feeling the magic. When her eyes opened, she saw that the wonder had not been a dream at all. The cottage still glowed, the tree still sparkled, and the grey cat still rested in her lap. "Good morning, little star bringer," she whispered to the cat, stroking its fur. "Thank you for bringing wonder into my world." The cat purred, and Cinderella's heart swelled with joy. Outside, the snow-covered world sparkled, and distant church bells rang. But inside, surrounded by the gentle light of stars that had made her cottage their home, she felt a peace deeper than any celebration could provide. This was her Christmas miracle, the quiet recognition that she was exactly where she belonged, surrounded by beauty born from her own capacity for love. She rose to make breakfast, humming a melody that seemed to come from her own contented heart. The cat followed, and she realized she was no longer alone. She had a companion, a keeper of mysteries who was content to stay. Together, they would create new memories to hang on the tree of their shared contentment. Cinderella felt a deep gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. Every hardship had taught her compassion. Every act of kindness had planted seeds of joy. The stars would always be there, permanent reminders that love given freely always finds its way back, transformed into something even more beautiful. Her cottage had become a sanctuary for all the magic that blooms when hearts remain open despite hardship. And so began Cinderella's first Christmas morning, warm with the knowledge that she was beloved, blessed, and finally completely home.